My Father's Place by Kim R. Stafford, from Hungry Mind Review. A few days after my father, poet William Stafford, died, I was sleeping alone at the house of my parents, when something woke me at around 4 a.m. My mother, who was away, had told me of this effect, for she, too, had been awakened since his death at my father's customary writing time. As I opened my eyes, the moon was shining through the bedroom window. But that wasn't it. The house was still, the neighborhood quiet. The house wanted me to rise. It was the hour, a beckoning. There was a soft tug, nothing mystical, just a habit to the place. The air was sweet, life was good, it was time. I dressed and shuffled down the hall. In the kitchen I remembered how he would make himself a cup of instant coffee and some toast. I followed the custom, putting the kettle on, slicing some bread my mother had made, letting the plink of the spoon stirring the coffee be the only sound, then the scrape of a butter knife. And then I was to go to the couch and lie down with paper. I pulled the green mohair blanket from the closet, turned on a lamp, and settled in the horizontal place where my father had greeted maybe 10,000 mornings with his pen and paper. I put my head on the pillow just where his head had worn through the silk lining. What should I write? There was no sign, only a feeling of generosity in the room. A streetlight brightened the curtain beside me, but the rest of the room was dark. I let my gaze rove the walls, the fireplace, the dim rectangle of a painting, the hooded box of the television cabinet, a table with magazines. It was all ordinary, suburban. But there was this beckoning. In the dark of the house, it felt as if my father's death had become an empty bowl that was filled from below, like the stone cavern of a spring that brimmed cold with water from a deep place. There was grief, and also this abundance. So many people had written to us saying, "Words cannot begin to express how we feel." They can't? I honored the feeling, for I, too, am sometimes mute with grief. But words can begin to express how it is, especially if they can be relaxed, brimming in their own plain way. I looked for a long time at the bouquet of sunflowers on the coffee table beside the couch. I remembered sunflowers are the state flower of Kansas. I remembered my father's poem about yellow cars. I remembered how, the night before, we had eaten the last of his third summer planting of green beans. For a time, I thought back to the last writing my father had done at this place, the morning of August 28th. As often, he had begun with a line from an ordinary experience, a stray call from an insurance agent trying to track down what turned out to be a different William Stafford. The call had amused him, the words had stayed with him, and that morning he had begun to write, "Are you Mr. William Stafford?" "Yes, but—" As often, he started with the recent daily news from his own life and came to deeper things. Well, it was yesterday. Sunlight used to follow my hand, and that's when the strange siren-like sound flooded over the horizon and rushed through the streets of our town. But I wasn't delving into his writing now, only his writing life. I was inhabiting the cell of his habit, earlier than anyone, more ordinary in this welcome, simply listening. The house was so quiet, I was aware distinctly of my breathing, my heart, how sweet each breath came into me, and the total release of each exhalation. I felt as if my eyes, too, had been tapered for braille. The edge of the coffee table held a soft gleam from the streetlight. The jostled stack of magazines had a kind of sacred logic where he had touched them. Then I saw how each sunflower had dropped a little constellation of pollen on the table. The pollen seemed to burn, so intense in color and purpose. But the house didn't want me to write anything profound. The soft tug that had wakened me, the tug I still felt, wanted me to be there with myself, awake to everything ordinary, to sip my bitter instant coffee, and to gaze about, and to remember. I remembered how my father had said once that such a time alone would allow anyone to go inward, in order to go outward. Paradoxically, he said, you had to go into yourself in order to find the patterns that were bigger than your own life. I started to write ordinary things, and then I came to the sunflowers, and the spirit of the house warned me this could be told wrong if I tried to make something of it. It's not about trying. It's not about writing poems. It's not about achievement, certainly not fame, importance. It's about being there exactly with the plain life of a time before first light, with breath, the street light on one side of the house and the moon on the other, about the worn silk, the blanket, and that little dusting of pollen from the sunflowers. My head fit the dent in the pillow, the blanket warmed my body, my hand moved easily, carelessly with the pen. I heard the scratch on paper. If this was grieving, it was active in plain things. I found myself relishing the simplest words, mistrusting metaphor, amused by my own habits of verve with words, forgiving myself an occasional big thought. To pause at the gate, to take off the one big shoe of his body, and step forward light as wind. I could forgive myself because there was this abundance in time and place and habit. And then I had a page. I closed my notebook, and I rose for the day. There was much to do, but I had done the big thing already. Who will take my father's place in the world of poetry? No one. Who will take his place in this daily practice of the language of the tribe? Anyone who wishes. He said once the field of writing will never be crowded, not because people can't do important work, but because they don't think they can. This way of writing beckons to anyone who wishes to rise and listen, to write without fear of either achievement or failure. There is no burden, only a beckoning. For when the house beckons, you will wake easily. There is a stove where you make something warm. There is a light that leaves much of the room dark. There is a place to be comfortable, a place you have worn with the friendly shape of your body. There is your own breath, the treasures of your recollection, the blessings of your casual gaze. What is this way of writing, of listening easily and telling simply? There is the wall, the table, and whatever stands this day for Kansas pollen in your own precious life. Nominated by Naomi Shihab Nye. Song. From Brigit Pegeen Kelly, from the Southern Review. Listen. There was a goat's head hanging by ropes in a tree. All night it hung there and sang, and those who heard it felt a hurt in their hearts and thought they were hearing the song of a night bird. They sat up in their beds, and then they lay back down again. In the night wind, the goat's head swayed back and forth, and from far off it shone faintly, the way the moonlight shone on the train track miles away, beside which the goat's headless body lay. Some boys had hacked its head off. It was harder work than they had imagined. The goat cried like a man and struggled hard. But they finished the job. They hung the bleeding head by the school, and then ran off into the darkness that seems to hide everything. The head hung in the tree. The body lay by the tracks. The head called to the body to the head. They missed each other. The missing grew large between them, until it pulled the heart right out of the body, until the drawn heart flew toward the head, flew as a bird flies, back to its cage and the familiar perch from which it trills. Then the heart sang in the head, softly at first, and then louder, sang long and low, until the morning light came up over the school and over the tree, and then the singing stopped. The goat had belonged to a small girl. She named the goat Broken Thorn's Sweet Blackberry, named it after the night's bush of stars, because the goat's silky hair was dark as well water, because it had eyes like wild fruit. The girl lived near a high railroad track. At night she heard the trains passing, the sweet sound of the train's horn pouring softly over her bed, and each morning she woke to give the bleating goat his pail of warm milk. She sang him songs about girls with ropes and cooks in boats. She brushed him with a stiff brush. She dreamed daily that he grew bigger, and he did. She thought her dreaming made it so. But one night the girl didn't hear the train's horn, and the next morning she woke to an empty yard. The goat was gone. Everything looked strange. It was as if a storm had passed through while she slept, wind and stones, rain stripping the branches of fruit. She knew that someone had stolen the goat and that he had come to harm. She called to him. All morning and into the afternoon she called and called. She walked and walked. In her chest a bad feeling, like the feeling of the stones gouging the soft undersides of her bare feet. Then somebody found the goat's body by the high tracks, the flies already filling their soft bottles at the goat's torn neck. Then somebody found the head, hanging in a tree by the school. They hurried to take these things away, so that the girl would not see them. They hurried to raise money to buy the girl another goat. They hurried to find the boys who had done this, to hear them say it was a joke, it was nothing but a joke. But listen, here is the point. The boys thought to have their fun and be done with it. It was harder work than they had imagined, this silly sacrifice, but they finished the job, whistling as they washed their large hands in the dark. What they didn't know was that the goat's head was already singing behind them in the tree. What they didn't know was that the goat's head would go on singing, just for them, long after the ropes were down, and that they would learn to listen, pail after pail, stroke after patient stroke. They would wake in the night, thinking they heard the wind in the trees, or a night bird, but their hearts beating harder. There would be a whistle, a hum, a high murmur, and, at last, a song, the low song a lost boy sings, remembering his mother's call. Not a cruel song, no, not cruel at all. This song is sweet. It is sweet. The heart dies of this sweetness. Nominated by Mary Ann Baruch, Mark Jarman, Joyce Carol Oates, Maura Stanton. Practicing Death Songs by Adrian C. Lewis from the Antioch Review. My woman leaves to visit her brothers. I sit in the yard drinking Pepsi. A solitary red star blinks, and a one-eyed coyote screams a sententious sermon from a nearby hill. The mothering smoke from wood stoves wends across the reservation and gathers the ghost of a white girl I loved. It's so hard to remember her face, because she had the most perfect body I have ever seen. Because of the spurned son of our generation and the drugs in our blood, we always stuttered our prayers of life. We were married to the wind, and it blew the flesh from our bones. I met her outside the Student Union in Berkeley in '68, where she was screeching a folk song like some grade B Baez. My loins were clean young, and in deep need of scarring. She'd die of fright if she saw me now. Small blotches of wisdom have tainted my soul. I know now the essential tawdriness and tiredness of lust. I now know that my girl dog can bark prayers to Jesus. I know the weight of the shadows have withered my soul, and soon will shatter my heart. That is why I am practicing death songs. Nominated by Sandra McPherson. Watermelon Tales by Khaled Mattawa from the Kenyon Review. January. Snow. For days I have craved watermelons, wanted to freckle the ground with seeds, wanted to perform an ancient ritual. Noontime, an early summer Sunday, the village chief faces north, spits 7 mouthfuls, then fingers a cycle around the galaxy of seeds. Maymoon the Bedouin visited in summer, always with a gift, a pickup truck load of watermelons. Something for the children, he explained. Neighbors brought wheelbarrows to fetch their share. Our chickens ate the rest. His right ear pricked up close. My father taps on a watermelon, strokes as though it were a thigh. Then he slaps. If it doesn't sound like your hands clapping at a wedding, it's not yours. Men shake the chief's hand. Children kiss it. Then all file behind him when he walks back. No one talks until the tomb of the local saint. The rich place coin sacks at his feet. The poor leave cups of melon seed. Maymoon also brought gazelle meat, gazelles he ran over with his truck. His daughter, Selima, said he once swerved off the road suddenly, drove for an hour until he spotted 6. He hadn't hit one when the truck ran out of gas. 30 yards away the gazelles stood panting, and he ran to catch one with bare hands. 2 choices, my father's doctor tells us, transplant or 6 months of pain. Outside the office, I point to a fruit stall, the seller waving off flies with a feather fan. My father strokes, slaps, and when I lift the melon to my shoulder, says, 11 years in America, and you carry a watermelon like a damn peasant. Uncle Abdullah buries a watermelon underneath the approach of the waves. Like a refrigerator down there. It's July, a picnic at Tokara Beach. We're kicking a ball around when my brother trips hard on the hole. He's told to eat what he'd broken too soon. I watched him weep and swallow pulp, seed, salt, and sand. Her shadow twice her height, the village sorceress walks to where the chief has spit. She reveals size of the harvest, chance of drought, whose sons will wed, whose daughters, and names of the ill whose ailments will not cease. Selima started telling the gazelle tale while my mother had her sit in a tub. With soap, my mother scrubbed the girl's scalp, tossing gray handfuls of foam against the white tile. She then poured kerosene on Selima's hair, rubbed till lice slid down the girl's face, combed till the tines of the comb filled with the dead. Selima married. My mother sent her a silver anklet, a green silk shawl, and decided against an ivory comb. My father paid the sheikh to perform the wedding. A week later, at his door, the sheikh found 3 watermelons and a gazelle skin prayer rug, a tire mark across the spot where he would have rested his head in prostration. I cut the melon we bought into cubes, strawberry red, but they were dry, almost bitter. After the 3rd taste, my father dropped his fork. He gazed at the window for a while, then spent the rest of the day in bed. Nominated by Joan Murray, Naomi Shihab Nye. Orita on the Road to Chimayó, by Lisa Sandlin, from Shenandoah. When Good Friday fell in March, it often snowed, and next day the New Mexican ran shots of pilgrims trudging into the white flurry, heads bent, cold hands shoved up their sleeves. But this Friday landed 3 weeks into April. The sky glowed like a turquoise bowl, from the Sangres to the Jemez Mountains, over the Piñon Hills, over the tiny toiling people. They streamed from the south, from Pohoaque and Santa Fe, even Albuquerque, walking the sides of the highway to keep out of the way of cars. Back here, on this particular jog of a shortcut off US 285, they had to keep out of the way of 3 young firemen who were running to Chimayo. The firemen wore gym shorts and football jerseys cut off at the ribs. One wore a turned-around Dodgers cap. They had dark, slim-muscled legs without much hair, and their stomachs were flat now, but not for so much longer. Their barrel chests would plump out. They called to people, "Gang away," or they ran around them so close that people jumped over, stumbling and sliding on the gritty shoulder. Fireman's sweat would have flicked on Catherine Satchett, a woman with the long, sad face of an El Greco count, but the fireman hadn't caught up to her yet. Catherine dedicated the 1st mile of her pilgrimage to exercising her ex-husband. She was well now, except for those traces of peat. Her sickness and the loss of her breasts had just erased him. First to go was his great jackass laugh, then eye contact, then his voice faded, so that she kept after him, repeating, "What? What, babe?" He had managed to make love to her after the operation, give him that, and it wasn't that he turned her around. She liked it that way. It was how he touched her, his hands fast, lifeless, quickly withdrawn. Sitting up, she'd clutched the pillow to hide her face and cried, "Oh, please, where's my husband?" A few days later, Pete disappeared for real, giving Catherine, in a backhanded way, her lone advantage. Her rage at him outweighed the fear of cancer. She used to dress up in dreams, sequined minis, always Caribbean blue, slip in the C-cup breast forms, and go kill Pete. Shooting him was good for her, she found. Fury and pain swarmed from her belly, her forehead, from far down beneath her scars. She woke up with a wetness on her body, broken through the skin like dew. Catherine sighed and shooed her ringless hands around. "Out of here! Out!" She'd promised her second mile to the sick people she visited now, to Loretta, Dolores, and Roy, curled like children in wide white beds. And the third mile was for— in Mexican Spanish, everything little, chico, can be made even littler. Chiquito, chiquitito. That just means something's really there. Catherine Satchett hardly knew it, but she was walking a part, lo más chiquitito part, of the third mile for herself, because she was still alive. Sweat from those running firemen did flick on Benny Ortiz, and he hurled them a few words. Benny was a hot-looking guy, but jittery, a 27-year-old weightlifter with no life plan. Sometimes really pumped, with 4 or 5 guys psyching him, he freaked himself, glided from under the iron, and spread into the mirror's thin brightness. His mother thought he was walking the pilgrimage because her folded hands trapped him into it. Let his father come back to them. Right. What Benny really wanted, what he'd ask for in Chimayó's little sanctuario, was the guts to tell his mother to give it up. Tune in. Get some strength. The old man wasn't ever coming back. Once Benny'd gone to a house where his father was staying with a girl and her baby. He'd brought a bear for the kid. Hey, it was his brother. And the girl, Benny could still picture her dead spider eyelashes, told him not to come around again. His father shrugged, winked, like he'd fix it later. Who's asking? At 7, Benny knew the rule. Don't ask your father for nothing. He shot a swift finger to fireman number 19's back. About that time, as Benny's finger still goosed number 19, the wind jacked up. Light started sliding from the blue bowl sky. Because the sky had darkened, it was easy to see the man fly up as the car veered to the shoulder and caught him. He was wearing a white shirt and a white straw cowboy hat like a real Mexican, and he sailed up in a gainer, except his arms weren't tucked, but flung out. He landed on his back well off the road, on a piece of ground tended by a tall piñon. The driver wavered, and then nosed the car, low-slung Buick, metallic green, back on the road. 2 of the firemen pirouetted in their tracks and took out after the Buick. The third, once he wasn't mesmerized by the flying man, spotted a roadside cross held up by some decent-sized rocks. Should he EMT the poor guy now, or bust that fucker's back window? Smoke one, pow, right down the pipe. "Hold on, don't move him," he called, scooped up a rock, and ran off. Catherine Satchett found the victim first, on a hard swell of ground behind the piñon. She knelt beside the hurt young man, a boy, really, of 18 or 19. The next person to run up, a man about Pete's age, but with an easy brow, took one look, repeated after Catherine, "ambulance," and sprinted out toward US 285 for help. The hip was mangled, but worse, the boy seemed not to feel it. He didn't respond when she pressed her palm to his groin, through his raveled jeans, which were growing wet and red. He gazed up at Catherine as to a face in an alarming dream. Aquí está. Oh no, Brother Teo, the historian whom he'd always displeased. Though Brother begged him to memorize the blessed lives, the boy could never remember which saint had burned, which had been ripped by lions, which had her breasts sliced off, which sat old and feeble in the temple door, repeating to the heedless, "Love one another." Brother Teo reported him to his mother. Then they exchanged expressions, brother departing, eased, to coach the soccer team, and his mother's face drawn long and sad. When he saw how sad she looked, the boy thrashed. With one hand Catherine stroked his chest until he calmed and even smiled at her. With the other she pressed a clean handkerchief to the bleeding. She didn't know much first aid, but growing up in Santa Fe had taught her some Spanish. The wind was rising. She bent close. "Dígame, chulo, ¿cómo te llama?" The boy told her, his tone straining a beat, urgent, and he gestured. Verdiano. His name was Verdiano. When he flashed a nervous smile, his kid mustache looked even wispier, like a teenage Zorro's, and he stared up at her with eyes that were big, dark and clear. But he didn't know where he was. She could see that. Other pilgrims discarded their staffs in the ditch, tracked over from the road, and gathered by the piñon asking questions. One old man, his cheek stapled in on itself in a deep scar, crossed himself and hunkered down at the boy's head. "Hey, let's get the wind off him," he said. Those who'd happened to be on this shortcut shuffled together, elbow to elbow. Turning his head slowly to take them in, Verdiano murmured, "Frio, hermanos." He spoke so familiarly that people hurried to pull off their sweatshirts and windbreakers. When Benny Ortiz stripped off his Manpower T-shirt, a couple of women raised their eyebrows. The staple-faced man, already squatting, took it on himself to receive the clothes, duck-walked a step, and spread them on the boy. He tucked some gray sleeves beneath the boy's worn-down Chihuahua heels. Swiveling his head again, Verdiano addressed them. "Gracias, gracias." He fixed on Catherine. Her hollow cheeks, how lines were worn all around her eyes, but not her mouth, made him comfortable. Catherine told the bystanders, "He says he could have lived in the trailer with the others, but to save rent, he slept in the restaurant storeroom, so then the only thing anyone tells him is what table to clean. He says he hasn't talked in 6 months. "Escucha, Miss UN," Benny growled. "Save the translation." Benny didn't usually put himself forward, didn't pay, but he was ruffled. He was upset. Who died and left her boss? Pectorals bulged as he knelt down, squinting at the Anglo-woman. Bony. They never stopped dieting. Raw eyelids. "You a nurse?" he asked her. To keep focused, he really bored in on her. Because there was one little more thing. The way the boy said, "Cold, brothers," barbed his chest. Benny'd been hit by an urge he didn't know what to do with. To make sure the kid got warm now, got an ambulance, got a doctor with some brains. "I'm not a nurse," the woman said. Benny craned around at the bystanders. "Anybody here a doctor or an EMT?" Everybody shook their heads. "Bunch of plumbers," he muttered. The woman heard. She cocked her head at him, asking, "Look, you know first aid? You want to do this?" Benny jerked back. Not him. And for making fun of how he didn't know anything, he'd give her the needle back. He jutted his chin at her. "You got a pretty good hold of his privates there." She spread her fingers so the blood seeped through, then closed them up again. People winced and murmured over the injured boy, whose olive face was a shocky white, like they were seeing it by moonlight. The handkerchief was soaked. A woman in a sun hat offered another. Benny passed the handkerchief, then spoke in the kid's ear. He couldn't keep the Anglo woman from hearing, but he could let her know she wasn't included in any way. "Bro, ambulance'll be here soon. Don't talk." The kid nodded at the English, smiled, turned his head until he located Catherine's sad face, and began to talk. They were startled by the boys thanking them for listening. "It's that I feel like talking," he said. He looked from Catherine to Benny, and his eyes softened, and he choked. The onlookers flinched, but no blood came up. He just cleared his throat and started to talk again. He told them about his family back in Mexico, his 4 little sisters, and his mother, who was tranquil now that an aunt had died and left them 2 rooms in her house. He told about his novia, his sweetheart, who was sick. She coughed too much, and when the wind blew she had to lie down. Her name was Ana Luz, and she sewed forward seat covers, Verdiano said, and though he had family, she had no one but him. "Thank you, señores, but I'd better stand up now." "Orita," he said, meaning he'd stand right this second in this tiny bit of now. His head lifted as though the rest of him would follow, but it didn't, and his mauve lips formed an O. For a moment they thought he might cry out. Verdiano knew he had something urgent to do, but not what it was. Then Brother Teo's exasperated voice lanced his confusion. Staving him off respectfully with "Si, hermano," oblivious of his own fingers rising in a jerky ripple, Verdiano cast about in his jumbled memory for a saint to report on. Who came to his aid, inching forward with eager, earthy hands, but the least likely of luminaries, Simplicio. Simplicio was a kitchen worker, just like him. Simplicio was a kitchen worker to the priests, but he took no vow himself, because he loved a girl and wanted her, and besides, he was mostly Indian and couldn't read. Benny, who'd ordered Verdiano, "Come on, lay back, man," recoiled at the sight of the kid's hands. They reminded him of caught fish, quivering. "Hold here," the bony woman urged him to take over. Why'd she do that if she thought he was so stupid? Benny held his breath when he received the rag, feeling the trickle, the suggestion of a beat, thumb, thumb, under his pressure. The woman captured Verdiano's hands and smoothed them down. She asked the whole crowd to go through what pockets they had left for another handkerchief, and then resumed pressing the wound. She passed the soaked rag to Benny, who couldn't help squeezing it and shuddering before he threw it away. "Una vez," Verdiano said, "when the cook's knife slipped and cut the back of his hand, and the little strings there, Simplicio put down some carrots and clamped the cook's hand between his. When he let go, the strings were whole, and the bloody cut sealed pale pink like baby veal." "Hijo, like veal!" exclaimed the staple-cheeked man, and the boy turned up his eyes toward the voice and smiled. "Just like, señor," he said. "Y otra vez, the cook's helper spilled boiling fat on his shins and feet." Simplicio knelt down and blew on the burns. He rubbed some spit on the blisters. They went away. That time the cook told the head priest, who told the bishop, who called Simplicio before him and ordered him not to do those things any more. Wind tossed a piece of Verdiano's hair on and off his forehead until Benny licked his fingers and combed it back. Every so often another curious pilgrim on this shortcut would cross to see what was happening behind the piñón, see the boy on the ground, and stay. At first the people had shifted foot to foot, anxious. They scanned the sea of hills, the piñons, the arroyos, stared hard toward the highway they knew was on the other side. But then they just crept in closer to hear the story. What else could they do? All run off in a crowd to get an ambulance? If somebody didn't hear a phrase, Catherine repeated it in English. Verdiano would wait for her to finish before he went on. Talking genuinely calmed him, though the corners of his mouth crusted white. One day, when Simplicio was coming back from the garden with onions and garlic, he heard a scream from the church wall, where some masons were plastering on a scaffold. A man was falling, so Simplicio stopped him. He didn't save him because he'd been forbidden. He just stopped him upside down in the air. "How did he do that, Verdiano?" asked the woman in the sun hat. The jaunty pink bow on her hatband had come undone and straggled in the wind. "Lo mismo," the boy said, licking his lips. "The same as before. It's good to hear my name called." He breathed in deeply, breathed out deeply, like a fat man after a fine dinner, and said it again. "It's so good to hear my name." The little wind tears flying out of his eyes roused a world in the sun-hat woman's head. She should have had children this boy's age. Those children, her own blood, now found themselves alone, hurt in some strange land like this boy. Tenderly she promised, "Listen, Verdiano, we're here." The staple-faced man asked, "So, what happened?" The woman shushed him. "Let the child save his strength." "Did Simplicio save the mason?" The staple-faced man still wanted to know. "Bastard," the woman whispered. Verdiano meant to gesture as he spoke, but his hands moved apart from his words. That frustrated him. He shrugged and laid them on his chest, as though they were gloves he'd taken off. "Simplicio had to go ask permission to save the man," Verdiano told them. "He was only a kitchen worker. So the mason stayed in the air, upside down, while Simplicio found the bishop. When he doffed his hat, he saw how his hands were dirty from the garden. Abashed, he hid them behind his back. He would obey his superior, yet he wanted to save the mason. The man surely had a wife and children to feed. And then he craved, say the truth, Simplicio, you crave the time during these occasions when all runs out and all flows in." Simplicio lowered his head and advanced. "Do I save this man, your grace, or let him fall?" he asked the bishop. "I told you to stop doing these things," the bishop said. Simplicio begged, "I can't help it, Holiness. They go where I do." "Nevertheless, you don't have qualifications." Verdiano took a long time saying that word. Calificaciones. Once he'd gotten it out, he seemed spent. His lids fluttered, showing the whites of his eyes. People groaned. Then he cursed, thumped Verdiano's chest, hollered at the woman across from him. Fix it, lady! Get a new rag or something!" She looked at him. Híjole, what eyes, like bruises. Unzipped her yellow sweatshirt, reached under a T-shirt, and handed him one of two round pink jobs with pooches, like sofa buttons on them. She applied the other to the bleeding. It fit perfect. Connection. Catherine knew too much about why people stick around not to sense a connection. She'd seen them, patients who'd become friends, holding on at 79 pounds, waiting for the grandbaby, the son on the midnight plane. Catherine cupped her free hand to call him back. "Verdiano!" She really had to yell. "Verdiano! This long story! Do you mean you left your novia in Mexico waiting for you?" Verdiano returned. "But that's it," he said. The chalk corners of his mouth frowned in dismay, stretching the wispy mustache. The clear brown eyes spilled. The sun-hat woman gasped. It was true, as her sisters lamented. "Y por qué? Why were you asked to stand the pain of your children?" "Si, mi novia," Verdiano said. "I left her in Mexico, hanging in the air." Catherine understood the beauty of resignation, a way to go forward, but now she found herself coughing up its other half, the beauty of not being resigned. As a plain matter of fact, she would not allow this situation to exist. "Do something," she commanded to no one in particular. The wind whistled. A fat, wet snowflake landed on the piñón. She looked at the muscled man across from her. All Benny's features had screwed together, except for his bottom lip, which hung loose. It had just sunk in what the woman had given him, that the pooch was supposed to be a nipple. Her gaze seared each bystander, and returned to the staple-faced man at Verdiano's head. "Do something for this boy!" she shouted. The crowd began emptying their pockets, but because they were pilgrims that day, on a route with nothing to buy, they didn't have much money. The young man, goose-bumped as a turkey, but such a body, the sun-hat woman noted, nodded gruffly toward Catherine. so they stuffed the money for Verdiano in her yellow sweatshirt pocket. Benny said, "Look, bro, that's for your girl," but Verdiano didn't understand, so he put it in Spanish, "Pa tu novia." And then Verdiano tried to touch his white cowboy hat in thanks, but it had blown away long since, and besides, his hands were gone. He only closed his eyes, showing how long and thick his black lashes grew, and opened them again. The old man with the scar still wanted to know about Simplicio. Did he save the mason or not? Benny crowded the narrow old face. "Cost you to find out, jodido. How much you got?" The sun-hat woman raised a dyed eyebrow and said about the old man, her husband, "Ese? He owns 79 apartments in Santa Fe." "Cállate, mujer. What does that have to do with anything?" "And 5 houses all on the same street. One por acá, way up on the hill. That one has a historical plaque." The old man blinked and shifted a little in the wind, like a stunted piñón. Benny pulled out his pockets so the wind would flap them. "Anybody else here got money?" Everybody said, "No." That was it. They'd given it all. For a minute, like he was straining at the limit, 275 pounds of iron chin-high and wobbling, Benny couldn't figure what to do. "But then, this is it. I'm a genius." He loomed over the old man. All the shivering still didn't make his muscles look any smaller. "Give him a house, Mr. Monopoly." "A house?" The old man looked at the people, and they looked back at him. "Give my house? That I worked all my life for?" He thrust out his hands so they could see the pad of callus from holding the trowel, but that was years ago, and the people saw only smooth skin. "Well, let him live there, then. Give him some rent." "Yeah, rent. Rent's okay." People were nodding. The old man's eyes got slick, and his face as chamise green as the spring roadside. He held his stomach down with both hands. All the time his face was working, rubbery, like the staple was being pried open. "Evaristo, ¿qué pasa?" cried his wife. "Are you having a coronary?" Coughing, Evaristo managed to sputter, "A year's free rent." Benny gave him some breathing room, smiled. "No, you don't get it. As long as he wants." Evaristo grunted. "It hurts. It really hurts like I swallowed a cleaver. 5 years, he said. The bystanders applauded. Catherine informed Verdiano, whose face, by now as white as a Japanese dancing girl's, didn't change. 2 more spring snowflakes lumbered down. Everybody hugged their own arms. "Look, take this." Catherine gave her sweatshirt to Benny, who tugged it on, the cuffs hitting him mid-arm, zipped it up tight, and by main force did not look to see how level the pocket on her T-shirt lay. Once he'd made the hard decision, old Evaristo's next one was surer. "He can live in the little casita on Scissors Street, the first one I bought in 1952. Let him bring his novia there." "Como se llaman?" All the rest had gone past Verdiano like so much chatter, like restaurant conversation. He couldn't quite attend to it, but novia Verdiano heard. "Ana Luz," he said. "No, not that house." Evaristo's wife had his number. "That one is falling down." A little mud." Her husband threw out his arms. "I will provide." Saying it, he was an actor, but with the little sentiment echoing, bouncing off people's impressed faces, he began to believe. Un poco, un poquito, you know? He liked how it sounded. He cleared a single snowflake above Verdiano's head. "I will provide." "They'll have children, Evaristo." His wife enlarged the world. Now Verdiano and Ana Luz had dear little babies, the ages her grandchildren should be. "Get them a new roof, a washer-dryer, some carpet, entiendes? Some of that champagne color. It goes with everything." Evaristo's half-face bloomed out. "I will provide it. No problem." Benny grumbled. "Okay, you paid. You can ask now." The old man was blank. Ask what? Ay, the curse of old age. He couldn't remember anything he needed to know. "Ask what?" he said. "The story. Did Simplicio get the mason down or not?" So they turned to Verdiano and asked him, and he was about to answer when the car drove up. A green Buick with the back windows smashed coasted to the ditch. Those runner firemen, they'd caught up to her. One scared her foot off the gas with a rock hurled through the rear window. The other two ran alongside until the car stopped rolling. They had to make her raise her head off the wheel and hear what they were telling her. They had to get her to unlock a door. They had to talk her into unclenching her fist and giving them the car keys. It took some time, but finally they'd made her do all those things. Then they slid in and turned the car around. 3 men in wet gym shorts lunged out the doors and dragged over a girl by the tender part of her arm. The crowd melted back, all except Evaristo's wife, who pointed a red finger. "Mira! Look at the blood all over her headlight! Look at the dent! It was her all right!" A hissing noise came from the people, and just then a cop car approached, and they cheered. "Hey! Hey! Here they come!" people yelled. And "It's about time!" and "Where's the ambulance?" But even though a fireman loped out from behind the piñon, semaphoring and whistling, the cop car drove right by. "Those guys are more stupid than dirt," the fireman said. He left the girl and took off chasing the cruiser. Another fireman hauled her through the crowd of people right up to the hurt boy. She took a lot of little steps because her white lace mini cut any natural stride, and her white high heels made her sink and trip over the uneven ground. A second after the girl stumbled by, they could smell her. She smelled like piña coladas and peach daiquiris and crème de menthe with shaved chocolate and amaretto sours with extra cherry juice. She stared down at Verdiano, her huge brown eyes smudged all around with flicks of mascara. Nobody said anything. Some of them stood on their toes to see what she was going to do. They thought the girl would fall on her knees in her white Easter mini, clench her hands and cry. Say she didn't see him. Say it was an accident. She didn't mean to hit him. Never in a million years did she. That's what they were expecting. But the girl just curled her lip, breathed through her mouth, and tried to back up. Her wide eyes kept jerking away from the boy on the ground to the people around her. She twisted her head like someone was poking her with a stick. Finally a fireman narrowed one eye and bobbed his heavy head 2 or 3 times to show how serious he was. "If he dies, you're a murderer," he pronounced to the girl. The bystanders agreed with him. They had some names for her, and they weren't just mumbling. They were making sure she heard. Somebody reached past the fireman and shoved her. "Hey, don't do that," another person said, and shoved her back. Evaristo's wife dug 2 red fingernails into the girl's lace shoulder blades, giving her a pinch. This one here, this very girl, broke her children, never even looked back as they bled on the road. "Little puta, hit and run," she accused. The girl whimpered. The girl and the whimper made Benny Ortiz kind of sick. Couple of years ago it might have been fun to shove her, but not now. The kid was still going to be lying here with most of his blood leaked out, wasn't he? Benny made the first speech of his life. "Hey, back off," he told the bystanders. "She's lost it. Like if your dad was pounding your mom, and you hit him with the steam iron. Then when he woke up you swore you didn't. I mean, you stared at that iron, and you really truly believed you didn't. It's too big to handle. Look at her, man. She ain't got her lights on." But nobody paid much attention. "Mira, kid." A fireman hooked his thumb at the girl and spoke past Benny to Verdiano. "This is the one did it to you." People stopped muttering and watched to see what would happen. Verdiano opened his velvet eyes on the girl. Pink, the most delicate pink, a drop of red in an ocean of white, tinged his cheeks. "Ana Luz," he said. The fireman yelled in frustration. "No, no, man, wake up! This is the one hit you." "Ana Luz, I can smell your cough syrup." The girl surged back, but the fireman had her clamped. "It's good you drank it. Because the wind is blowing." "No, no, 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 no." She shook her head, her pretty face contorted. The sun-hat woman cried, "You little bitch, hit and run! You ought to get down on your little puta knees and beg him you're sorry." With that, the woman stepped up and pushed her to her knees, so that when she fell forward, the girl's black-smeared cheek touched the boy's white one. Verdiano's eyes glittered. His chin was trembling. How had she managed to find him, his novia, all dressed up? After a grinding day shift, she must have sneaked in at night to make this dress. He could see how it must have been. Ana Luz, with her bowed neck, hiding far in the back where the seat-cover foreman never inspected, her foot speeding the machine's pedal. For her health he had walked the pilgrimage, but now this. Softly, through a froth of rosy bubbles, Verdiano praised her name. "Ana Luz, who could have done this but you?" It was like the girl had been electrocuted. She leapt to her feet and broke the fireman's grasp. Flailing her arms, she beat her way through the bystanders, who reeled back from her blows, her scent of curdled sugar. She made it to her car, where a fireman leaned leering against the Buick's door. The girl threw back her head and howled. Evaristo hoisted himself up and limped over to her. He was just her height. First he got her by the shoulders and gave her a few shakes. Then he talked to her. After a while he took the girl's arm like they were crossing a busy street, or he was escorting her down the aisle in her soiled Barbie bride dress, and he walked her back to Verdiano. The girl's face kept changing. Her eyebrows would draw together and apart. From wide and blank, her eyes would focus. Finally her shoulders sagged. She wiped her face with her hands, looked down at Verdiano, and her red lips parted like a little slit heart. Verdiano's brow furrowed the slightest degree, as if he were listening hard. He breathed in, eating the rose bubbles. Then, like someone taking his picture, told him to stop jostling around and get serious. "Come on, freeze for the camera." He was still. People drew forward, waiting for him to let the breath out, but Verdiano kept it. The girl's eyes rolled back then, and they had to grab her and hold her for maybe 10 more minutes until the cop car, with ambulance trailing, screeched up in a fishtail stop. The doors burst open, and 2 state cops sprang out. Taking his time, a fireman slid from the back seat and bent over to massage his hamstrings. Flashing and whooping, "Aw, man, what for?" said a fireman. The ambulance sprayed them with grit and pebbles. People kneeled down where Verdiano had lain, picking through the pile of sweatshirts and windbreakers to find their own. Shrinking the world to regular size, oh, much better. Evaristo's wife sent a prayer for the pobrecito, the little mojado, dead so young, and set about provoking her husband. Bueno, that dump on Scissors Street. You got your rent back. Are you happy? Evaristo blew on his hands and rubbed them, rubbed his face. Yeah, he was still there. Hey, don't call it that, okay? It wasn't a bad house, brought in $475 a month. Even with no screens and pipes, you had to put hot towels on in the winter. His first house in 1952. For 7 years after he returned from the service, he saved for it. 1 million adobes he'd laid, 1 million cinder blocks fit and grouted, miles of scaffolding climbed, saving up for it, his little cornerstone. Yeah, he decided, he was glad to have his casita back. Benny peeled off Catherine's yellow sweatshirt. It was way stretched out. He found his bloody T-shirt in the pile. People who'd carried staffs retrieved them from the ditch and stood by the road trying to clear their heads before they continued their walk. Who felt like going 7 more miles to Chimayó? Nobody. But were they supposed to turn around and walk back to Santa Fe, with all the world heading the other way? Besides, the day was warming up again. The wind had dropped. The sky was lightening into blue ribbons, and see, there on the wavy Pinon hills a little gold was shining. Poor kid! A fireman crossed himself before jamming on his Dodger's cap. Another one slapped his flat belly, which would soon be fat, and did a few calf stretches. They all ran off, slim muscles prancing. "Híjole," a voice carried back to the last two left. "This damn weather is so crazy." Catherine lowered herself to the roadside and propped her head on her knees. She needed to sit a while, calm her breath. As she wiped her streaming face with the hem of her t-shirt, she saw the muscle man shoot her a glance. He stood in the dusty road, shifting his weight, rubbing his forehead. Then he squatted down, and, barely meeting her eyes, held out her pink breast. Because his face was so serious, she didn't laugh, though it was funny how he handled the foam rubber. With unease, but with respect. Reluctant, but wanting something, like Simplicio advancing on the bishop. When the woman smiled to herself, Benny found her face less weary, her eyelids less scraped, less blue, her wide mouth harmless. In order to stick the breast in her sweatshirt pocket, she had to remove a wad of money. "Uh-oh," she said, fanning the bills of Verdiano's collection. An idea had struck Benny. It was just that Orita, he couldn't shape words. Could they find Ana Luz? Because the money belonged to Ana Luz, and of all the people there, Verdiano belonged to him and to this woman. She had no breasts. She really had no breasts. Benny was having this crazy sensation of his hand reaching out, simultaneously seeing in his mind how it would be, smooth, sealed, her pink chest. Like it would hurt him to touch it. And what was weird was he didn't flinch, didn't grimace. She was clasping his wrist. Whether to slap him back or to keep him with her, Benny couldn't say. He couldn't get out even one word. It was like he'd been falling, hurtling down head first, only to be stopped mid-air and set down. Shocked, dizzy, dumbfounded by the rescue. Nominated by Shenandoah. The Line, by Raymond Federman, from Alaska Quarterly Review. At first one could stand in line almost anywhere. People didn't really mind too much if one cut in front of them, though there were always some who objected when overtaken, particularly those who were under the impression that they stood near the head of the line. But even these people did not object too vehemently, since the line was not moving very fast, or, for that matter, often hardly moved for long periods of time, and since no one could tell where it was going, but people waited anyway patiently and good-humoredly, and more were coming all the time in endless processions. After all, it was a good line, a pleasant line, a decent line, even though in places people allowed gaps, holes, in it, looseness and laxness, as the line weaved, stretched, meandered out of sight, thicker here, thinner there, single or double file, here triple, even quadruple, there, in fact, in various places, it was more like a social gathering or a human press, as people crowded around in circles, as if preparing for a town meeting, or a debate, or getting set for a choir, or a game. After all, with such little progress forward, and so much time to wait, people moved about the line, up and down, in and out, casually, and freely stopping along the way to chat with neighbors, old friends, or distant relatives, cousins or uncles they had not seen in years, all sorts of people with whom one had had dealings, or commerce, as the saying goes, before joining the line, but also to chat with the new acquaintances made in line as one moved about leisurely from place to place, up and down, for indeed the mere fact of being in line seems to create a friendly atmosphere, a sense of sincere congeniality and solidarity among the liners, as they were called. Therefore, those who made a fuss when someone squeezed past them would be sneered at and even booed by those being bypassed, since the line was endless in both directions, and it was impossible to determine where it started, where it originated, and where it ended. Therefore it was ridiculous on the part of anyone to want to claim a legitimate place in it, or insist on any priority of standing, for what would be the point of declaring oneself ahead of anyone else? That would certainly be futile. Yet some people kept moving up the line, overtaking others, squeezing in front of them or bypassing them, but without any hurry or sense of urgency. These people were merely moving up, or giving themselves the impression of moving from one place in line to another, nearer to the head, simply for the sake of moving forward, without any specific reason or purpose, hoping, perhaps, that eventually they would be first in line. A vain hope, of course, because the more people there were moving up the line, the further away the head would be, for obviously, as these people squeezed in front of others, the further away the head would be pushed, so that, in fact, a step forward in this case really meant 2 steps backward, for while certain people moved forward, others moved in the opposite direction, falling back in line, so to speak, away from the head, because, frankly, they did not care where they stood in the line, and so they would loaf about, or mill around in groups, in and out of the main stream, forming circles to gossip or tell jokes, or listen to the stories which were circulating up and down the line. Funny stories about what people did in line to pass the time, or how others had forgotten why they came to the line, and yet continued to wait, simply because they had nothing else to do, or how some people truly believed they knew where the line was going. Groups could be seen standing around, laughing at the curious objects people had brought with them to the line. For instance, the bed on wheels, on which an old man was lying in his nightgown, and which he pushed along with a cane, as if paddling a canoe, just to keep up with the line. Or the little desk and chair, and even a calculating machine an accountant kept lugging along, so he could continue to do his numbers as he waited in line. Ah, what dumb things people do while waiting in line, one could hear muttered all over. But it was the jokes, especially, that attracted most attention, and caused the greatest hilarity. One joke in particular kept being repeated up and down the line. The one about the fellow who sees a funeral procession going slowly down the street, with 2 hearses and a gentleman holding a huge muzzled dog in leash, and behind them a long line of men all wearing black. The puzzled onlooker asks the gentleman with the dog, "Why are there 2 coffins in this ridiculous funeral?" "Oh," replies the man with the dog, "the first coffin is my mother-in-law, and the second my wife." "Ah, I see," says the curious man. "Okay, but why the dog?" "Oh, the dog," answers the gentleman, pulling at the leash. "He killed both of them." "Ah," exclaims the inquirer, "could I borrow your dog for a few hours?" "Well, you better get in line, mister," the mourner with the mean dog retorts, with a large grin on his face. Some of these jokes were not very funny, but this one kept being told over and over, because it seemed so appropriate to the situation, though some people claimed they had heard it before, probably those who had been in the line from the beginning, and heard that joke when they first arrived, for it was said that the joke was as old as the line itself, and it was indeed a very old line. Some people had been in the line so long they could not remember when they first joined. As a matter of fact, the line had been going for such a long time that many died while waiting, and had to be buried on the spot. Special crews were appointed to dig graves and perform the burial rites. But there were also happy occasions on the line. For instance, people falling in love and getting married, or children being born, or birthdays and anniversaries being celebrated. It was very interesting to observe how the line not only changed shape constantly, but also changed mood, how it fluctuated from sad to happy, or vice versa, and this as a result of the many activities that were going on in the line, so that it could be said that the line changed moods as often as it changed shape. Sometimes it was joyful, lively, full of playfulness, and other times it was sad, gloomy, somber, anguished. But in general, the line was calm and uneventful, simply moving along in its ordinary but disorganized fashion, becoming thinner here or thicker there, and usually this because someone had stopped to tell a story or a joke, and a crowd had gathered, or elsewhere someone had just finished telling a story or a joke, and those who had been listening were now moving on, or sometimes, if there was a tree or a wall along the way, or some other such natural or man-made structure that cast a shadow on a sunny day, or gave a bit of protection from the wind on a cold day, or from the rain on a stormy day, then people would gather under that tree, or line up near that wall, or huddle next to that structure, and wait. Consequently, the line would become thinner and lax in that spot, lazy, as it were, for there was no great urgency or unnecessary impatience in the line, even though arguments would sometimes flare up, about nothing in particular, and even occasional fist-fights for no apparent reason, simply that someone's foot had been stepped on, and no immediate apology offered, and quickly a shove would result, followed by an even harder retaliatory shove, and then a fist would strike someone's ribs or someone's nose, and for a few moments there would be turmoil and agitation in the line, until the people around the disturbers would restore a semblance of order and calmness, with pleas, insistent pleas of, "Please, let's keep the line moving." And gradually the line would resume its careless progress, as casually as before, the disturbance quickly forgotten, and the disturber politely forgiven in general. Then one could say that it was not a bad line. On the contrary, a good, decent, honest line, perhaps a bit too chaotic, but none the less adequate a line, to which people could come without apprehension, and once in line, without having to complain too much about being stuck there, for the main concern in line was civility and generosity. Many had come to the line quite unprepared, not having anticipated the fact that it would be a slow, endless process, so that waiting would be in vain, just as progress would be in vain. Therefore, they had not brought with them the essential in food and clothing to last, or continue to last, in line, so that food, drinks, and clothing would be shared generously among the liners. It was not unusual to see groups of people who had never met before eating from the same picnic basket, or drinking from the same bottle, or handing pieces of clothing or blankets to people who suffered from the cold more than others, especially during the night, after sundown, but particular care was given to the young and the very old, for there were people of all ages in the line, male and female, of course, and of all ways of life, educated and illiterate, rich and poor. This was apparent from the clothes and manners of certain people. Many races and colors were also present in line, but usually these people preferred to stay together in bunches in remote parts of the line. Naturally, there were also people of different religious beliefs. This was evident from the discussions and arguments having to do with questions of morality, for one of the major concerns of all the people present was the morality of the line, and when disagreements occurred on this question, the line would become extremely agitated, though it should be noted that not all discussions had to do with morality or theology. In some places, people would get together to sing songs in unison, while in other places someone would suddenly stand on a box to make a speech or deliver a lecture, and people would gather around to listen to the speaker or argue with him. There were always people ready to argue about anything for the sake of a good argument, while others, who did not care to listen to these impromptu speeches, would shout, "Keep the damn line moving!" But since no one really paid much attention to these dedicated liners, they would simply bypass those gatherings and move on. But usually most people preferred the one-to-one conversation moving with the flow of the line. Two people would casually talk about anything in particular, where one is from, what one does in life, talk about the family, about the wife who didn't want to come to the line, or talk about the children, or reminisce about one's childhood. In other words, the usual banalities of life. Occasionally one could hear an intellectual discussion or a critique of the latest artistic fad, but it should be stated that not everyone in line was willing to engage in conversation. Many preferred to remain silent, facing the back of the person in front, extremely serious in their waiting, quietly performing their role as liners. Of course, since the line moved extremely slowly, and in no apparent direction, many people would drop out, if not permanently, at least temporarily, sometimes simply to rest along the way and watch the others in line go by, or else to take a nap. Many could be seen stretched on the ground, soundly asleep during the day, and naturally at night, too. However, there were some who complained all the time, saying that it was hopeless, that we will never get there, but in general, most people seemed resigned to the slowness and indeterminacy of the line. In fact, some people who had previous experience with other lines said that in spite of its disorganization and purposelessness, this was a rather good, pleasant line. Perhaps the best line they had ever joined, and this because of its casualness and lack of regulations, for indeed, in spite of its disorder, this line was remarkably smooth and easy-going, and as such acceptable to most, though many feared that one day, unexpectedly, out of the blue, so to speak, it would be announced that everyone in line should stand in alphabetical order, and this would immediately cause an incredible mess, a frightful state of disorder, for the commotion that would result from the fact that one would have to change place and move either forward or backward, depending on the spelling of one's name, would create not only chaos, but irritation and anguish, and consequently the line would turn ugly, full of animosity, as people would not hesitate to ask others with whom they had had a friendly relationship for their identification cards, in order to ascertain that they were in the correct place, according to the first letter of their last names, and one would probably hear people shouting to others, "Your name begins with a T, get the hell back!" Or someone would say, in a somewhat embarrassed tone of voice, "My name starts with a B, I have to move ahead of you." And it would not be rare, nor surprising, for some people to accuse others of lying about their names, or of using false names just to be ahead of them. Therefore this line, which had been so good and so flexible, would rapidly degenerate into an angry state of mutual suspicion, simply because of alphabetical ordering, for there would be order now in the line. Oh yes, indeed, order, unhappily. Nominated by Alaska Quarterly Review. Fiction and the Inner Life of Objects, by Charles Baxter, from the Gettysburg Review, for Irving Massey. About a third of the way through Ivan Turgenev's second novel, Home of the Gentry, 1859, the hero, a luckless man named Lavretsky, who has been experiencing a painful marriage, and who will soon fall in love with a woman as unsuited to him as his wife has been, pauses for a moment to observe the flow of natural events outside in an open field. Lavretsky, we are to understand, has not been a particularly gifted observer at any time in his life, at least until now. His slight taint of obtuseness probably accounts for his tendency to love people who cannot love him back. Because this is a Russian novel of the mid-19th century, Lavretsky's gift of sight occurs on an estate. He is between scenes and is feeling bored and lazy. For the first time, it seems, he is paying some attention to things he cannot touch or eat. The narrative has somewhat slyly let us know that he is overweight. Feeling calmly indolent in the middle of his unharvested crops, he begins to listen to gnats and bees. Half lost in all the vegetation, he sees brightly burnished rye, and the oats that have formed, in Richard Freeborn's translation for the Penguin edition, their little trumpet ears. Out of habit, he returns his conscious attention to himself, and thinks immediately of his miserable romantic attachments. But then, as if his perspective has been subtly adjusted, he looks again at the objects in front of him. All at once the sounds die, and Lavretsky is engulfed in silence. He looks up and sees the tranquil blue of the sky, and the clouds floating silently upon it. It seemed as if they knew why and where they were going. Russian literature is rich in moments when wisdom arises out of indolence, but this one seems unusually eerie to me. Lavretsky has lost his industry, or rather his industriousness, and in this pre-industrious state he can see self-contradicting objects that are metaphorically both ears and trumpets, producers and receivers of sound that are playing only in his imagination. In his laziness, Lavretsky gives up his feeling and thinking to the objects that constitute his environment, and in this air-pocket of silence the clouds acquire consciousness and a sort of ontological intelligence. The passing of the clouds feels slightly God-haunted, although no God is visible anywhere in the scene. It seems important to me to resist reading this episode through what we may know about Wordsworth, or English Romantic poetry, or epiphanies, or psychoanalysis and Zen Buddhism. The 20th century has built up a powerful set of intellectual shortcuts and devices that help us defend ourselves against moments when clouds suddenly appear to think. To say that clouds know something is already to sound a little mad. Lavretsky has given away some of his emotional and intellectual autonomy, and suddenly the things surrounding him have their own thoughts and feelings, not necessarily Lavretsky's, and in this reduction of the human scale, Lavretsky's misery disappears. Lavretsky has momentarily recognized an integrity in nature that was invisible as long as he made himself gigantic with pain and problems. Lavretsky's misery will reappear because the plot demands it, but this moment will function as a benchmark, at least for the reader, if not for Lavretsky, against which to measure the size of his feelings. In this century, the fiction with which we have grown familiar has tended to insist on the insentience and thoughtlessness of things, if not their outright malevolence. Generally, things have no presence at all, except as barriers or rewards for human endeavor. When nature is given something like a face to look back at humans, as it often is in Conrad's stories and novels, the expression on that face is typically one of straightforward hostility, or at least what seems to be hostility. The violence of nature, its typhoons and uninterpretable remoteness, is what nature flings back at men who are deeply involved in the project of imperialism. If, as Conrad often insists, imperialism is a kind of rape of nature, then it should be no surprise that man's violence is visited upon him in return, coming the other way as a force field of unknowingness, the sullen, dumb, menacing hostility, for example, that Lena perceives in the forest in Victory. This often leaves Conrad's characters in a highly specified nowhere, where the only option is not to grant objects much visibility of any kind, as in Winnie Verloc's repeated assertion in The Secret Agent that most things did not bear very much looking into. I want to trouble this topic because I think that contemporary fiction has gradually been developing a fascinated relationship with objects that parallels, in some respects, the concerns of the ecological movement. It is as if things are again, after a war of about 80 years, making visible a correspondence to human feelings, but only under certain circumstances. The truce, if there is one, is probably conditional. To say that the realms of objects and humans may be collaborative, however, is to risk an obvious sentimentalism in the face of continued human violence against the earth. And to say that things may be making visible a correspondence to human feelings still sounds slightly mad and wrongfully acquisitive. John Ruskin's concept of the pathetic fallacy is deeply implicated in such responses. Madness, like many conditions, has to be culturally defined, and one can see a part of that definition being formulated in Ruskin's delineation of the pathetic fallacy in 1856. In this essay, Ruskin takes it upon himself to define what he calls an unhinged literary response to nature by analyzing certain metaphors that writers employ. What Ruskin asserted as an aesthetic working principle became an informal aesthetic law in the 20th century. My interest here is not so much to argue against that law as to ask how it came into existence in the first place. Things, Ruskin says, should not be made to reflect the emotions of the observer. In poetry and prose, Human emotions should not be allowed to discolor the integrity of observed phenomena. Although Ruskin would not have put it this way, his objection is to an overspillage of human expression onto the things that surround the individual. Ruskin's claim in this chapter of Modern Painters that the projection of human feelings on things is fallacious, untrue, morbid, and frightful has all the violence of an ideology that is meant to put certain kinds of poets in their place. His examples are interesting. One is 2 lines from a poem by Oliver Wendell Holmes. The spendthrift crocus, bursting through the mold, naked and shivering, with his cup of gold. Curiously enough, Ruskin does not object to naked and shivering, but to spendthrift. The crocus, he says, is not spendthrift, but hardy. It does not give away, apparently, but instead hoards. Ruskin finds the poem's metaphor for the plant's economic life mistaken, and, as he says, untrue. But in eliminating one metaphor for plant life, spendthrift, Ruskin substitutes another metaphor, hardy, without appearing to recognize that the inescapability of metaphors and figurative language is part of the problem that he is trying to correct. Evidently, the crocus is more like a young Victorian gentleman or banker than an undisciplined and sentimental squanderer of a fortune. In another example, from a novel by Charles Kingsley, Ruskin quotes with considerable distaste the phrase cruel crawling foam, and argues that as a phrase it is unhinged. Of course, Ruskin's point is clear enough. He is simply observing that when people say that the storm is raging, for example, there is no real rage in the storm. The rage is human, and is projected upon the storm. Human attributes cross a boundary line and are wrongfully stitched to the non-human. In his pleasantly irascible way, Ruskin is doing his best to define a problem that is considerably larger than he is. He is describing the distortion of perceptions that, he believes, occurs when someone has what he calls violent feelings. Violent feelings, he says, produce a falseness in all our impressions of external things. Feelings, or as he says, souls, can be compared to things, but the separateness of the feelings and the things must be maintained. In his opinion, Dante maintains this distance, but Coleridge does not. The result is what Ruskin calls a morbid effect in Coleridge. The world's integrity can be saved, by implication, through the deployment of a discriminating sensibility. At certain times of day, Ruskin's love of sanity is lovable, as is his hope that the worlds of human consciousness and nature can be made figuratively distinct. Behind his anger is a certain understandable squeamishness, a distaste for any kind of aesthetic confusion. He desires clarity. And there is a sense, also, behind his words, that he is entering a battle that he suspects he is going to lose. Ruskin sees nature being entered, mucked around with, and violated for the purposes of what he thinks is second-rate poetry, cheap effects, and paltry lyricism. Everywhere Ruskin looks, he sees the human presence expanding. Objects are being shamelessly taken over, used, for an easy poetical effect, which is imperialism at the level of aesthetics. Objects are being forced to go to work, are being employed to carry their burden of human feeling. No one is leaving objects alone any more, not in industry or in literature. Ruskin wants to stop this expansionism and confusion of realms, but he has to do so by bracketing violent feelings and the atrocities that give rise to them, and putting them to the side somewhere. In a rather English manner, he seems to want to deny that when people look at things, things look back. He is thus resisting both emotional violence and the being that gazes out from objects. His assumption is that all emotional violence arises out of sensationalism and a carelessness in the notation of feeling. For him, emotional confusion is by its very nature violent. All this, as I have said, is understandable and even lovable, and it has the sound of someone sitting in a comfortable study and saying that there will be no war, there must not be a war, even as the guns of the 20th century start blasting away, and the terms of the war are announced by the John the Baptist of Apocalypse, Friedrich Nietzsche. Ruskin's essay on the pathetic fallacy takes its place in a larger quarrel about the division of literary property in the 19th century. At about the time of the rise of the English novel, a marker or borderline begins to appear in literary consciousness that makes the relationship between the inner life of human beings and the inner life of objects almost exclusively a matter for poetry. It is as if all the speaking about the terms of the relationship between people and the spirit within things will occur in poetry and poetics, or in almost uncategorizable writing such as theosophy. We begin to hear about these matters from Wordsworth and Baudelaire, Rilke and Yeats and Vallejo, Madame Blavatsky and Rudolf Steiner. Steiner's observations that anyone can intuit an individual spirit poking the water upward underneath each wave, or that there are some experiences that make the mind resemble an ant-hill, travel so far beyond the pathetic fallacy that in his writing philosophy demands a religious leap of faith. Virtually all myths, fables, and allegories assert that there is an inner life to things, that things speak to us. But with the advance of science and historical materialism, to say nothing of commercial culture, the life of objects is defined as either poetic or surreal or a baseline assumption of insanity. In the case of Marx, the only life an object has consists of its life as a commodity, tossed back and forth in the tidal ebb and flow of capital. By the late 19th century, it is as if the division of realms has become absolute. Poetry gets the spirit, and fiction gets the material. Modern lyric poetry is assigned to track the fate of the inner life, while fiction is stuck with consciousness and material objects, neither of which speaks to the other. The stages of this process are all outlined by the Spanish philosopher Ortega y Gasset in his wonderful Meditations on Quixote. Don Quixote, he says, is the spirit of epic poetry who hears all things speaking. Sancho Panza is the practical materialist, the spirit of the rise of the novel. Cervantes's novel is the thunderous and comic announcement that Don Quixote is about to be supplanted in human history by Sancho Panza. Poetry, displaced by prose, can keep its heroism and its madness, but prose will be delegated to speak about material life. Poetry gets the spirit and hears it speak, but is called mad. Prose fiction is given a landscape of dead objects, and is rewarded for writing about these things with a popular acclaim, a mass audience. In any case, following this model, one can understand why, when Don Quixote is dying and has regained his lucidity, Sancho Panza wants him to be his old self again, heroic and mad and epical. Sancho is going to be stuck with a paunch and a world of mute things. So much the worse for him, but he has survived, in the way that laboratory science has survived its unruly parent, alchemy, and for some of the same reasons. Marxism survives Hegelianism until something turns up to displace dialectical materialism. Everyone remembers Sancho Panza's tears at the deathbed of Don Quixote. Materialism without ideals, mad or not, weeps. Deprived of a quest, it is consigned to centuries of weeping. Don Quixote and Sancho together are the two parts of a whole that speaks beautifully and memorably and comically. Separated, they die in different ways. An interlude. During a particularly harsh period in my life, I was living in a rented room in Buffalo, New York. At the time, I was trying to convince myself that I loved someone I did not really love. All my emotions seemed willful and tired, like a muscle that has been overtrained. The city of Buffalo seemed to me a visual representation of the futility of all human endeavor. Like many people in my condition, I was broke all the time, but did not care. Money was for others. At least, I thought, I have my cigarettes and books and enough food to live on. From day to day, my personality was probably insufferable. One way or another, my friends suffered it. I had a new idea, it seemed, every 5 minutes. When friends came to Buffalo, I gave them a tour of the cemetery, which was, to be fair, a local attraction. I woke up at night hearing serious accusations against my life, and would read D.H. Lawrence or Hegel until sunrise. I tried to silence these accusations by reading Voices of Massive Explanation, the masters of intellectual volume. The only ideas that seemed worthy to me were those that were desperate or excessive. All my ideas about sex were inflamed. Sexually, I wanted to be a laboratory animal. We are talking now about the psychology of private obsession, rented rooms, student life, high unsupported intellectuality, balconies with a good view that are attached to no building. It is a mode of existence that interested Dostoevsky. In our own time, Don DeLillo has written about it. Somehow I cannot think about this kind of life without seeing cigarettes and smoke and drugs as part of it, as if Faust and the dark powers must always be invoked. I do not know how I knew that thinking at the frontiers required cigarettes. I just knew smoke figured into it. One night, coming back to my rented room at about 3 in the morning, after a particularly excruciating romantic encounter, I turned on the light in my room and saw the chair I usually sat in. This chair had high, padded arms, and was upholstered in what I remember as worn, pale green polyester fabric, very much in the taste of my landlady, Mrs. Zachman. I looked at the chair, and the desk, and the bed, and I began weeping as one weeps under such circumstances. The content of my thought was both alcoholic and sentimental. Nevertheless, my fit had a particular content. It was Sancho Panza trying to cross over into Don Quixote, and it had to do with the belief that things would take care of me. These things, the chair and the desk, would hold me and carry me at those times when humans would not. People in a traumatized state tend to love their furniture. They become ferociously attached to knickknacks. Laura and her love for her glass menagerie in Tennessee Williams' play will have to stand for a whole platoon of the dispossessed for whom objects have come alive. To write about these spiritual conditions, an author might do better to describe the furniture than to describe the consciousness of the person entering the room. The things carry the burden of the feeling. They do not when our emotions are placid, but when our emotions are violent, they must. In an age of violent emotions, objects become as expressive as the people who live among them. Anglo-American fiction, unlike poetry, has been slow to arrive at this recognition. It wants to contain objects and material, but to give all the feelings to the human characters. The resulting effect of articulated will and passion in the void of pure consciousness is one of the great modes of modernist fiction. The rise of delineated consciousness in fiction, powerful and solitary as it grasps for a handle on the world, is so apparent in the 20th century that it needs no further elaboration from me. My intention in the remainder of this essay is to single out certain passages of fiction that I love, where objects, rather than people, are expressive or even sentient. Behind these moments I hear John Ruskin clearing his throat, but I think that Ruskin's clarity of categories operates best in moments of non-violence free of atrocity. For this and other reasons, I think of the pathetic fallacy not so much as a dated concept, but as a critical urban pastoral. For years, each time I read the Time Passes section of To the Lighthouse, it puzzled me. These 24 pages of Virginia Woolf's prose struck me at one time as somehow both fey and bizarre. I understood, I was a graduate student, how Woolf wanted to reincorporate material objects in fiction with what she called a luminous halo, and how her quarrel with the novels of Arnold Bennett had to do with the manner in which objects appeared in fiction. She concluded that Bennett was a crude materialist, and that this produced in his novels an offensive knowingness about worldly things. What she wanted, by contrast, was the spiritualization of the world of objects. All the same, Time Passes looked odd no matter how I read it. The sheer writerly heroism of the section, its courage, eluded me. With the snobbery of middle age, I now believe that an understanding of this rather singular interlude is aided by a reader's experience of, or feeling for, immediate, even personal, decay. Having gotten over being young is an aid in reading it. The main character in the section is the Ramsay house, vacated by the Ramsays, as it gradually loses its integrity and form. The other two actors are darkness and wind. Human beings are, in this section, secondary to objects and spirits. There is a cleaning woman, Mrs. McNabb, and her helper, Mrs. Bast, both of whom appear late in the section to clean things up. But when the members of the Ramsay family are mentioned, their names and their actions appear within brackets. Death, often violent or sudden, is held within these brackets. Mrs. Ramsay's sudden death from an unnamed illness. Prue Ramsay's death in childbirth. Andrew Ramsay's death in the First World War. These calamities are narrated with a shocking offhandedness. The narrative consciousness of To the Lighthouse refuses to dwell on them. They are the stuff of trauma, and in the world of this novel they are, in some fundamental sense, non-narratable. Beyond stating the bare facts, trauma declines to speak of itself. The odd purity of true suffering, in this case, is that it is resolutely undemonstrative. Unless our sensibilities are corrupt, the facts must always be the sufficient shock. Any narrative inflation of pain is an exploitation of it, and a betrayal of its nature. In this novel, the death of the spirit cannot be housed narratively in the flesh, where that death occurs, but must move into the dwelling place of the body, the house itself. What happens in this section tonally has a touch of fable, horror movie, and children's story. In passages such as the following, I hear a voice almost unknown to the modernist novel. Only through the rusty hinges and swollen, sea-moistened woodwork, certain airs, detached from the body of the wind, the house was ramshackle after all, crept round corners and ventured indoors. Almost one might imagine them, as they entered the drawing-room, questioning and wondering, toying with the flap of hanging wallpaper, asking, would it hang much longer? When would it fall? I recognize this voice. It says, "Now listen, children." At some outer limit of pain, innocence is being allowed to enter through a back door, a secret entrance. Abstract qualities are given human form at the same time that humans lose it. Loveliness and stillness clasped hands in the bedroom, and among the shrouded jugs and sheeted chairs, even the prying of the wind, and the soft nose of the clammy sea airs, rubbing, snuffling, iterating, and reiterating their questions, "Will you fade? Will you perish?" scarcely disturbed the peace, the indifference, the air of pure integrity, as if the question they asked scarcely needed that they should answer. We remain. As the members of the family die, the house is invaded by wind and rain and darkness. We are witnessing the soul of a house as it expires. The feeling in these passages is wonderfully and beautifully peculiar. As saucepans rust, the mats decay, and the toads invade the interior, and as the lighthouse watches with equanimity, while the house is undermined, all forms of the pathetic fallacy are put on display. But, if I can put it this way, what is being projected onto the house is not a human feeling, but a god's. Spirits give life, but in this case they also rot. The tone of the sentences mixes wonderment and incantation. It is a tone I am familiar with from children's literature, but the English novel does not, to my knowledge, display it with high seriousness until this moment. This leap to childhood does not feel regressive to me so much as desperate and enterprising. Some ancient source of wonder has to be traced back to its origin if life is to be sustained at all. If humans are to suffer spirit death, things will too. By this means the something that lies behind our objects will be glimpsed. But there was a force working, something not highly conscious, something that leered, something that lurched, something not inspired to go about its work with dignified ritual or solemn chanting. This something has to be tricked out of hiding. Solemn chanting will not do the trick, but at the level of style, fable, lyric, whimsy, lushness just might. The something spied in this passage is not malign, but it does not gaze with equanimity either, as the lighthouse does. It is a dead god being brought back to life in the revival of things in which it can find habitation. As the house is restored, so is the presence that lies behind it. For any number of reasons, I find this section of To the Lighthouse wildly, almost insanely courageous. In a voice invoking magic, it equates housekeeping with religion. It says that taking care of things, both natural and man-made, is the way back to the reconstitution of the spirit, and it gives a sentience to objects as the containers of that spirit. It declares a truce between humans and objects, and it observes that if any group effects the repair, it will probably be women. Women who have never read Descartes, who would not understand Descartes if they did read him. Against the absolute separation of man and thing, the mind-body dichotomy tormenting Mr. Ramsay, we just might place a therapeutic incomprehension. One wanted, Lily Briscoe thinks, to be on a level with ordinary experience. The solemn and lyrical zaniness of Time Passes, its cast of characters of rats, frogs, wind, darkness, and spirit, makes it immune, I think, to skepticism and epistemological badgering. The person who asks, "How do you know that loveliness and stillness clasped hands in the bedroom?" is immediately recognizable as a fool. The question is absurd in a way that the assertion of the clasped hands is not. In To the Lighthouse, the reconciliation of matter and spirit is managed at such a high level of psychic virtuosity that one holds one's breath while reading it. Aesthetically, it almost does not happen, in the same way that James Ramsay is almost not reconciled to his father as they sail out to the lighthouse in the closing pages of the book. James wants to kill his father, knife him for his emotional coldness and his other crimes against the spirit. But the winds fill the sails at the last moment. Mr. Ramsay says, "Well done," and James was so pleased that he was not going to let anyone share a grain of his pleasure. Opportunistic violence is bracketed at last and removed from the scene of narrative. The fragility of these narrative instances can hardly be overstated. I do not find anything much like it, certainly in American writing, for another 2 decades. What happens instead is a narrative interest in the anger of objects, the fierce hostility of things to man and his enterprises. A few examples will have to stand for what I take to be a larger field of activity. Here is Malcolm Lowry's consul in Under the Volcano, sitting in a bathroom, drunk, and gazing at the insects on the wall. The consul sat helplessly in the bathroom, watching the insects which lay at different angles from one another on the wall like ships out on the roadstead. A caterpillar started to wriggle toward him, peering this way and that with interrogatory antennae. A large cricket, with polished fuselage, clung to the curtain, swaying it slightly and cleaning its face like a cat, its eyes on stalks appearing to revolve in its head. Now a scorpion was moving slowly across towards him. Suddenly the consul rose, trembling in every limb. But it wasn't the scorpion he cared about. It was that all at once the thin shadows of isolated nails, the stains of murdered mosquitoes, the very scars and cracks of the wall had begun to swarm, so that wherever he looked another insect was born, wriggling instantly toward his heart. It was as if, and this was what was most appalling, the whole insect world had somehow moved nearer and now was closing, rushing in upon him. The consul expresses insects. Having been expressed, they return to him, to their insect home, his heart. They are grotesque, of course, not only because they are hideous, but also and especially because they hate him. He defines himself, as a character who refuses to love. Therefore he gets the insects. They are like tiny, violence-prone fates. Thomas Pynchon's Byron the Light Bulb, in Gravity's Rainbow, travels from bulb babyhood to a tour of the world's systemic cartels, including the light cartel, Phoebus. In Pynchon's encapsulated light bulb Bildungsroman, Byron, who is immortal, sees the truth of the human systems, but is condemned to go on forever, knowing the truth and powerless to change anything. No longer will he seek to get off the wheel. His anger and frustration will grow without limit, and he will find himself, poor perverse bulb, enjoying it. As in much of Pynchon, this Olympian understanding leads to an immobilized rage. It is now power rather than capital that moves in a tidal ebb and flow, and in a very Foucaultian manner, one's understanding of the system is essentially paralytic. Anger and frustration expand to fill any space available to house them. Another way of saying this is to argue that the speech and the feelings traded between human beings and objects, both animate and inanimate, have something to do with a contract. The contract's language is not always easy to decipher. Nevertheless, it concerns how humans will employ the things that come to hand. In what I can make out of this contract, as it becomes visible in 20th century fiction, the earth is described, in a traditional metaphor, as a home. When greed, violence, and the various other human vices begin to make the home unhomelike, in German unheimlich, the uncanny erupts out of things that were once silent. Objects are forced to speak, to become visible as thoughtful, when the home is endangered. The double meaning of unheimlich as both unhomelike and uncanny is a traditional puzzle. Freud worried over it in his On the Uncanny, and saw it, in part, as the estrangement of the familiar. We might describe the uncanny here as the speaking or thinking of mute, thoughtless things. Certainly it arises, as Ruskin predicted it would, from emotional violence and extremity. The examples I have cited so far all have warfare. The First World War, the Spanish Civil War, and the Second World War, deeply painted in the background. In some cases, again in fiction, where warfare or imperialism are not explicitly implied, the hidden subject may be described as soul theft. This tradition is very strong in Russian literature, and finds its great artist in Nikolai Gogol, whose work tracks and shadows the soul as it is bought and sold, and in whose work objects seem to be living a giddy life of their own. Leo Tolstoy, too. In the first section of The Death of Ivan Ilyich, Pavel Ivanovitch suffers the pranksterish, rebellious springs of the chair he sits on, while Praskovia Fedorovna, the grieving widow, gets her shawl stuck on the side of a table. These are not accidents. The objects want it that way. Loveless, petty functionaries, in Tolstoy's account, come face to face with the perversity of inanimate objects, beginning with their sickening bodies and going on from there. The trading and buying of souls enlivens the uncanny in Andrei Biely, Mikhail Bulgakov, and Vladimir Nabokov as well. In Nabokov's Bend Sinister, located in a police state, where the dictator Paduk is doing his best to acquire the soul of the philosopher Adam Krug, Krug's friends, the little things, haplessly sing tunes to him he can only half see and half hear. The stove crackled gently, and a square clock with 2 cornflowers painted on its white wooden face, and no glass, rapped out the seconds in pica type. The window attempted a smile. A faint infusion of sunshine spread over the distant hill, and brought out, with a kind of pointless distinction, the little farm and 3 pine trees on the opposite slope, which seemed to move forward and then to retreat again as the wan sun swooned. If this is the pathetic fallacy, whose pathos is it? The internal narrators? Krug's? Nabokov's? These floating perceptions have a detachment that is so complete that they have a feeling of weightlessness, an immunity to gravity. In this sense they have the God-feeling of time passes, a forthright and almost vehement innocence. The song the angels sing that cannot, for all of its beauty, relieve the torments of human life. Perhaps such innocence must be brought out by dualities, by an opposition of brutality or violence. I began this essay by arguing that objects can speak back to us and let us know their thoughts, in fiction, suffused with a tone of balance and equilibrium, but I am suspicious of that claim because its best examples are not found in fiction but in poetry. It may be that the native tension of narrative fiction is more conducive to an edgy relation to things, a set of mutually accusing voices. Still, and here I wander guilelessly into a major problem of philosophy, it is recognizable that a tree or a sidewalk cafe, viewed by a person in love, are not the same objects when viewed by a person with congestive heart failure. Conventionally, we say that the tree is viewed differently by those two people, but it takes a third person to say so. In the kind of fiction I have been discussing here, it is not a matter of the tree being viewed differently. The tree itself is different. The word setting, especially as it is used in fiction-writing textbooks and workshops, has a drab, dutiful quality, a feeling of something always already there. Worse, it may be assumed that setting is objective, that it helps or shapes a story. In the way that I am describing them, however, the objects and things surrounding fictional characters have the same status as the characters themselves, and an equal portion of energy. Setting, then, is not just a place where action occurs, any more than the earth is a prized location where our lives happen to happen. Setting, in its psychic extensiveness, projects a mode of feeling that corresponds to or contrasts with the action. The way that setting is usually taught in fiction-writing classes results in the fictional equivalent of a curtain that rises on a stage set with one desk, one potted plant, and a stairway reaching toward empty air. What surrounds the characters can be, and often should be, as expressive as the action, but no law or formal entitlement dictates that it should always express the feelings of the characters. Too often, however, it does. Let us call this the fallacy of the objective correlative. In the fallacy of the objective correlative, the setting can only express the feelings of the characters. A sad man sees sad trees. A murderer gazes upon a murderous lake. This kind of one-to-one equivalency makes John Ruskin's ideas about the pathetic fallacy seem sensible all over again. If objects reflect only the characters who look upon them, they have nothing to tell us. In such cases, they function as mirrors serving to enlarge, once again, the human realm. But if there is a feeling characteristic of our time, it is that the human realm needs no further enlargement. It is already bloated, in many senses at once. If a mountain exists only to express human feeling, it is no longer itself, dangerous, unknowably beautiful, and absolutely non-human. Malcolm Lowry's consul does see versions of himself wherever he looks, but Lowry himself is careful to include other points of view in the novel, to readjust the perspective, and to let other versions of nature speak. Lowry does not let his character dictate the terms of the novel's telling. The consul's presence makes Under the Volcano possible, but the novel also requires his absence from time to time. I think it also requires his death, or at least his sacrifice. He is a character who must die, or at least be thrown away, so that the novel about and around him can live. Is there such a condition as an expressive background of speaking objects that are heard by a reader, but not by the characters themselves? Virginia Woolf points us in this direction, as does Nabokov. But in contemporary American fiction, few examples suggest themselves. We are too often in the presence of characters and narrators who dictate the terms under which things or the world itself may speak. More often, things are not allowed to speak at all. They are every bit as inarticulate as the characters who acquire and despise them. Examples of the mute object, broken on the thematic wheel, are so common that they do not command much attention, but objects that speak over the heads of characters, directly to readers, are so uncommon in fiction that the prevalence of this form of knowing and saying in the work of William Maxwell deserves some notice. Modesty and a variety of innocence that is never naive replace the usual forms of worldliness and willfulness in this fiction, which is often stuck in the Midwest, and stuck, too, at a particular time, the 1920s and 30s. Its rather astonishing love for its characters, astonishing only for its size and generosity, may be a function of its nostalgia, but in this case nostalgia acts as a perpetual questioning of what constituted the place that a person could once call home. It is probably consistent with this questioning that most of Maxwell's characters are fated to fall in love with the wrong thing or the wrong person. They experience love just long enough to know what love is. Then the object of that love, being wrong, is removed. In this respect his work bears a single, odd resemblance to that of Toni Morrison. In Maxwell's Time Will Darken It, Nora Potter, the young woman who will fall in love with a married man, Austin King, is located at the center of what would be, in other respects, a conventional narrative. If the town where it occurs, Draperville, Illinois, were not so articulate. But in this novel, because everything is loved, everything speaks. The mindless, kindless voice of nature, as the narrator calls it, speaks through the heat, the locusts, the rain, and the bric-a-brac. Spoken only to the reader, it bypasses the characters. One example from many will have to suffice. The house was so still that it gave her the feeling that she was being watched, that the sofas and chairs were keeping an eye on her to see that she didn't touch anything that she shouldn't, that she put back the alabaster model of the Taj Mahal and the little bearded grinning man, made out of ivory, with a pack on his back, a folded fan, and his toes turned inward, exactly the way she found them. The locusts warned her, but from too far away. The clocks all seemed preoccupied with their various and contradictory versions of the correct time. This passage begins with Nora's feelings, but it has more feelings than Nora does, and by the time the paragraph is over, Nora is insufficient to explain them. She has been diminished just enough so that the locusts can speak without being heard by her. The passage notices that the little bearded man made out of ivory has toes turned inward, but it is unclear whether Nora notices that. Here she is one thing in a field of things, and she is about to violate those things without being quite aware that she is doing so. If we have caught the feeling of the scene, we probably know that Nora is going to suffer eventually, that things, in this case in the form of fire, will have their revenge for her interference. In his tender, anti-heroic fiction, Maxwell lovingly puts his characters in their places. Like Turgenev's Lavretsky, and like Chekhov's characters, they slowly learn what it means to have a sense of scale. In the only way that matters, they are humbled by being placed in proximity to objects that, in Turgenev's words, seem to know where they were going. In two other contemporary stories, objects acquire humaneness when humans themselves cannot possess it. In Cynthia Ozick's The Shawl, a story about a concentration camp, the shawl takes on the burden of nurturing Magda, a malnourished infant, and becomes a breast and a womb and a house. The electric fencing around the death camp, as if disturbed by the role it plays, hums with grainy, sad voices. In Tim O'Brien's The Things They Carried, about Vietnam, the soldiers transfer all their feelings to the objects they hump, as the narrative has it, feeling, dispossessed by humans, moves quickly into the nearest receptacle willing to house it. A final interlude, or a postlude. My stepfather liked, on winter weekends, to repair broken furniture, and he often gave me the responsibility for holding his tools while he did the work. Because he was a man of small patience and terrible temper, but with a high vision of himself, he would turn screws or hammer nails with a bland expression on his face that revealed almost nothing. Only his skin revealed his feelings. It grew redder and redder as his fury against inanimate objects increased. Holding his tools, I thought, he is a steam engine, and he is going to explode any minute now. He never cursed and hardly spoke while doing these tasks. He took himself as an upper-class, lapsed Protestant very seriously. But when he exhaled through his nose in regular 3-second intervals, exhalations of the purest rage, utterly machine-like. So much so that I cannot now hear the distant sound of a stamping plant or a production line without thinking of my stepfather. Holding his tools, I felt sorry for the screws and the nails. They screamed and squeaked as they fell under my stepfather's interest. Outside my window is an apple tree. It is August as I write these sentences. For the last few days a squirrel has been foraging in the tree, and sometimes it descends low enough on one of the branches in front of my study window to take a good look at me. It can stare at me for 2 minutes without moving. Then it goes back to its business, as I do to mine. We do not spray the tree, and the apples growing there are mostly green or wormy. During the time that I have been writing this essay, the apples have been falling to the ground in the backyard. Every now and then, writing a sentence, I have heard the sound of an apple hitting the earth. Before the sound of that impact, there is a breath, a swish, as the fruit drops through the branches and leaves. It is not a sigh, but sounds like one. This sound has nothing to do with my current moods, but I listen for it, and I have been counting the number of apples that have fallen during the last 10 pages of this essay. There have been 18. Nominated by Robin Hemley, Robert Phillips. Inventing the Filipino, by Fatima Lim-Wilson, from the Kenyan Review. Let's celebrate the yo-yo makers. Before you named it Walking the Dog and Cat's Cradle, our folks climbed trees, those agile monkeys, knocking down the day's meal with the world's first yo-yo, created from twine, a skull-sized stone, and the spittle of gods. What about that jeep that bounced on the moon? We thought of that, too. From the war's heap you left behind. When you first landed there in '69, bouncing like the kids you are, tossing lunar balls, our Miss Philippines pinned on demurely Miss Universe's crown. She now rides horses up and down, her makeup artist strategically throwing buckets of water between her breasts. We have more Elvises than we can count, and, of course, our very own Marie Antoinette, who has only you to thank for the shape of her ankles. We're a graceful lot, you know, great dancers in G-strings, especially under dim, red lights. We'd like to join you some day, very much, and so we sway to our sad, sweet songs, longing to be the 51st appendix. Till then, we'll fly your flag half-mast, over all the hot air, from that blasted god, thrashing his chains underground. Nominated by Ha-Jin, the Kenyan Review. Journal of the Thousand Choices, by Susan Wheeler, from Oblique. 1. Dinner. So that's what you've got in your back pocket. Come over here. And when she moves to her left, the Missouri courthouse behind her looms into view until you are distracted by her collar, alive as it seems. 2. Job. The acacia at the bayou bloomed 1,000 times, 1,000 times. A small librarian, born to better things, sang I See the Moon, and the Moon Sees Me. The townspeople, caught off guard, watched the lobe suspiciously. The tower tolled a dozen chimes. It tolled for thee. 3. Relations. She wanted burgers, but before they had even hit the grill, a police car pulled up in front of the restaurant, and 2 cops bolted in with firearms out. 4. City and state of origin. Land in malachite, eyeball the sediment, stratify the limonite. What breather breaks the chert, the flint? What arrow bursts obsidian? I have $1, bub. The pyrite rains round here like gold. 5. Canned goods. Lassia found her skating and skating around the Tyrolean pond in circles. Herr Settembrini had but just left her, and Lassia became shy at her new ruddiness. The words alarmed at the larynx, the steam of the blade on the ice, the rise of the fruit at her chest, the falling of water, the roar. Here, unwrap the cigar and cut it like so. 6. School. Chateaubriand this, Chateaubriand that. Like Pekingese sniffing at table, Mr. Lewis and his electric organ spun the stuff of 1,000 halls. Nominated by Oblique. The Way It Felt to Be Falling, by Kim Edwards, from the Threepenny Review. The summer I turned 19, I used to lie in the backyard and watch the planes fly overhead, leaving their clean plumes of jet stream in a pattern against the sky. It was July, yet the grass had a brown fringe, and leaves were already falling, borne on the wind like discarded paper wings. The only thing that flourished that summer was the recession. Businesses, lured by lower tax rates, moved south in a steady progression. My father had already left, but in a more subtle and insidious way. After his construction company failed, he had withdrawn into some silent world. Now, when I went with my mother to the hospital, we found him sitting quietly in a chair by the window. His hands were limp against the armrests, and his hair was long, a rough gray fringe across his ears. He was never glad to see us, or sorry. He just looked calmly around the room, at my mother's strained smile and my eyes, which skittered nervously away, and he did not give a single word of greeting, or acknowledgment, or farewell. My mother had a job as a secretary and decorated cakes on the side. In the pressing heat, she juggled bowls between the refrigerator and the counter, struggling to keep the frosting at the right consistency, so she could make the delicate roses, chrysanthemums, and daisies that bloomed against the fields of sugary white. The worst ones were the wedding cakes, intricate and bulky. That summer, brides and their mothers called us on a regular basis, their voices laced with panic. My mother spoke to them as she worked, trailing the extension cord along the tiled floor, her voice soothing and efficient. Usually my mother is a calm person, level-headed in the face of stress, but one day the bottom layer of a finished cake collapsed, and she wept, her face cradled in her hands as she sat at the kitchen table. I hadn't seen her cry since the day my father left, and I watched her from the kitchen door, a basket of laundry in my arms, uneasiness rising around me like slow, numbing light. But it was all right. She was all right. After a few minutes, she dried her eyes and salvaged the cake, removing the broken layer and dispensing with the plastic fountain which spouted champagne, and which was supposed to rest in a precarious arrangement between 2 cake layers held apart by plastic pillars. There! She stepped back to survey her work. The cake was smaller, but still beautiful, delicate and precise. "It looks better without that tacky fountain anyway," she said. "Now let's get it out of here before something else goes wrong." I helped her box it up and carry it to the car, where it rested on the floor, surrounded by bags of ice. My mother backed out of the driveway slowly, then paused and called to me. "Katie," she said, Try to get the dishes done before you go to work, okay? And please, don't spend all night with those dubious friends of yours. I'm too tired to worry." "I won't," I said, waving. "I'm working late anyway." By dubious friends, my mother meant Stephen, who was, in fact, my only friend that summer. He had spirals of long red hair and a habit of shoplifting expensive gadgets, tools, jewelry, photographic equipment. My mother thought he was an unhealthy influence, which was generous. The rest of the town just thought he was crazy. He was the older brother of my best friend, Emmylou, who had fled, with her boyfriend and 350 tie-dyed T-shirts, to follow the Grateful Dead on tour. "Come with us," she had urged, but I was working evenings in a grocery store, saving my money for school, and it didn't seem like a good time to leave my mother. So I stayed in town, and Emmylou sent me postcards I memorized. A clean line of desert, a sky aching blue over the ocean, an airy waterfall in the intermountain west. I was fiercely jealous, caught in that small town, while the planes traced their daily paths to places I was losing hope of ever seeing. I lay in the backyard and watched them. The large jets moved in slow, silver glints across the sky. The smaller planes droned lower. Sometimes on the clearest days I caught a glimpse of skydivers. They started out as small black specks, plummeting, then blossomed against the horizon in a streak of silken color. I stood up to watch as they grew steadily larger, then passed the tree line and disappeared. After my mother left, I went inside, where the air was cool and shadowy and heavy with the scent of sugar flowers. I piled the broken cake on a plate and did the dishes quickly, feeling the silence gather. That summer I couldn't stay alone in the house. I'd find myself standing in front of mirrors with my heart pounding, searching my eyes for a glimmer of madness, or touching the high arc of my cheekbone as if I didn't know my own face. I thought I knew about madness, the way it felt, the slow, suspended turning as you gave yourself up to it. The doctor said my father was suffering from a stress-related condition brought on by the failure of his company. They said he would get better, but I had watched him in his slow retreat, distanced by his own expanding silence. On the day he stopped speaking altogether, I had brought him a glass of water, stepping through the afternoon light that flickered on the wooden floors he had built himself. "Hey, Dad," I had said softly. His eyes were closed. His face and hands were deeply tanned from the construction work, but where his shirt opened in a V, his skin was soft and white and pale. When he opened his eyes, they were clear blue, as blank and smooth as the glass in my hand. "Dad," I said, "are you okay?" He did not speak, then or later, not even when the ambulance came and took him away. He did not sigh or protest. He had slid away from us with apparent ease. I had watched him go. And this was what I knew. Madness was a graceless descent, the sudden abyss beneath an ordinary step. "Take care," I said each time we left my father, stepping from his cool, quiet room into the bright heat outside. And I listened to my own words. I took care, too. That summer I was afraid of falling. Stephen wasn't comfortable at my house, and he lived at the edge of town, so we met every day at Mickey's Grill, where it was cool and dark and filled with the chattering life of other people. I always stopped in on my way to or from work, but Stephen sometimes spent whole days there, playing games of pool and making bets with the other people who form the fringe of the town. Some of them called themselves artists and lived together in an abandoned farmhouse. They were young, most of them, but already disenfranchised, known to be odd or mildly crazy, or even faintly dangerous. Stephen, who fell into the last two categories, because he had smashed out an ex-lover's window one night and tried twice to kill himself, kept a certain distance from the others. Still, he was always at Mickey's, leaning over the pool table, a dark silhouette against the back window, with only his hair illuminated in a fringe of red. Before Emmylou left, I had not liked Stephen. He was 8 years older than we were, but he still lived in a fixed-over apartment on the second floor of his parents' house. He slept all morning and spent his nights pacing his small rooms, listening to Beethoven or playing chess with a computer he'd bought. I had seen the dark scars that bisected both his wrists, and they frightened me. He collected a welfare check every month, took Valium every few hours, and lived in a state of precarious calm. Sometimes he was mean, teasing Emmylou to the edge of tears, but he could be charming, too, with an ease and grace the boys my own age didn't have. When he was feeling good, he made things special, leaning over to whisper something, his fingers a lingering touch on my arm, on my knee. I knew it had to do with the danger, too, the reason he was so attractive at those times. "Kate understands me," he said once. Emmylou, the only person who was not afraid of him, laughed out loud and asked why I'd have any better insight into his warped mind than the rest of the world. "Can't you tell?" he said. I wouldn't look at him, so he put his fingers lightly on my arm. He was completely calm, but he must have felt me trembling. It was a week after my father had been taken to the hospital, and it seemed that Stephen knew some truth about me, something invisible that only he could sense. "What do you mean?" I demanded, but he just laughed and left the porch, telling me to figure it out for myself. "What did he mean?" I asked. "What did he mean by that?" "He's in a crazy mode," Emmylou said. She was methodically polishing her fingernails, and she tossed her long bright hair over her shoulder. "The best thing to do is pretend he doesn't exist." But Emmylou left, and then there was only Stephen, charming, terrifying Stephen, who started to call me every day. He asked me to come over, to go for a ride, to fly kites with him behind a deserted barn he'd found. Finally I gave in, telling myself I was doing him a favor by keeping him company. But it was more than that, of course. One night, past midnight, when we were sitting in the quiet darkness of his second-story porch, he told me about cutting his wrists. The even pulse of warm running water, the sting of the razor dulled with Valium and whiskey. "Am I shocking you?" he had asked after a while. "No, Emmylou told me about it." I paused, unsure how much to reveal. "She thinks you only did it to get attention." He laughed. "Well, it worked," he said, "didn't it?" I traced my finger around the worn pattern in the upholstery. "Maybe," I said, "but now everyone thinks you're crazy." He shrugged and stretched, pushing his large, thick hands up toward the ceiling. "So what?" he said. "If people think you're crazy, they leave you alone, that's all." I thought of all the times I had stood in front of the mirror, of the times I woke at night, my heart a frantic movement, no escape. "Don't you ever worry that it's true?" Stephen reached over to the table and held up his blue plastic bottle of Valium. It was a strong prescription. I knew because I had tried it. I liked the way the blue pills slid down my throat, dissolving anxiety. I liked the way the edges of things grew undefined, so I was able to rise from my own body, calmly and with perfect grace. Stephen shook a pill into his hand. His skin was pale and damp, his expression intent. "No," he said, "I don't worry, ever." Still, on the day the cake collapsed, I could tell he was worried. When I got to the pool room, he was squinting down one cue at a time, discarding each one as he discovered warps and flaws. "Hey, Kate," he said, choosing one at last. "Care for a game?" We ordered beer and plugged our quarters into the machine, waiting for the weighty, rolling thunk of balls. Stephen ran his hand through his long red beard. He had green eyes and a long, finely shaped nose. I thought he was extremely handsome. "How goes the tournament?" I asked. He'd been in the playoffs for days, and each time I came in the stakes were higher. Stephen broke and dropped 2 low balls. He stepped back and surveyed the table. "You'll love this," he said. "Loser goes skydiving." "You're kidding," I said, remembering the plummeting shapes, the silky streaks against the sky. "You know, I've always wanted to do that." "Well," Stephen said. "Keep the loser company, then." He missed his next shot, and we stopped talking. I was good, steady, with some competitions behind me. The bar was filling up around us, and soon a row of quarters lined the wooden rim of the pool table. After a while, Teddy Johnson, one of the artists in the farmhouse, came in and leaned against the wall. Stephen tensed, and his next shot went wild. "Too bad," Ted said, stepping forward. "Looks like you're on a losing streak, my friend." "You could go fuck yourself," Stephen said. He was tense, but his voice was even, as though he'd just offered Ted a beer. "Thanks," Ted said. "But actually, I'd just as soon ask Kate a question while she's here. I'd like to know what you think about honor, Kate. Specifically this. Do you think an honorable person must always keep a promise?" I shot again. The cue ball hovered on the edge of a pocket, then steadied itself. There was a tension, a subtext that I couldn't read. I sent my last ball in and took aim at the 8. It went in smoothly, and I stepped back. There was a moment of silence, and we listened to it roll away into the hidden depths of the table. "What's your point, Teddy?" I asked, without turning to look at him. "Stephen is going skydiving tomorrow," Ted said. "Or so he promised." "Stephen? You lost?" I felt betrayed, and wondered why he hadn't told me about it when I first came in. "It was a technicality," Stephen said, frowning. "Ridiculous, in fact. I'm the better player." He took a long swallow of beer. "What bullshit," Ted answered. "You're graceless in defeat, you know?" Stephen was quiet for a long time. Then he put his hand to his mouth, very casually, but I knew he was slipping one of his tiny blue Valiums. He tugged his hands through his thick hair and smiled. "It's no big deal, skydiving. I called today and made the arrangements." "All the same," Ted answered, "I can't wait to see it." Stephen shook his head. "No," he said. "I'll go alone." Ted was surprised. "Forget it, champ. You've got to have a witness." "Then Kate will go," Stephen said. "She'll witness. She'll even jump, unless she's afraid." I didn't know what to say. He already knew I wasn't working the next day, and it was something to think about, too, after a summer of sky-gazing, to finally be inside a plane. "I've never even flown before," I told them. "That's no problem," Ted answered. "That part is a piece of cake." I finished off the beer and picked up my purse from where it was lying on a bar stool. "Where are you going?" Stephen asked. "Believe it or not, some of us work for a living," I said. He smiled at me, a wide, charming grin, and walked across the room. He took both my hands in his. "Don't be mad, Kate," he said. "I really want you to jump with me." "Well," I said, getting flustered. He didn't work, but his hands were calloused from playing so much pool. He had a classic face, a face you might see on a pale statue in a museum, with hair growing out of his scalp like flames, and eyes that seemed to look out on some other, more compelling world. Recklessness settled over me like a spell, and suddenly I couldn't imagine saying no. "Good," he said, releasing my hands, winking quickly before he turned back to the bar. "That's great. I'll pick you up tomorrow, then, at 8. When I got home that night, my mother was in the kitchen. Sometimes the house was dark and quiet, with only her even breathing, her murmured response when I said I was home. But usually she was awake, working, the radio tuned to an easy listening station, a book discarded on the sofa. She said that the concentration, the exactness required to form the fragile arcs of frosting, helped her relax. "You're late," she said. She was stuffing frosting into one of the cloth pastry bags. "Were you at Stephen's?" I shook my head. "I stayed late at work. Someone went home sick." I started licking one of the spoons. My mother never ate the frosting. She saw too much of it, she said, and hated even the thick, sweet smell of it. "What is it that you do over there?" she asked, perplexed. "At work?" My mother looked up. "You know what I mean," she said. I pushed off my tennis shoes. "I don't know. We hang out, talk about books and music and art and stuff." "But he doesn't work, Kate. You come home and you have to get up in a few hours. Stephen, on the other hand, can sleep all day." "I know. I don't want to talk about it." My mother sighed. "He's not stable. Neither are his friends. I don't like you being involved with them." "I'm not unstable," I said. I spoke too loudly to counter the fear that seemed to plummet through my flesh whenever I had that thought. "I am not crazy." "No," said my mother. She had a tray full of sugary roses in front of her, in a bright spectrum of color. I watched her fingers, thin and strong and graceful, as she shaped the swirls of frosting into vibrant, perfect roses. "Whatever happened to simple white?" she asked, pausing to stretch her fingers. This bride's colors were green and lavender, and my mother had dyed the frosting to match swatches from the dresses. Her own wedding pictures were in black and white, but I knew it had been simple, small and elegant, the bridesmaids wearing the palest shade of peach. "I saw your father today," she said, while I was rummaging in the refrigerator. "How is he?" I asked. "The same. Better, maybe. I don't know." She slid the tray of finished roses into the freezer. "Maybe a little better today. The doctors seem quite hopeful." "That's good," I said. "I thought we could go see him tomorrow." "Not tomorrow," I said. "Stephen and I have plans already." "Katie, he'd like to see you." "Oh, really?" I said sarcastically. "Did he tell you that?" My mother looked up from the sink where she was doing dishes. Her hands were wet, a pale shade of purple that shimmered in the harsh overhead light. I couldn't meet her eyes. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'll go see him next week, okay?" I started down the hall to my room. "Kate?" she called to me. I paused and turned around. "Sometimes," she said, "you have no common sense at all." Secretly I hoped for rain, but the next day was clear and blue. Stephen was even early for a change, the top of his convertible down when he glided up in front of the house. We drove through the clean white scent of clover and the first shimmers of heat. Along the way we stopped to gather dandelions, soft as moss, and waxy black-eyed Susans. Ted had given me his camera, with instructions to document the event, and I spent half the film on the countryside, on Stephen wearing flowers in his beard. The hangar was a small concrete building sitting flatly amid acres of corn. The first thing we saw when we entered was a pile of stretchers stacked neatly against the wall. It was hardly reassuring, and neither was the hand-lettered sign that warned cash only. Stephen and I wandered in the dim open room, looking at the pictures of skydivers in various formations, until two other women showed up, followed by a tall, gruff man who collected $40 from each of us and sent us out to the field. The man, who had gray hair and a compact body, turned out to be Howard, our instructor. He lined us up beneath the hot sun and made us practice. For the first jump we would all be on static line, but we had to practice as if we were going to pull our own ripcords. It was a matter of timing, Howard said, and he taught us a chant to measure our actions. Arch 1,000, look 1,000, reach 1,000, pull 1,000, arch 1,000, check 1,000. We practiced endlessly until sweat lifted from our skin, and Howard, in his white clothes, seemed to shimmer. It was important, he said, that we start counting the minute we jumped, otherwise we'd lose track of time. Some people panicked and pulled their reserve chute even as the first one opened, tangling them both and falling to their deaths. Others were motionless in their fear and fell like stones, their reserves untouched. So we chanted, moving our arms and heads in rhythm, arching our backs until they ached. Finally, Howard decided we were ready and took us into the hangar to learn emergency maneuvers. We practiced these from a rigging suspended from the ceiling. With luck, Howard said, everything should work automatically, but in case anything went wrong, we had to know how to get rid of the first parachute and open our reserves. We took turns in the rigging, yanking the release straps and falling a few feet before the canvas harness caught us. When I tried it, the straps cut painfully into my thighs. "In the air," Howard said, "it won't feel this bad. I got down, my palms sweaty and shaky, and Stephen climbed into the harness. "Streamer!" Howard shouted, describing a parachute that opened but didn't inflate. Stephen's motions were fluid. He flipped open the metal buckles, slipped his thumbs through the protruding rings, and fell the few feet through the air. Howard nodded vigorously. "Yes," he said. "Perfect. You do exactly the same for a Mae West. A parachute with a cord that's caught, bisecting it through the middle." The other two women had jumped before, but their training had expired, and it took them a few tries to relearn the movements. After we had each gone through the procedure 3 times without hesitation, Howard let us break for lunch. Stephen and I bought Cokes and sat in the shade of the building, looking at the row of planes shining in the sun. "Have you noticed," he asked, "Howard doesn't sweat?" I laughed. It was true. Howard's white clothes were as crisp now as when we had started. "You know what else, Kate?" Stephen went on, breaking a sandwich and giving half to me. "I've never flown either." "You're kidding," I said. He was gazing out over the fields. "No, I'm not." His hands were clasped calmly around his knees. "Do you think we'll make it?" "Yes," I said. But even then I couldn't imagine myself taking that step into open space. "Of course," I added, "we don't have to do this." "You don't," said Stephen, throwing his head back to drain his soda. He brushed crumbs out of his beard. "For me, it's my personal integrity at stake, remember?" "But you don't have to worry," I said. "You're so good at this. You did all the procedures perfectly, and you weren't even nervous." "Hell," Stephen said. He shook his head. "What's to be nervous? The free fall is my natural state of mind." He tapped the shirt pocket where his Valium was hidden. "Want one?" he asked. "For the flight?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "Thanks." He shrugged. "Up to you." He pulled the bottle out of his pocket and flipped it open. There was only 1 pill left. "Damn," he said. He took the cotton out and shook it again, then threw the empty bottle angrily into the field. We finished eating in silence. I had made up my mind not to go through with it, but when Howard called us back to practice landing maneuvers, I stood up, brushing off the straw that clung to my legs. There seemed to be nothing else to do. I was going to jump first, so I was crouched closest to the opening in the side of the plane. There was no door, just a wide, gaping hole. All I could see was brittle grass, blurring, then growing fluid as we sped across the field and rose into the sky. The force of the ascent pushed me against the hot metal wall of the plane, and I gripped a ring in the floor to keep my balance. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths, and tried not to envision myself suspended on a piece of metal in the midst of all that air. The jump master tugged at my arm. The plane had leveled, and he motioned to the doorway. I crept forward and got into position. My legs hung out the opening, and the wind pulled at my feet. The jump master was tugging at my parachute and attaching the static line to the floor of the plane. I turned to watch, but the helmet blocked my view. I felt Stephen's light touch on my arm. Then the plane turned, straightened itself. The jump master's hand pressed into my back. "Go," he said. I couldn't move. The ground was tiny, an aerial map, rich in detail, and the wind tugged at my feet. What were the commands? "Arch," I whispered. "Arch, arch, arch." That was all I could remember. I stood up, gripping the side of the opening, my feet balanced on the metal bar beneath the doorway, resisting the steady rush of wind. The jump master shouted again. I felt the pressure of his fingers, and then I was gone. I left the plane behind me and fell into the air. I didn't shout. The commands flew from my mind, as distant as the faint drone of the receding plane. I knew I must be falling, but the earth stayed the same abstract distance away. I was suspended, caught in a slow turn as the air rushed around me. 3 seconds yet? I couldn't tell. My parachute didn't open, but the earth came no closer, and I kept my eyes wide open, too terrified to scream. I felt the tug. It seemed too light after the heavy falls in the hangar, but when I looked up, the parachute was unfolding above me, its army green mellowing beneath the sun. Far off I heard the plane as it banked again. Then it faded, and the silence grew full around me. I leaned back in the straps, into air. 4 lakes curled around the horizon, jagged, deep blue fingers. All summer I had felt myself slipping in the quick rush of the world, but here, in clear and steady descent, nothing seemed to move. It was knowledge to marvel at, and I tugged at the steering toggles, turning slowly in a circle. Cornfields unfolded, marked off by trees and fences, and still the silence. The only audible sound was the whisper of my parachute. I pulled the toggle again and saw someone on the ground, a tiny figure, trying to tell me something. All I could do was laugh, drifting, my voice clear and sharp in all that air. Gradually the horizon settled into a tree line 1/4 of a mile away, and I was falling, I realized, falling fast. I tensed, then remembered and forced myself to relax, to fix my gaze on that row of trees. My left foot hit the ground and turned, and then, it seemed a long time later, my right foot touched. Inch by inch I rolled onto the ground. The corn tunneled my vision, and the parachute dragged me slightly, then deflated. I lay there, smiling, gazing at the blue patch of sky. After a long time I heard my name in the distance. "Kate?" It was Stephen. "Kate? Are you okay?" "I'm over here." I sat up and took off my helmet. "Where?" he said. "Don't be an idiot. I can't see anything in all this corn." We found each other by calling and moving awkwardly through the coarse, rustling leaves. Stephen hugged me when he saw me. "Wasn't it wonderful?" I said. "Wasn't it amazing?" "Yeah," he said, helping me untangle the parachute and wad it up. "It was unbelievable." "How did you get down before me?" I asked. "Some of us landed on target," he said, as we walked back to the hangar. I laughed, giddy with the solidity of earth beneath my feet. Stephen waited in the car while I went for my things. I hesitated in the cool, dim hangar, letting my eyes adjust. When I could see, I slipped off the jumpsuit and black boots, brushed off my clothes. Howard came out of the office. "How'd I do?" I asked. "Not bad. You kind of flapped around out there, but not bad, for a first time. You earned this anyway," he said, handing me a certificate with my name and his, and the ink still drying. "Which is more than your friend did," he added. He shook his head at my look of surprise. "I can't figure it out either. Best in the class, and he didn't even make it to the door." I didn't say anything to Stephen when we got into the car. I didn't know what to say, and by then, anyway, my ankle was swelling, turning an odd, tarnished shade of green. We went to the hospital. They took me into a consulting room, and I waited a long time for the X-ray results, which showed no breaks, and for the doctor, who lectured me on my foolishness as he bandaged my sprained ankle. When I came out, precarious on new crutches, Stephen was joking around with one of the nurses. It wasn't until halfway home, when he was talking non-stop about this being the greatest high he'd ever had, that I finally spoke. "Look," I said, "I know you didn't jump. Howard told me." Stephen got quiet and tapped his fingers against the steering wheel. "I wanted to," he said. His nervous fingers worried me, and I didn't answer. "I don't know what happened, Kate. I stood right in that doorway, and the only thing I could imagine was my chute in a streamer." His hands gripped the wheel tightly. "Crazy, huh?" he said. "I saw you falling, Kate. You disappeared so fast." "Falling?" I repeated. It was the word he kept using, and it was the wrong one. I remembered the pull of the steering toggle, the slow turn in the air. I shook my head. "That's the funny thing," I told him. "There was no sense of descent. It was more like floating. You know, I was scared, too, fiercely scared." I touched the place above the bandage where my ankle was swelling. "But I made it," I added softly, still full of wonder. We drove through the rolling fields that smelled of dust and ripening leaves. After a minute, Stephen spoke. "Just don't tell anyone, okay, Kate? Right? It's important." "I'm not going to lie," I said, even though I could imagine his friends, who would be unmerciful when they found out. I closed my eyes. The adrenaline had worn off, my ankle ached, and all I wanted to do was sleep. I knew the road, so when I felt the car swing left, I looked up. Stephen had turned off on a country lane, and he was stepping hard on the gas, sending bands of dust behind us. "Stephen," I said, "what the hell are you doing?" He looked at me, and that's when I got scared. A different fear than in the plane, because now I had no choice about what was going to happen. Stephen's eyes, green, were wild and glittering. "Look," I said, less certainly. "Stephen, let's just go home, okay?" He held the wheel with one hand and yanked the camera out of my lap. We swerved around on the road as he pulled out the film. He unrolled it, a narrow brown banner in the wind, and threw it into a field. Then he pressed the accelerator again. "Isn't it a shame, Kate," he said, "that you ruined all the film?" The land blurred. Then he slammed the brakes and pulled to the side of the deserted road. Dusk was settling into the cornfields like fine brown mist. The air was cooling on my skin, but the leather of the seat was warm and damp beneath my palms. Stephen's breathing was loud against the rising sound of crickets. He looked at me, eyes glittering, and smiled his crazy smile. He reached over and rested his hand on my shoulder, close to my neck. "I could do anything I wanted to you," he said. His thumb traced a line on my throat. His touch was almost gentle, but I could feel the tension in his flesh. I thought of running, then remembered the crutches, and nearly laughed out loud from nerves and panic at the comic strip image I had, me hobbling across the uneven fields, Stephen in hot pursuit. "What's so funny?" Stephen asked. His hand slid down and seized my shoulder, hard enough to fix bruises there, delicate, shaped like a fan. "Nothing," I said, biting my lip. "I just want to go home." "I could take you home," he said, "if you didn't tell." "Just drive," I said. "I won't tell." He stared at me. "You promise?" "Yes," I said. "I promise." He was quiet for a long time. Bit by bit his fingers relaxed against my skin. His breathing slowed, and some of his wild energy seemed to diffuse into the steadily descending night. Watching him, I thought of my father, all his stubborn silence, all the uneasiness and pain. It made me angry suddenly, a sharp illumination that ended a summer's panic. The sound of crickets grew, and the trees stood black against the last dark shade of blue. Finally he started the car. When we reached my mother's house, he turned and touched me lightly on the arm. His fingers rested gently where the bruises were already surfacing, and he traced his finger around them. His voice was soft and calm. "Look," he said. There was a gentle tone in his voice, and I knew it was as close to an apology as he would ever come. "I have a bad temper, Kate. You shouldn't provoke me, you know." And then, more quietly, even apprehensively, he asked if I'd come over that night. I pulled my crutches out of the back seat, feeling oddly sad. I was too angry to ever forgive him, and I was his only friend. "You can go to hell," I said, "and if you ever bother me again, I'll tell the entire town that you didn't jump out of that plane." He leaned across the seat and gazed at me for a second. I didn't know what he would do, but it was my mother's driveway, and I knew I was safe. "Kate," he said then, breaking into the charming smile I knew so well, "you think I'm crazy, don't you?" "No," I said, "not crazy. I think you're just afraid." I was quiet with the door, but my mother sat up right away from where she was dozing on the couch. Her long hair, which reached the middle of her back, was streaked with gray and silver. I had a story ready to tell her about falling down a hill, but in the end it seemed easier to offer her the truth. I left out the part about Stephen. She followed me as I hobbled into the kitchen to get a glass of water. I didn't expect her to be so angry. She stood by the counter, drumming her fingers against the formica. "I don't believe this," she said. "All I've got to contend with, and you go and throw yourself out of a plane." She gestured at the crutches. "How do you expect to work this week? How in the world do you expect to pay for this?" "Oh, Lord," I said, shaking my head. Stephen was home by now. I didn't think he would bother me, but I couldn't be sure. "Working is the least of my problems," I said. "Compared to other things, the money aspect is a piece of cake." And at that my eyes, and hers, fell on the counter, where the remains of yesterday's fiasco were still piled high, the thick dark chocolate edged with creamy frosting. My mother gazed at it for a minute. She picked up a hunk and held it out to me. "Piece of cake?" she repeated, deadpan. My mouth quivered. I started laughing, then she did. We were both hysterical with laughter, clutching our sides in pain. And then my mother was shaking me. She was still laughing, unable to speak, but there were tears running down her face, too, and when she hugged me to her, I got quiet. "Kate," she said. "My God, Katie, you could have been killed." I held her and patted awkwardly at her back. "I'm sorry," I said. "Mom, it's okay. Next week I'll be as good as new." She stepped back, one hand on my shoulder, and brushed at her damp eyes with the other hand. "I don't know what's with me," she said. She sat down in one of the chairs and leaned her forehead against her hand. "It's too much, I guess, all of this, and with your father. I don't know what to do about it all." "You're doing fine," I said, thinking about all her hours spent on wedding cakes, building confections as fragile and unsubstantial as the dreams that demanded them. My father sat, still and silent, in his white room, and I was very angry with him. I wanted to tell my mother this, to explain how the anger had seared away the panic, to share the calmness that even now was growing up within me. Eventually, I knew I would forgive my father. Whatever had plunged him into silence, and Stephen into violence, wouldn't find me. I had a bandaged ankle, but the rest of me was whole and strong. My mother pulled her long hair away from her face, then let it fall. "I'm going to take a bath," she said. "You're okay, then?" "Yes," I said. "I'm fine." I went to my room. The white curtains lifted, luminous in the darkness, and I heard the distant sound of running water from the bathroom. I took off all my clothes, very slowly, and let them lie where they fell on the floor. The stars outside were bright, the sky clear. I knew that even now Stephen was home, making fun of the jump master, and telling his friends how it felt to step into air. I knew I wouldn't see him again, and I was glad. I leaned against the window-sill. The curtains unfolded, brushing against my skin in a swell of night air, and what I remembered, standing there in the dark, was the way it felt to be falling. Nominated by the Threepenny Review. Between the Pool and the Gardenias, by Edwidge Danticat, from The Caribbean Writer. She was very pretty, bright shiny hair and dark brown skin like mahogany cocoa. Her lips were thick and purple, like those African dolls you see in Port-au-Prince tourist store windows, but can never afford to buy. I thought she was a gift from heaven when I saw her on the dusty curb, wrapped in a small pink blanket, a few inches from an open sewer. She was like baby Moses in the Bible stories they read to us at the Baptist literary class, or baby Jesus, who was born in a barn and died on a cross. With nobody's lips to kiss, he went. She was like that, her still round face, her eyes closed as though she was dreaming of another place. Her hands were bony, and there were veins so close to the surface that you could rupture her skin if you touched her too hard. She probably belonged to someone, but the street had no one in it. I was afraid to touch her, lest I might disturb the early morning sun rays streaming across her forehead. Maybe she was some kind of wanga, an illusion fixed to trap me. My enemies were many and crafty. The girls who slept with my husband while I was still grieving my miscarriages. They might have sent that vision of loveliness to blind me, so that I never find my way back to a place that I totally plucked from my life when I got on that broken-down minibus and left my village 2 weeks ago. She was wearing an embroidered little green dress with the letters R-O-S-E on the butterfly collar. She looked the way I'd imagine all my little girls would look, the ones my body could never hold, the ones that somehow got suffocated inside me and made my husband wonder if I was killing them on purpose. I called out all the names I wanted to give them: Helene, Nicolette, Maline, La Florette, Nadine, Jacqueline, Corinne. I could give her all the clothes I'd sewn for them, all these little dresses that went unused. I could rock her in silence in the middle of the night, rest her on my belly, and wish she were inside. I saw on Madame's television that a lot of poor city gals threw out their babies because they couldn't afford to feed them. Back in the upper parts of Haiti, the beautiful mountains of Jacmel, where I come from, you can't even throw out the bloody clumps that shoot out of your body after your child is born. It's a crime, and your whole family would consider you a criminal if you did it. You have to give every piece of flesh a name and bury it under your favorite tree so the world don't fall apart around you. In the city, I hear they throw out whole children. On doorsteps, in garbage bags, gas stations, sidewalks. In the 2 weeks I'd been in Port-au-Prince, I had never seen such a child, until now. But Rose, my, she was so clean, like a tiny angel, sleeping after the wind had blown a lullaby into her little ears. I picked her up and pressed her cheek against mine. I felt her coldness. "Little Rose," I whispered, as though her name were a secret. She was like the edible little puppets we played with as children, mangoes we drew faces on and then called by our nicknames. She didn't stir or cry. She was like something that was thrown aside after she became useless to someone. When I pressed her face against my heart, she smelled like the scented powders in Madame's cabinet. I always said my mother's prayers at dawn, welcoming the years which were slowly bringing us closer. For no matter how much distance death tried to put between us, my mother always comes to visit me, sometimes in somebody else's voice, sometimes in somebody else's face, other times in my dreams. One night I saw 3 women leaning over my bed. "That's Thérèse," my mother said. "She is the last of us left." Mamma had to introduce me to them because they had all died before I was born. There was old hunchbacked Aunt Razia, who died giving birth to my father, Aunt Grace, who was shot by her lover, an old woman named Tonia. Then there was baby Céline, who was aborted with the silver tip of grandpapa's cane. Je vous salue, Marie. I pray thee, Mary, Mother of God, forgive us poor sinners. Amen. I always knew they would come back and claim me to do some good. Maybe it was with this child. I carried Rose with me to the outdoor market in Croix-Bossal. I swayed her in my arms like my own sleeping dove. Ah, what a sweet baby! In the city, even people who come from your own village don't know you, or care about you. They didn't notice that I had come the day before with no child. Suddenly I had one, and nobody asked a thing. In the maid's room at the house in Pétionville, I laid Rose on my cot and rushed to prepare their lunch. Monsieur and Madame, Duvalierist Haitians, sat on their terrace and welcomed the coming afternoon by sipping my soursop juice. They liked the fact that I trekked to the market every day before dawn to get them a taste of the real Haiti, away from their gilded bourgeois life. "She's probably a mambo," they said when my back was turned. "It's that voodoo nonsense that's holding us Haitians back." I sat Rose on the kitchen table as I dried the dishes. I had a sudden desire to explain my life. "Tu vois, bébé? You see, baby, I loved that man at one point. He was very nice to me. I was a virgin when I married him. He made me feel proper. Next thing I know, it's 10 years with him. I'm old like hell at 27, and he's got 10 babies with 10 different women. I just had to run. I pretended that it was all mine. The terrace with that view of their private beach, and the holiday ships cruising in the distance. The large television system, and all those meringue and zouk records with conch shell sounds on them. The bright paintings with white-winged horses that might be outright convenient in Haiti. The pool that the sweaty Dominican man cleaned 3 times a week. I pretended that it all belonged to us, him, Rose, and me. He and I made love on the grass once, but he never spoke to me again. Rose listened with her eyes closed, even though I was telling her things that were much too strong for her ears. I tied her with the apron around my waist as I fried some plantains for the evening meal. It's so easy to love somebody, I tell you, when there's nothing else around. Her head fell back just like any other infant. I held out my hand and let her black curls tickle the lifelines in my palm. I'm glad you're not one of those babies that cry all day long. All little children should be like you. I'm glad you don't need changing and all that trouble, either. You're just like a perfect child, pas vrai? I put her back in my room when they came home for their late dinner. As soon as they went to sleep, I took her out by the pool and told her the stories. You don't just join a family without knowing what you're getting into. Chérie, you got to know some of the history. You got to know that we pray to a Zili who loves men like men love her, because she's all mulatto, and Haitian men seem to love her kind. You've got to look into your looking-glass on All Saints' Day, because you might see faces there that knew you, even before you ever came into this world. I fell asleep rocking her in a chair that wasn't mine. I knew she was real when I woke up the next day, and she was still in my arms. She looked the same as she did when I found her. She continued to look like that for 3 days. After that, I had to bathe her constantly to keep down the smell. I had an uncle who bought pig's guts in Jacmel to sell at flea markets in Croix-Bossal. She began to smell like that. Then she began to smell like the stuff that comes out of the guts before they're spiced and cooked. I bathed her more often, but the mistress's perfume wasn't helping. I was tempted to take her back to the street where I'd found her, but I felt like I'd disturbed her rest, and had taken on her soul as my own personal responsibility. I left her in a shack behind the guest house, where the pool man kept his tools. 3 times a day I visited her with my hand over my nose. I watched her skin grow moist and sunken in some places, then ashy and dry on others. It seemed like she had aged in 4 days, as many years as there was between me and my dead grandmother. I knew I had to act with her, because she was beginning to attract flies, and I was keeping her spirit from moving on. I gave her one last bath, and slipped on a little yellow dress that I'd sewn while praying that one of my little girls would come along further than 3 months. I took Rose down to the yard behind the house. I dug a hole in the garden. I wrapped her in the little blanket I'd found her in, covering all but her face. She smelled so bad that I couldn't even bring myself to kiss her without choking on my breath. I felt a grip on my shoulder as I lowered her into the ground. At first I thought it was Monsieur and Madame, but they were away on one of their trips to Miami, or someplace like that. Rose fell from my hands as he forced my body around. "What are you doing?" asked the Dominican. His face was a deep brown, but his hands were paled and wrinkled by the pool's chlorine. He looked down at the baby lying in the dust. She was already sprinkled with some of the soil that I had dug up. "You see, I saw these faces in my dreams." I could have started my explanation in a million ways. "I go already. I call the post on you, the gendarme, the police. They coming," he said. "I smell that rotten flesh. I know you killed the child and put it in the garage." I thought I heard a little soca in the sway of his voice. "But you made love to me," I pleaded. "You cannibal! It's a child!" He only kept his hands on me because he was afraid I would escape. I looked down at Rose and imagined her teething. crawling, fussing, and just carrying on. Over her little corpse we stood, a country maid and a Spaniard groundsman. I should have asked him his name before I offered him my body. We made a pretty picture standing there, Rose, me, and him, between the pool and gardenias, waiting on the law. Nominated by the Caribbean writer. Eating the Angel, Conceiving the Sun, Toward a Notion of Poetic Thought, by Sherod Santos, from American Poetry Review. In the last lectures Heidegger gave before retiring from the university in 1952, the first he'd been permitted to give since the end of the Second World War, he embarked on a series of meditations on the endlessly riddling subject of thinking. During the course of those lectures he would form the opinion that science doesn't think, that pure thinking lies closer, in fact, to the ground of poetry, and that the only thing worth thinking about is what is truly unthinkable. One can't say for sure to what degree, or with what inflection, he might have intended that secondary sense which unthinkable carries in English, that sense of the dark, the repressed, the forbidden. But for the moment, anyway, we'll allow that meaning to play alongside the more ordinary one of what is simply unimaginable. After all, Heidegger was barred from teaching for having been drafted into the Nazis' People's Militia. And if indeed it's true that thinking lies closer to poetry than science, by an abyss of essence, as the lectures conclude, then perhaps there's something to be learned about thinking, of which we presumably know little, by asking some questions about poetry, of which we presumably know a lot. Perhaps, as well, there's something to be learned about poetry's art, by inquiring into the famously extrasensory manner by which it's known to think. But where to begin? Since some form of thinking inevitably precedes the physical act of writing out a line of poetry, however automatic or spontaneous it seems, then our questions should probably begin with that period before the words are scratched to life. That is, what do we know beforehand when we sit down to write a poem? At what level is it consciously determined what our poem will think about? And when, in advance, we do already have a subject in mind, what does it mean, as so often happens, when the poem decides to pursue some wholly different inclination? Those questions all point to an ongoing problem poets face, the problem of choosing a subject. Do we choose it, or does it choose us? The weight of historical evidence would seem to suggest the latter, as true for Hopkins as it was for Riverdee, or so their testimony would have us believe, though this is a lesson our institutions still tend to overlook. In fact, the bulk of recent commentary on poetry, with its narrowly defined theoretical codes, appears to proceed from an opposite assumption, and supports the impression that poetry, like criticism, is bounded by forethought and caution. But poems will often prove least responsive when we've decided in advance what we want them to say. And is it truly misleading when poets claim, as they often do, that we're most engaged, most called into being, in Heidegger's phrase, in those very moments when we're only discovering as we write what we're actually writing about? And even then, even in those most halcyon times, aren't we actually discovering a meaning it's safe to say we weren't in possession of moments before? The answer to those questions would seem to locate meaning elsewhere, somewhere beyond the poet's reach, an idea fraught with murky implications for the already mysterious process of writing. And yet, in deference to that possibility, and in apparent contradiction to that age-old advice handed out like gospel in our writing schools, write about what you know the best, this essay will attempt to propose a somewhat rash alternative. Write about what you know the least, about that which you find the most unthinkable. As Heidegger explained it in a metaphor derived from Rilke, it's only then that we're caught in the draught of thinking, that we are, somewhat like migratory birds, caught in the pull of what draws us. In other words, I would like to propose that we shift our emphasis from the thought about to the thinking itself, or, to pose it in the form of a paradox, that we shift our emphasis to a kind of thinking which thinks about what cannot be thought. If there's any value to this proposition, and any at all practical advantage to be had from our considering it, then the issue hinges on what, for the poet, declares itself as truly thought-provoking. And here Heidegger devises a rather plain, if elusive, distinction. Some things are food for thought in themselves, intrinsically, so to speak, innately. And some things make an appeal to us to give them thought, to turn toward them in thought, to think them. We might probe more deeply into these puzzling maxims by calling to mind, however briefly, two of the more celebrated examples of thinking poems this century has produced: Rainer Maria Rilke's Duino Elegies and Wallace Stevens' Notes Toward a Supreme Fiction. With the ferociously chastened sweep of the hand, part Shakespearean, part young Werther, Rilke's epic of yearning begins. Who, if I cried, would hear me among the angelic orders? And even if one of them suddenly pressed me against his heart, I should fade in the strength of his stronger existence. Translated by J.B. Leishman and Stephen Spender. And so, in those much-quoted opening lines, we're told, that arrived unbidden as the poet paced the windy bastions of Schloss Duino in the winter of 1911, Rilke introduces a figure of thought, an angel, a figure he quickly comes to see he will never be able to think. For beauty's nothing but the beginning of terror we're still just able to bear, and why we adore it so is because it serenely disdains to destroy us. Each single angel is terrible, and so I keep down my heart and swallow the call note of depth-dark sobbing. Rilke's fearsome creatures serve, I think, as an example of that which Heidegger claimed was innately food for thought, for their aerial presence becomes, in time, the obverse of and the nourishment for our deepest spiritual hungers. In the grand Platonic sense, his angels represent an outreaching form of education. From educere, out, plus ducere, to lead. Rather than turning us inward, that neo-romantic notion of the solitary solipsistic life, angels lead us out of ourselves. What in them gives us to think is precisely what is lacking in us. What in them gives us to think is therefore wholly unthinkable. Angels surpass us in action, Rilke remarks in a letter to Karl von der Heydt, precisely as much as God surpasses them. Briefe aus den Jahren, 1907 to 1914. And then, in a letter to his Polish translator, the angel of the elegies is the creature in whom that transformation of the visible into the invisible we are performing already appears complete. The angel of the elegies is the being who vouches for the recognition of a higher degree of reality in the invisible. Therefore, terrible to us, because we, its lovers and transformers, still depend on the visible. Briefe aus Museo. If angels bear the measure of our own inadequacy, they also affirm the quiet dignity of all our noblest aspirations. Because of that, their distance from us functions as both a promise and a reproach, and it's through that nagging paradox that they provided Rilke food for thought, and in surprisingly literal ways. If we ever hope to attain them, and in Rilke it's their exemplary nature that's both terrible and attractive, we must take them into ourselves. We must feed off their examples. We must, so to speak, eat angel. In other words, if we can't enter them through our thoughts, then perhaps they can enter us, in an oddly conceived transubstantiation, through the vehicle of our bodies. This world, regarded no longer from the human point of view, but as it is within the angel, is perhaps my real task. Briefe aus den Jahren, 1914 to 1921. This isn't exactly anthropophagy, cannibalism, consuming the other animal, but it is a kind of theophagy, a consuming of God or the divine, a commonplace, if still curious aspect of most religious experience, i.e., the Eucharist in Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And like all truly religious spirits, Rilke sees his charge as decidedly unequivocal, as if uttered from a celestial voice. You must change your life. Archaic torso of Apollo, which meant no less than setting his thoughts on a higher degree of reality, which meant no less than standing in the draft of a thinking toward something that simply can't be thought. One sign of how agonizing this labor would be is the fact that, following those first clairvoyant lines, it would take another decade before he would ever finish the elegies, and even then they would come to him fitfully, almost against his flagging will, in two brief but electrifying blocks of time, periods of monstrous obedience, as he later described them, in 1912 and 1922. Rilke once said of Tolstoy that he made a dragon out of life so as to be the hero who fought it. By the same light, it might be said that Rilke made an angel out of human imperfection so as to be, like Jacob, the mortal destined to wrestle with it. If those deadly birds of the soul provided Rilke food for thought, then it might be argued that, for Wallace Stevens, reality belonged to that second category Heidegger describes, of things that appeal to us to give them thought. And what in reality appeals to Stevens is the very fact that it's outside thought, that, in his words, it's inconceivable. Not to be realized because not to, be seen, not to be loved or hated because not to be realized. It must be abstract, Canto 6. That explains the nature of reality's remoteness, its inaccessibility to us and our language. And yet, as the very first canto reminds us, there it stands, the inconceivable idea of the sun, washed in the remotest cleanliness of a heaven that has expelled us and our images, appealing, as it were, to give it thought, to turn toward it in thought, to think it, though it, paradoxically, is that which finally must bear no name, but be, in the difficulty of what it is to be. Unlike Rilke's angels, Stevens' reality never becomes a food for thought, for the simple reason that nothing in it is consumable, in the way, for example, that an angel's death consciousness is. Nothing in it is exemplary. It exists beyond the moral order, and only through the distortions of our own sadly projected egos do we turn it to such purposes. In Stevens' cosmology, we're faced with the knowledge that the womb of God is amoral and wholly indifferent to our presence in the world. On the other hand, reality remains something toward which our thoughts are drawn in spite of the crippling fact that, poisonous, are the ravishments of truth. Those very thoughts we think it with, fatal to the truth itself. Canto 2. In fact, applying Heidegger's terminology, we might say that Stevens' poem isn't about reality at all, for language falls short of capturing reality by the very degree that it's brought to bear. It's about reality's withdrawal, about our own strangely implacable desire to have what is not, to think what is finally unthinkable. Here's Heidegger again. What must be thought about turns away from man. It withdraws from him. But how can we have the least knowledge of something that withdraws from the beginning? How can we even give it a name? A name like Phoebus, Stevens reminds us, a name for something that never could be named. Whatever withdraws refuses arrival. But withdrawing is not nothing. Withdrawal is an event. In fact, what withdraws may even concern and claim man more essentially than anything present that strikes and touches him. As Stevens comments in his letters, The poem is a struggle with the inaccessibility of the abstract, though abstract here means not opposed to concrete, but separate from, withdrawing. So let's just ask all over again. When we sit down to write, what do we intend to do, and how do we intend to do it? More importantly, how does one go about putting oneself in the pull of thinking? The question of our somehow choosing our subjects Heidegger puts to rest. What is thought-provoking, what gives us to think, is then not anything that we determine, not anything that only we are instituting, only we are proposing. Or, as he states it more crisply in his gnomic poem essay, The Thinker as Poet, we never come to thoughts, they come to us. And yet who among us, at one time or another, hasn't had the impression of choosing the thing we'd like our poem to say? At the same time, who among us hasn't had the impression, on just such occasions, of the poem starting to veer away, with a mind of its own, toward its own set of strict concerns? In the year that Germany invaded Poland, W. H. Auden concluded his poem, September 1st, 1939, with the premonitory line, "We must love one another or die." 15 years later, he revised that line to read, "We must love one another and die." In the tragic arc between those versions, one can chart the brutal disillusionment of our century, and one can begin to understand how poetry works to undermine our conscious intentions. For within that single syllable, or, lay the basis for the liberal humanist hopes Auden harbored in those days. But within that subversive alternative, and, lay a darker intuition, a thought beyond the reach of thought, the unthinkable prospect that world events issued from the chaos of the human heart. Applying Heidegger's maxim, it may be said that Auden came to the first version of the poem, the second version came to Auden. Of the original, he would later remark that it was the most dishonest poem I have ever written. And here is where I'd like to suggest, in yet another departure from common sense, that therein lies the crux of the matter, the one, perhaps sure distinction, quantitative issues of verse aside, one can draw between poetry and prose, its stubborn, inborn, implausible resolve to tell the truth, however incongruous, however insufferable the telling may be. Poetry, like dreaming, seems intent on saying those very things we're most determined to hide, even from ourselves. Or, to put it more directly, the poem revises the poet, not the other way around. Two offhand but not unrelated comments may shed some light on this admittedly odd idea. The first one comes from a letter Elizabeth Bishop wrote to Robert Lowell about some difficulties she'd encountered with a piece of prose. That desire to get things straight and tell the truth, it's impossible not to tell the truth in poetry, I think, but in prose it keeps eluding me in the funniest way. The second one comes from an interview with Richard Wilbur. I know a lot of people, poets, who are not consciously religious, but find themselves forever compromised by their habit of asserting the relevance of all things to each other, and poetry being a kind of truth-telling, it's pretty hard to lie in poetry. I think that these people must be making, whether they like it or not, what are ultimately religious assertions. It's almost impossible to lie in poetry, both poets tell us parenthetically, as though it's the most obvious thing in the world. What exactly are we to make of this? To get at some kind of an answer, I'd like to pursue a rather roundabout analogy. In Freud's writings on hysteria, we learn that there are moments in childhood which inscribe themselves so indelibly on us that we're doomed to repeat, in ways that may be a mystery to us, their inherent patterns and forms. The French philosopher Jean-François Lyotard has even suggested that what we call style in writing is just such a case of hysterical repetition, an irrepressible urge to assert a pattern repeatedly. This simplifies matters far too much, but while setting aside the question of illness, the mind's complexities are not, by nature, a disorder, however inscrutable they appear to be, I'd like to suggest that a poet's relation to the poem is, in many ways, oddly correspondent to the hysteric's relation to memory. Mnemosyne, remember, is the mother of the muses. At least it's correspondent to the degree that the process of writing, over and against one's intentions in writing, makes telling a lie impossible, just as the willed deviation from a hysterical pattern is instantly erased or overridden once the will relents. We must love one another or die becomes we must love one another and die. The conscious will stands corrected in time by the unconscious impulse to tell the truth. The correspondence deepens when we realize the poem's unspoken charge is to awaken memory to motion again, to recollect the remembranced body into the present tense, as a childhood trauma is gathered by the body into the hysteric's living here and now. As Heidegger continues, in the name of poetry, memory thinks back to something thought, but when it is the name of the mother of the muses, memory does not mean just any thought of anything that can be thought. Memory is the gathering of thought upon what everywhere demands to be thought about first of all. That is why poesy, poetry in the Greek sense of poiesis, is the water that at times flows backward toward the source, toward thinking as a thinking back, a recollection. This is the same distinction Freud draws between reminiscence, which he calls storytelling, and memory, which he calls remembering back to the origin of the story. It may be that Rilke considered a similar point of origin when, in the first elegy, he referred to the suspiration, the uninterrupted news that grows out of silence. And Stevens may have thought along parallel lines when, in Man and Bottle, he likened the violence of poetry, nature, and the human mind. The poem lashes more fiercely than the wind, as the mind, to find what will suffice, destroys romantic tenements of rose and ice. But, one asks, where does it come from, all this uninterrupted news? Toward what does the direction backwards lead? What lies behind that revisionist fury of poem and mind? And who are those we gather together in our moments of recollection? Pursued far enough, one answer to all those questions is, of course, the dead. As we know, for Stevens, death is the mother of beauty. For Rilke, it appears to be the mother of love as well. Only from the side of death, he writes, only from the side of death, I believe, is it possible to do justice to love. To philosophize is learning how to die, says Montaigne, and Alain Cizou. You need something that dies to give birth to writing. Writers have a foreign origin. They don't know what it is, but someone is calling them backwards. Rilke remains, first and foremost, a poet of the dead, and time after time in the elegies we see the access they provide him to his wildly foreign origin. We see the almost physical power they have to call him back. The root of that power, and the death that in his case, we might conjecture, gave birth to writing, derive from the fertile, loamy soil of his finally unthinkable childhood, a world that must have been to him no less daunting an object of thought than those deadly birds of the soul. The following, from J.F. Hendry's The Sacred Threshold, provides a frightening glimpse into that secreted world. René's hair was still long, as was a custom of the period, and he played with dolls. Even during the rare birthday parties, when he was allowed to entertain other children, or else play at cooking by himself, his pursuits were inclined to be feminine. Indeed, until he was 5, in accordance with his mother's grim pretense that he was not himself, but a reincarnation of the daughter lost in infancy, René had to wear girl's clothes and behave like a girl. He would stand outside the door and knock. When his mother called out, "Who is it?" he would squeak, "Sophie." And when he entered, wearing a little house frock with rolled-up sleeves, he was Maman's little Sophie, whose hair had to be plaited, so she should not be confused with the naughty boy. Later she would ask him what had happened to Sophie, and venture the opinion that Sophie must be dead. This Rilke would strenuously deny. If he could, René said, he would have been a girl, for her sake. He enjoyed dressing up and standing before the mirror, until the day he became terrified because the girlish image was more real than he. Here was a child who carried within him the living presence of his dead sister, or perhaps more accurately, here was a child who carried within him his own secret, suppressed identity, while the living presence of his dead sister took over the features of his external life. In either case, the gulf between appearance and reality, essence and identity, surface and interior, proved enormous, and, as one can imagine, unthinkable in Rilke. In light of that, one can see the elegies as an almost wholly involuntary effort to think that forbidden thought. Who shows a child as he really is? Who sets him in his constellation and puts the measuring rod of distance in his hand? Who makes his death out of gray bread, which hardens, or leaves it there inside his round mouth, jagged as the core of a sweet apple? Murderers are easy to understand, but this, that one can contain death, the whole of death, even before life has begun, can hold it to one's heart gently, and not refuse to go on living, is, and note the word he chooses here, inexpressible. Elegy 4. Once more I'll ask the question with which this essay began. What do we know beforehand when we sit down to write a poem? It may be that what we know, what's essential to know, is that very thing we cannot know, the inexpressible in Rilke, the unthinkable in Heidegger, the inconceivable in Stevens. For who hasn't been struck, while struggling to recall some fragment of the past, by the sudden impression of sifting through ash, and then by the slowly dawning realization that who we are is composed of what, perhaps only what, we can never reclaim from that rubble? It may be that that's the thing which poets know, the presence of that marked, presiding lost, the thought beyond the reach of thought, the thought toward which our thoughts all turn when we're in the draft of thinking. Perhaps in the face of just such quandaries, Paul Valéry, at the end of Poetry and Abstract Thought, felt so suddenly awed by the frightful complexities of the poet's task. Try to imagine what the least of our acts implies. Think of everything that must go on inside a man who utters the smallest intelligible sentence, and then calculate all that is needed for a poem by Keats or Baudelaire to be formed on an empty page in front of the poet. Think, too, that of all the arts, ours is perhaps that which coordinates the greatest number of independent parts or factors: sound, sense, the real and the imaginary, logic, syntax, and the double invention of content and form. And all this by means of a medium essentially practical, perpetually changing, soiled, a maid of all work, everyday language, from which we must draw a pure ideal voice, capable of communicating without weakness, without apparent effort, without offense to the ear, and without breaking the ephemeral sphere of the poetic universe, an idea of some self miraculously superior to myself. Translated by Denise Folliot. An idea of some self miraculously superior to myself? Isn't that the thought which Rilke himself was struggling to form when he paced the bastions of Schloss Duino in the winter of 1911? And what Stevens imagined in that strong exhilaration of what we feel from what we think, of thought, beating in the heart, as if blood newly came, an elixir, an excitation, a pure power. It must be abstract, Canto 3. And so once again we come in proximity of angels, I suppose in some way it might be said that angels have been the implicit subject of all that we've considered here, for what is Heidegger's unthinkable thought, which recedes as we approach it, but an angel? And what is that huge, untouchable loss, which Rilke felt so much more powerfully than his physical life, but an angel? And what is memory, childhood, death? And what, after all, is the unconscious itself, but spaces filled with those winged invisible spirits who are born within us as in dreams? And what, in Valérie, is that figure of the poet, while making a poem, an idea of some self miraculously superior to myself, but another form of angel? We move among shadows, we move among shades, but from whom or what those presences come remains a lifelong mystery to us, and not to solve that mystery, but to continually think us back to it, remains an enduring necessity of poetry. It seems appropriate, then, that we conclude this essay with Wallace Stevens, with the one poet who, in our ruthlessly skeptical postmodern age, has taken it upon himself to reinstate the critical role that angels play in the hearts and imaginations of us all. For his work proposes not some final deconstruction of the angelic orders, but a new conception of those grandly human longings which angels signify within our lives, not a domestication of potentia for poets and angels alike, but a restoration of the pathos that derives from their joined reciprocal powers, not the overthrow of some wearied heavenly space, but the breaking ground for a new habitation as unthinkable and, for poetry's sake, as restorative as any idea of God. Summoned by absence, reasoned by negation, on an evening we're told the angels have fled, Stephen's mnemonic seraphim return to us, even as they appear to be taken away. Our sheer blind appetites for existence itself, for the unsayable centre that awakens a towering voice within us. Air is air. Its vacancy glitters round us everywhere. Its sounds are not angelic syllables, but are unfashioned spirits realized, more sharply, in more furious selves. And light, that fosters seraphim, and is to them coiffure of halos, fecund jewellers. Was the sun concoct for angels or for men? Sad men made angels of the sun, and of the moon they made their own attendant ghosts, which led them back to angels after death. Evening, when the measure skips a beat, and then another, one by one, and all to a seething minor swiftly modulate. Bare night is best, bare earth is best, bare, bare, except for our own houses, huddled low, beneath the arches and their spangled air, beneath the rhapsodies of fire and fire, where the voice that is in us makes a true response, where the voice that is great within us rises up as we stand gazing at the rounded moon. Nominated by David Baker, Christopher Buckley, Edward Hirsch. Nash, fiction by Jon Barnes, from the Georgia Review. We called him Uncle Nash, though he wasn't blood. My mother told me once, or else I overheard it from the women as they talked among themselves, how a favorite aunt had married a man from Mississippi and brought him back to her home place in the Kiamishi Mountains. She died soon after, as people often did in such stories, but Nash stayed on, tending his crops on the banks of the Mountain Fork River. By the time I came on the scene he was ancient, almost blind, dying in pieces. Not fit for much more than watching over a sickly boy, as he often did when my mother went to work at the Idabel 5 and Dime. I think about him more and more these days, especially in the mornings, but I haven't told the angel, as I promised her I would. She's back to reading self-help books, and says talking about how I grew up might help save our marriage, or at least get us back to sleeping together. God knows what she would make out of Nash, or of me. The angel is so hungry to understand. Last night over dinner she told me I had a father thing, that everything would be okay if I would just see the child inside. She looked up at me, nervous and expectant, like I was some vault door ready to clang open, but I just said something nasty about her Unitarian friends and got up to leave. I sweated out the petulance in a yup bar down on the river, dancing nasty with a skinny woman with scared eyes. A reggae band was up from Houston, and she pressed against me on the crowded floor, rocking back and forth on the balls of her feet, while the band, homeboys all, did their Rastaman acts. She flitted around in her peasant frock, but I caught her peeking into the crowd for whoever was supposed to care. By the middle set, she'd roped her arms around my waist and pressed her head hard against my chest. She called me a no-neck son of a bitch when I didn't want to take her home. It was after 2 before I slipped into our bedroom. The angel took me in her arms, as always, stroked my hair. She made no noise as she cried, and her tears were warm against my neck, but they cooled as they trickled down my chest, and soon my skin itched and burned as if it had been brushed with acid. Such is the angel's love, her corrosive compassion. What an obscene pieta we made, her shivering as she held my weight, me willing myself not to scratch. Now the angel sleeps. I could wake her, but I never do. I'm up at 5, at the Y by the time it opens at 5:30, too early to see the mirrors in her eyes. Sometimes, if I'm running early, I watch her for a moment or two. She sleeps like a child, on her side, one knee drawn in so close that it almost touches her throat. The angel is best when she sleeps. I remember his skin. It was gray, translucent, and malleable as wax. Sometimes I'd stand beside him, and he'd press against his forearm with a crooked yellow thumbnail, and I'd watch as the dark crescent of blood welled up. Even his blood was different from mine, sweet as sugar, and dark as the iodine solution he put on my cuts. Then he'd laugh and wipe the blood away on the bib of his overalls, and we would go in and eat Vienna sausage and dill pickles while we watched Days of Our Lives on the black-and-white zenith my mother had given him. As I drive into the city, I wonder what Nash would have made of all of this. The exit ramp carves a white arc above the deserted rail yard. Maybe he'd look down and judge the pillars too fragile for his liking, the speed too fast to make sense. I downshift and surge onto the ramp, rear tires braking on the turn, and realize most likely he'd point with a crooked finger, the wide red river shuddering past the cottonland to the east, the marsh hawk hanging above the Kane, and ragweed and twisted track, and laugh his snaggle-toothed laugh. For a moment the city is laid out whole and full of promise, reflecting the orange light and blue-gray haze like a Houston or Dallas, not another dying river town. But the illusion never holds. I pass into the shadows between buildings, their ground-floor windows boarded up or covered with butcher paper, their walls papered with handbills warning of the Papist Zionist conspiracy, the coming of the Antichrist. Up on Texas Street, a few pharmacies are still in business, but the markets are gone. 5 and dimes advertise blonde wigs and jerry curl for the blacks who can't make it out to the malls. Presiding over all is the Bank of Commerce, the glittering 20-story tombstone that rises unfinished above the river. A year and a half since the bank went under, and construction stopped. The top 5 floors are still a maze of rusting girders and guy wires. A friend of mine is still trying to rent out the bottom 15 floors. Across the street, though, is the dark granite facade of the old petroleum tower. Oil's come and gone, but you can still have lunch at the private club on the top floor. For a time I spent every Friday there, pressing flesh, listening to the old fucks hold court. We sat together in groups of 5 and 6, and the black waiters kept our glasses full, while we talked of sweet crude pushing $40 a barrel, $50, the curve rising higher and higher, a bridge to the sky. All that was keeping us pressed to the earth were the oil leases we held in our pockets, a meaty ache swelling by the day. Why we didn't see that the Arabs could ream us just by opening a spigot, I don't know. My senior partner, whose father had sunk the first wells in Caddo Lake back in the 30s, considered himself old money and went Chapter 13 in 6 months. He wound up with barely enough to settle in a Phoenix retirement village, then died within the year. I scrounged a job as a middle manager at a trucking company. Sick transit, according to my partner, a feeble joke even for a dead man. I pass the tower, driving slow. My reflection ripples across stone. Hip abductor, leg raise, leg press, lat pull down, incline press, lateral raise, overhead press, duo hip machine. Stations of the cross. Mirrors ring the Nautilus room. You can see yourself from many angles, check your technique, watch the gleaming cams turn beneath the fluorescent lights. Since I ripped my biceps last year, I go easy in the mornings. Light weight and heavy reps for definition, careful technique. Still, my triceps seem to pull away from the bone. The veins in my arms are swallowed in fat. My hands are as weak as a boy's. The bucks with the big arms say be patient, let it come to you, but I'm at the Y 3 times a day now, Nautilus in the morning, basketball and ab work at noon. The free weights I leave for evening when there are spotters. 2 years ago a man was killed in the next room, an early morning lifter like myself. They found him lying on the bench, a 220-pound barbell across his throat, his face black, his lip bitten clean through. They called it an accident, but I was never sure, having felt the temptation beneath the iron bar, to push it till it gives, then let go. I strain against the incline press, rep after rep, until I taste metal on the back of my tongue, flakes of copper and brass, and it feels that something deep inside my chest is pulling in two. I cough. Sometimes I am short of breath. The angel has asked to come, but this is not her place. One by one my compatriots drift in to begin their sets. A bulked-up fireman straps weights around his waist and does pull-ups until his face is red and contorted with pain. A slender man pushes out multiple sets on the overhead press. His mouth quivers each time he lowers the weight, as if he is trying not to cry. A bulldyke straddles her lover on the fly machine, grasps the slender woman's exhausted arms when they can no longer lift the weight. Together they force another 3 reps. Their skin is mottled blue and red, their lips swollen and dry. Outside the sun rises above the skyline. The eastern windows flame orange. No one breaks the silence. Even at 7 o'clock, when the secretaries and executive types descend, I hear only the slap and clank of weights, a sound that builds on itself, layer on layer, until we seem to labor in an ancient metalworks, trapped in the guts of a lumbering machine. The angel has no business here. Even though he had arthritis and a pin in his hip from a fall that happened years before, Uncle Nash usually went on foot, walking in a half-blind stagger that turned into an odd sort of lope once he picked up steam. He must have spent half of each day walking. It was 3/4 of a mile from his house on the river to the mailbox at the top of the ridge. He checked his mail religiously, though the box was usually empty, except for sales circulars from the stores down in Idabel and Broken Bow. The days I stayed with him, when my asthma was bad, we looked forward to the mail all morning. We would struggle up the slope, through a corridor of big pine, past the pasture my father leased, our shoes crunching in the loose gravel. Every 50 feet or so, we'd stop to catch our breath, but we'd usually time it right to say hello to Trudy Hunkapiller, the mail carrier. She was a Cherokee, my mother's age, and when I told Uncle Nash I wanted to marry her, he nodded his head and said she'd make a good wife. In the spring, and again in fall, my father and his friends would work the cattle. Uncle Nash would walk up the hill to watch. I'd follow them around, helping the best I could, though I was always a step too slow. My father, an impatient man when young, was tall and thin, with corded muscles that seemed to vibrate and hum like a power line in the wind. He made his living working swing shift in the paper mill down at Valiant, driving a forklift, but for some reason he never forgot how his grandfather had homesteaded in Indian Territory, had run cattle on the open range. He had about 30 scrubs running on the land he'd leased, never made a dime. All I heard growing up was talk of a 1,000-acre spread, a remuda of fine-blooded horses, an open sky. But each time we moved it was closer to the paper mill, where the air tasted like sulphur. Still, my father was good with the lat rope, and even though he wasn't a big man, he could throw a 450-pound yearling with little effort. One of his friends would throw a half-hitch around the calf's back feet, and together they would pull its body taut. My job was to bear the knife and alcohol, and I would watch as my father would douse the scrotum, then make the cut with the sharp sheep's-foot blade. The calf would bawl and tense against the rope, but always quieted when my father pulled the balls down and stripped the flesh away. Another quick cut, and he tossed them across the grass, one after the other. One fall, I must have been 10 or 11, my father picked out the smallest calf, handed me the rope, and told me to get after it. I never had much problem roping, but throwing the calf was something else again, and the calf and I waltzed across the corral as I tried to get enough nerve to reach over its back to grab its foreleg and flank. The calf's sharp hooves scraped my shins, and I fell. My father and his friend Emmett laughed and finished their cigarettes. Finally, though, my father jumped down from the fence and told me to set my feet and jerk as he'd shown me. Unfortunately, I had no stamina when I was young, and no courage, so when Emmett laughed again, an edge came into my father's voice. It ended the same as always, with my father pushing me aside, then throwing the calf himself, a little higher and harder than necessary, so that the calf hit the ground with a solid thump and did not move. As I crawled out of the corral, Nash called me over, told me to dust off, and we walked down to his shack on the river while they finished the job. Nash was not like the rest of us. He never was in good shape, apparently, and even in youth he never did what the other men did. He had lived on the banks of the Mountain Fork River for 50 years, but had no stories of gigging flathead catfish down at the White Dog Hole or running lines in spring. We cut cane poles and fished for sun perch instead, like colored women fishing off a bridge. I thought he was teasing when he told me he'd never killed a deer. A couple of squirrels was all, he said, back in Mississippi when he was a boy. Instead, he tended his garden, hoeing between his rows each morning, stirring up the soil every couple of days with his old push-plow. He was proud of his cantaloupes. One summer he grew one that weighed 9 pounds. The Idabel newspaper sent a photographer. He kept the clipping nailed above the stove. People treated him well enough, I suppose, but those Saturdays we went to the co-op together to buy fertilizer and seed, I noticed that they looked at him differently than they did at my father. There was always a smile behind their smiles, an irony. They made me nervous, those big slab-muscled men who grinned at us. I never knew what they saw. A strange thing happened. That fall evening we came down from the corral. When I could breathe easier and the mist started to rise over the river, Nash turned off the TV, gave me a wash-tub to carry, and had me follow him back up the ridge to the corral. The men were gone. Slowly, Nash sifted through the cow shit and dust for the testicles. He examined each he found, turning them over in his hands before he dropped them in my tub. "Your daddy cuts them cords too high," he said. We cleaned them best we could, and Nash breaded and fried them up. I didn't want to eat them at first, but Uncle Nash told me they would make me strong. He cooked up a mess of squash to go with them, and we ate while Huntley and Brinkley gave the weekly body counts. It's hard to know what really happened and what I've just made up, but I remember looking up and finding him watching me. He didn't say a thing, but I felt my chest opening up, and I knew that everything I was, or would be, was laid out before his eyes. A few hours later, my mother was there to drive me home. I pressed against the passenger side door and stared up at the trees that flickered past, my arms and shoulders tingling with the glide and swell of muscle. Each morning, Louis meets me at the warehouse gate and parks my car inside. He's an unrepentant Tom, better than any I've seen. He drops his push-broom the moment I turn in, jogs over in a loose-jointed lope, wearing a shit-eating grin. He's 15 years older than I am, pushing 50, but he still looks like a kid, pudgy and somehow unformed. "Morning, Mr. Tollett," he says, drawling out each syllable as he reaches for the keys. Before he gets in, he steps back, admires the sob. He opens the door with exaggerated care, then lays a drop-cloth across the leather. I follow him as he eases the sob inside. "How much this car?" he asks as he drapes the parachute silk over the hood. I tell him, as I have 20 times before, and he stands stock still and stares at the ceiling, whispering to himself as if he's adding and subtracting in his head. "I'm going to have a car like this," he says. I tell him to save his money. They hate Louis here. Whites call him Tollett's nigger, and they spend their work breaks complaining about the black bastard they can't get fired. He makes them nervous, reminds them that management can do anything it damn well pleases, including replacing them with an idiot who'll work for $4.10 an hour. He drives the blacks apeshit for the same reason, since they know the whites are secretly pleased to have Louis here, living, breathing proof of the superiority they feel but can no longer voice. Even Marcus has been trying to get me to fire Louis, though he knows the score. Instead, I halved Louis's pay and gave him the company van to drive so he could pick up donuts for us on his way to work. Marcus is already at work by the time I get in. He looks up from the computer monitor just long enough to nod hello. He's a big black man, built like a cannonball. He started with the company on the loading docks, worked his way up. He'd been here 15 years when I slipped into the slot above him, and he taught me the ropes, never seeming to hold it against me. Company man. Every summer we played softball together on the management team. Marcus was the only black we had, the only athlete other than myself. He'd played his college ball down at Grambling in the 60s and was still in good shape, his arms and shoulders heavy with muscle. I thought for a while that he might see me for what I was, since we got along on the field just fine, and I always liked the fact that the outfielders backed up against the fence for both of us. But each time Louis comes into the office looking to run an errand in the van, or asking permission to wax the sob, Marcus just looks at me, the corners of his lips turning up, frozen halfway between a grimace and a smile. "You're a pair," he says. A half-dozen times I've almost called him on it, asked him what the hell he means, but I've always let it go. Louis embarrasses him, nothing I have to be ashamed of. Distance isn't always a bad thing. At any rate, Marcus says little to anyone, though I came back from lunch one day and found him with a rangy white guy, a forklift driver from third shift I never liked. Turned out he'd been a lerp, though he looked like somebody's alcoholic uncle, and Marcus, who had been air cav, talked half the afternoon of X-ray and Albany, Sin City and the A-Shaw. I closed my office door, but I could still hear them, though what they said made as little sense as a TV tuned to a foreign station. Stories don't come easy to me. I'm built different from the angel and her friends, I guess. They always amaze me, those wan dinner guests of hers, so quick to spill their guts, men as well as women. Confession is their secret sign, weakness a Masonic handshake. The bigger the sin, the better. They will listen to anything so long as it leaves them feeling world-weary, yet somehow noble inside. I remember the fat man who sat at my table one night and cried as he explained how he liked to hurt little animals because his mother had rejected him. And they listened to him, the angel and her friends, even as he described the cur he'd found and how he had burned its feet. The angel hugged the fat man then, but all I could think of was how easy it would be to slit his throat. The angel tells her own stories. I am a good man, though troubled, she says. I love her no matter what. Why else have I stuck around all these years? She asks. She brushes the hair from her eyes and smiles, content in her revenge. Reflections are the angel's stock in trade, the currency she deals. Love her, protect her, and she will spin for you a picture of yourself that you couldn't construct in your wildest dreams. And she'll hold that glowing image of you no matter what, and call it love, while all the time the distance between what you are and what she believes you to be grows and grows, till each time you look in her eyes you realize you've become a photographic negative of the man you see, twisted and dark, nailed to her illusions. It's harder and harder to remember the beginning. Her hair was ash blonde then, like a rain cloud in the sun. Weekends at North Texas State, we'd make the long drive back south to Barksdale Air Force Base to visit her father. He was career Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant, a small man, but with muscle that bunched and coiled under his skin when he moved. The angel was a daddy's girl from way back. By the time we hit the Louisiana line, she'd be talking in her little girl lisp, ready to fly into his arms the second we passed the guardhouse. At night they snuggled up watching TV, her arm thrown across his shoulders. Sometimes she would play with his close-cropped hair. I never got used to seeing her that way. At college she was passionate enough, though pious as ever. In her father's house we didn't kiss good night. But I'll give her father this. He kept his end of the bargain. He wouldn't deny his little girl anything, even me. He didn't care for me, of course. The angel and I have had troubles from the beginning. He surely heard the stories of my leaving, my coming back, the rages. So I drank his liquor and chatted politely and learned how to hit a golf ball. He died in a car crash in West Germany not long after we married. The angel mourns him still, I think, and for me, it's harder and harder to remember why I hated him. Sometimes I watch the B-52s lumber into the air above Barksdale, black smoke pouring from their engines as they burn off water. I always laugh and say his name. It seems a fond thing to do. Noon. The Y awaits. A new set of games. Already, I know, the men have gathered on the basketball courts to begin their slow, awkward contests. I imagine the slap of hard fouls, a muttered curse. The ball thumps against wood like a heartbeat. In the corridors, the balding men suck in their guts as they pass. 35-year-old women put their hair in ponytails and giggle like schoolgirls. Married, divorced, doesn't matter. They come together in a swirl and dance straight out of high school, but their hearts are shrewd as they ponder whether to stand pat or to trade up. I worry about being late. Lewis sweeps the parachute silk off the sob with a practiced flair. He almost bows as he hands me the keys, but in mid-curtsy he sees something out of the corner of his eye, and then he is off, arrowing across the warehouse floor like a dog springing after a car. He is already outside by the time I catch up to him, a black silhouette against the blinding sun. "What the fuck you doing?" he screams at the two black teenagers he's got cornered against the chain-link fence. They look at him, point toward downtown. "Going Mickey D's, man," the shirtless one says. "Lying motherfucker." I grab Louis' arm, motion for the two boys to take their shortcut. Louis pulls out of my grip. I grab him again, using both hands this time, and pull him tight. We stand like two dancers, Louis quivering, breathing hard. His hair scratches my cheek. His shirt collar smells of old sweat and bacon grease. The boys make the main gate. One turns and gives us the finger. I laugh, slap Louis on the back. "We're a pair," Marcus says. Louis doesn't move. "Fucking turds," he whispers close to my ear. "Fucking turds." After the boys have turned the corner, Louis relaxes some, and I slowly release my grip. 5 or 6 men from the warehouse have circled around us to watch the fun. The story of how Louis treed 2 more niggers will make the rounds this afternoon. I pull away, dust off. A greasy handprint marks the front of my shirt. "God damn it, Louis, go fetch me a fresh shirt." Louis looks at me, then at the circle of men surrounding him. He mumbles something under his breath and lopes off to the office. The first shift foreman, a big bearded man, looks at me and grins and shakes his head. I grin too. Lewis told me a story once about how he'd grown up in Zvola, the son of a respectable black man, not a field nigger like I'd guessed. His father had a degree from Grambling, worked in the courthouse, and one Sunday morning on the way to church, the man and boy came across an old colored man passed out in the middle of the road. Lewis took one look at the old man, sprawled out in the red clay dust and puke, clutching his bottle of Garland Pride, and turned away. "But my daddy slapped me side the head," Lewis told me. "He'd say, 'You look at that shit. Don't you turn your head. You look at that shit.'" There have been affairs. A petroleum engineer, a sad, slender woman, 3 times a week at a hot pillow off I-20, a convention whore or 2, the latest, last December, the new girl in accounting. She reminded me of the Angel, when we were young, old family, Christian school, recently married. Why she was slumming at a trucking company I never understood, nor did I understand why it was that she had lunch with me, or why we spent the gray afternoon at the house she and her husband were building on the lake. A cold rain had chased the contractors off. The drywall was up in the master bedroom, though still in the process of being taped and floated. Gypsum dust hung in the air. We spread the painter's drop-cloth on the floor. She was ardent enough, made the appropriate noises at the right times, but I could almost hear the workout tape playing in her head. Suddenly, though, she flipped me onto my back and rode me as she stared straight ahead, the reflections of the windows and the winter light in her eyes. We drove back on Hart's Island Road, following the levee into the city. I looked out my window as timberland gave way to cotton, then melted into subdivisions. The streetlights were on, but most of the houses were dark, lit only by the Christmas decorations woven around the burglar bars in their windows. "Pagan lights," she said in a child's lisping sing-song. "Pagan lights." It was the only time she broke the silence, and I did not ask her what she meant. I drove home, still overfull of the taste and scent of her, but I thought of the Angel and our first time there in her father's bed. The night is still a blur of bourbon and benzodrine, and I remember only vaguely the Angel saying that she was leaving. I do not know how the knife came to be in my hand, or how the sheep's foot blade was opened, but I remember holding her tight and the cutting of her, a small scratch beside one eye, then the other, and I drew her down upon me, silent and trembling in shock, the membrane that she had made so much of stretching and tearing at last. I remember my Angel's eyes, the blood on her cheeks and below. Nash spoke of revelation. He told it as a kind of bedtime story, only at night. The mist would hang above the river, and I would lie on my pallet and wheeze, and listen to his strange voice speak of end time, a lake of fire, how our rapture bodies would be made whole and shining. Fire from the sky, he would say, and all that night I would watch the crest of the western ridge, waiting for the sheet of flame. Even now there is a pounding in my throat every time a fire truck comes by. Nash fell apart, piece by piece. They took his left foot, then his right arm below the elbow. He hopped around his garden then, and hoed left-handed, guiding the handle with his hook. When they took his legs, he spent his life savings on a garden tractor and widened his rows so he could drive between. In a few years I grew out of my asthma, just as Uncle Nash had said I would, and I never went back to the shack on the river. Instead, I grew strong, played ball, negotiated the slippery crevices of sex. From time to time I would pass the old man as he rode his tractor into town. He would wave, but I never stopped. Once or twice we ran into one another at the co-op, and the old man would grin, and I would mumble a word or two. A casual betrayal, but it was never the same between us. My shame was in the way, layer on layer, a shell that hid the weakness we both knew was there. He died when I was off at college. Things wind down, even the Angel suspects. We've spun on this axis of need and hate for 15 years, screaming at each other, grasping at each other, bored out of our heads. She's going back to school next fall at the LSU branch, talking about getting a teaching certificate. This summer she's retaking English Comp, of all things, just to get her feet wet, she says, but she's all fired up, talking about Janet, her airhead instructor just out of Texas A&M. The angel hands me her papers to read with expectant eyes, but I know it's just for show. The words will stay hers, no matter what I say. Last night, before our fight, she was reading aloud. Define a term or concept with which your audience may be unfamiliar. And she just looked at me, and it was like her eyes cleared for a second as all the possible words she might make clear scrolled down in front of her face. For a second she was sadder and more beautiful than I have ever seen her, and in that second I could have spoken. Then it was gone, and she smiled, but her eyes were brittle mirrors looking in. The big men lift at night. They stalk from station to station, attacking each machine like wolves going for a kill. There is not much talk amid the grind and clank of metal, though some train together in twos or threes, screaming at one another for encouragement. A big black man lifts alone, pushing out each bench press without a word. Several of us watch him, count the plates on the bar, 320 pounds. I slap on too much weight, throw it up until my breath comes in gasps and my shoulders feel like they're pulling in two. At home, the angel stands at her window and whispers the count of cars gone past. 9:30. A garbled voice over the intercom tells us that the Y will close in 15 minutes. I'm the only one left to hear. I start down the narrow steps to the locker rooms. Travis Street is empty. I walk down the sidewalk to the sob, each step bringing the grind of bone on bone. My knees feel as if they've filled with silt. There's a smell of tar and pigeon shit. High overhead in hidden roosts their heartbeats thrum. Styrofoam cups clatter over the pavement. As I near my car, I hear music. Look up. Down the alley, on the third floor of the old Brill building, yellow light filters from a dance studio. A tinny recording of a fiddle drifts down from an open window. Twirling, the cloggers flash into view, disappear. Old men and women with orange bandanas around their necks, remote as wind-up toys or a television glimpsed through a neighbor's half-closed curtain. When I turn, he is there. Black kid, white T-shirt, baggy cut-offs, no shoes. Across the street, hunched over his bicycle, watching me. His reflection shimmers in the plate-glass windows. I feel my lats spread as I glance over my shoulder, ready to fight. But this is no setup. The street is empty behind me. I open the trunk to the sob, throw in my gym bag. He watches me. He is slender, all arms and legs, his skin the color of wet tree bark. 12, maybe 13. I open the car door, get in. I keep expecting to hear his pitch. Rock and vial, dime bag of grass, the whore down on Fannin Street. Silence. He looks at me, expressionless. There is a scar, about 2 inches long, shaped like a teardrop, on the inside of his right arm. I start the sob, pull out slowly. He pedals his bike down the sidewalk, following. I make the turn onto McNeil Street. He follows. I turn onto Texas Avenue, driving slow. The boy barrels along, racing me, racing his reflection in the storefront windows. The street lamps glow yellow and green. I shift into third, testing him. I hear his breath, the clatter of the bike chain, hum of tires on concrete. We pass the courthouse, the black spiked fence which guards the Confederate memorial. The Stars and Bars hangs limp above the floodlights. There is a red light at Spring Street, right before the Texas Street Bridge. I pause before turning right, look at him. The boy leans against the petroleum tower, trying to catch his breath. The granite is purple as a bruise. He stares at me, waiting. The light turns. He cuts in front of me as I turn, almost grazing the bumper, heads up the steep pavement into the yellow mist above the river. Home. I run warm water into the bathroom sink, cup my hands under the faucet, wet my face. I look up. Droplets of water hang in my eyebrows, my eyelashes, my mustache, the stubble on my cheeks. Behind me, through the open door, the bedroom unfolds inside the mirror, where the angel sleeps, curled up like a child. I wonder sometimes if you choose the kind of man you want to be, and if so, when those choices come. Would it be possible, if you had the nerve, to simply reach inside, push a bloody hand past bowel and bone, to take hold of that part of yourself that's not forgiven, and bring it up into the air, into the light, to see if anything there has somehow remained solid and whole? I lean forward into the mirror, study my face. I lean closer, looking for Nash's eyes, though I know he wasn't blood. Nominated by the Georgia Review. The Triumph of the Prague Workers' Councils. Fiction by Eugene Stein, from the Iowa Review. 1. Thieves Like Us. The auction at Sotheby's of European political memorabilia was underway. Jessica Newman had come to New York from Chicago on the off chance some situationist material might turn up. Elaine Friedman had come from Massachusetts for precisely the same reason. Jessica found herself behind the main auditorium, in front of the long wooden table, where the next few lots had been placed before being auctioned. Elaine was already there. Nothing on the table much interested Jessica, popular front claptrap and reactionary fodder, but on a chair nearby she spotted a pile of posters and pamphlets. She sifted quickly through the pages, and halfway through she found a single handwritten sheet of paper. She recognized the handwriting at once. It was Guy Debord's. Debord was one of the Situationists' leading ideologues. The document, evidently the rough draft for a communiqué issued during the occupation of the Sorbonne in May 1968, called upon workers to occupy a Renault plant in Lyon. Inside a large box filled with political buttons, meanwhile, Elaine Friedman had found, tucked all the way at the bottom, a small jewel box with a rusty clasp. She finally managed to open the box and took out a small handmade silver pendant. She opened the pendant, and inside was a tiny painting of Charles Fourier. Jessica tried to stifle a cry when she saw what Elaine was holding, but a small moan escaped. And then, softly, "Tatiana!" "Yes," Elaine agreed. She turned over the jewel box. A label from a store in Brussels was pasted to the bottom. "We'll go together," Jessica said. "Of course." They recognized each other. They'd both attended a symposium on the Situationists a year before, in Toronto. While the guard was distracted by an old woman who insisted on bringing her Lhasa Apso into the auction room, "He has very good taste," the woman maintained. Jessica managed to sneak the Debord manuscript into her program, and Elaine dropped the pendant into her pocket. She left the jewel box, but copied down the Brussels address. 2. The Proletariat as Subject and as Representation. In 1968, when Jessica was 14, she spent the summer with her Uncle René, who lived in Paris. Her father's family originally came from Alsace, and Jessica had grown up speaking French and German. A few months earlier, Jessica's cousin Michel had been one of the students who seized control of the University of Nanterre. The Nanterre occupation had sparked the entire May uprising in France. Michel gave her younger cousin books to read: Hegel, Marx, Lukács, Bakunin, and patiently worked through them with her, brought her to cafes where dialectical materialism was debated, and accompanied her to a birth control clinic. That summer Jessica slept with a boy for the first time, and she became a Situationist, and somehow the joys of revolution and sexual freedom merged in her mind, so that she couldn't tell where one left off and the other began. Back in Chicago, her teacher asked her to do a book report, and when Jessica got up in front of the class, she announced that she was going to consider the entire Paris Rebellion in her text. She proceeded to give a situationist analysis of the May events. She said that late capitalism really represented the dictatorship of the commodity, that things ruled and were young, that modern society as a whole constituted a spectacle, and the spectacle marked the triumph of the commodity, that by their very contemplation of the spectacle human beings were controlled, subjugated, made passive, isolated. When she finished, most of the class just looked at her blankly. In the back of the room, the single black student in the class gave her the Black Power salute. He hadn't really understood her talk, but he had the sense her heart was in the right place. The teacher hadn't understood what she'd said either, and failed her. A month later, she was told she could erase the F if she gave another book report, this time on an actual book. Jessica chose Willa Cather's The Professor's House. She said Cather was America's most underrated novelist. She said the characters were beautifully realized. She said the book was a brilliant dissection of alienated labor and the emptiness of bourgeois life. And then she segued into an analysis of the recent invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Russian, Polish, East German, Hungarian, and Bulgarian armies. She explained that the Bolshevism, communism of Eastern Europe was just another form of state capitalism, that modern life was marked by the banality of work and the pauperization of play, that a revolution of everyday life was needed. The black student stood up in the back of the room and applauded. This time he got the gist of it. The teacher failed her again. She was given one last chance to give a book report. Jessica chose Huckleberry Finn and said simply that Huck and Jim showed how much pleasure awaited us if we could rupture the spectacle of racism and the racism of spectacle. The teacher was now frightened by Jessica, and even more frightened by the black student in the back of the room, who she believed might riot at any moment. This time she gave Jessica an A. 3. The Big Sleep. The plane touched down in Brussels during a light drizzle. It was late, so the two women took a cab to a small hotel Jessica knew, ate a light supper of bread and cheese, and then sat in front of the brick fireplace in the common room, nursing their wine. They compared notes, their lives, their lovers, their sense of the mysterious past forever receding, and they talked about Tatiana, about her art and her loneliness, and especially about her masterpiece, Triumph of the Prague Workers' Councils, 1956-1968. Elaine told Jessica that her boyfriend had recently left her for a Trotskyist nymphomaniac, and Jessica shared her pain. The next day they rose early, ate breakfast, and then went out into the Brussels morning. The sky was as gray as the alley cat who lived behind the hotel and fed on scraps of garbage. Elaine and Jessica walked along the Rue de Chêne, past the Mannequin Pie, a fountain of a small boy urinating in one of Brussels' most important sights. The store, which sold rare books, antiquities, and memorabilia, had just opened when they arrived. The tiny, ancient Flemish owner was still hanging up his coat. He turned around and looked at them. He spoke in English, lightly accented. "Can I maybe perhaps to help you?" "We're interested in the work of Tatiana." Elaine never even got to finish the sentence. "Everybody want piece of Tatiana," the man told them. "Last week another woman, rich woman come. I have nothing." "There was another woman here?" Jessica asked. "Yes, a third woman. There was a third woman." "What did you tell her?" Jessica pressed him. "I got necklace from old man, Eisenberg. He die. He loved Tatiana." The man went on to say that he had sold the necklace to a European collector who made frequent trips to the U.S., that Eisenberg had a son, and yes, he had an address. Now where had he put it? Eventually he found the slip of paper. Elaine and Jessica rushed to the address. The son was sitting down to a late breakfast, but consented to talk to them. Yes, his father had fallen in love with Tatiana in the 60s. He was an accountant who had done her taxes the year she lived in Paris. No, the pendant was the only gift he'd ever received from her. Yes, he'd heard of the collages. No, he'd never seen them. Yes, a third woman had asked him these same questions. She was actually an old client of his father's. The son gave them the address of the woman who lived in Paris and who had left her card. "And they might want to look up another friend of Tatiana's," the son said, "a Monsieur Roche, who also lived in Paris, near the Luxembourg Gardens." They took the bullet train to Paris, and were there by lunchtime. "Tatiana was everything to everybody," said Roche, when they tracked him down. He would have looked dapper in his dapper new grey suit, if not for the beads of sweat that had formed above his upper lip. He spoke excellent English. A ceiling fan overhead chopped the air and made vaguely threatening noises, but did little to cool the overheated apartment. The light streaming into Roche's living room filtered through a lattice-work he just had built for his orchids, and left shadows the shape of a cobweb on the walls of his flat. The orchids were large and almost obscenely suggestive, with their gaping mouths. There were packages and shopping bags all over the room. Roche had done quite a bit of shopping lately. "She could be whatever she wanted or needed to be," he continued. "Her paintings are the same way." "About her collages," Elaine prompted gently. "You're after the Prague, aren't you?" Roche asked. They were non-committal. "Maybe it's better that it's never found," he said. "This way it exists for all of us, and no one can take it away." "Have you ever seen it?" Jessica wondered. "Never." "He's lying," Jessica said later. Elaine temporized. A heavy-set man seemed to be following them when they left Roche's apartment, but he disappeared after a few blocks. Jessica and Elaine went back to their hotel on the Rue des Écoles. That night they stayed up late, drinking brandy, talking. Jessica said she no longer considered herself a situationist. In the last few years she had begun reading the works of some 20th-century Italian ultra-anarchists. Anarchists so opposed to authority that they viewed any organization as inherently fascistic. Consequently, these anarchists never formed political groups, but recommended instead that individuals attack the state privately and anonymously. It was a lonely sort of life, Jessica conceded, and she felt a certain kinship with Tatiana. Jessica had never settled down anywhere for long, and in fact made her living as a court stenographer. Elaine Friedman was an assistant professor of art history at Smith. She had done her dissertation on situationist art, and the art still spoke to her powerfully. She said she felt it was her duty to keep the collages out of museums at all cost, because a museum represented a hierarchical, managerial, bureaucratic approach to art, the antithesis of Tatiana's message. Jessica went to sleep, but Elaine stayed up a little longer, reading a book on non-Euclidean geometry she'd found in the night table in her hotel room. At last she went to the bathroom down the hall to brush her teeth before going to bed. She left her room unlocked, since she'd only be gone for a minute or two. She returned to her room and noticed that the door was open a bit more than she'd left it. Probably the wind, she surmised. She went into her room and turned to lock the door. Suddenly she felt a sharp, intense pain in her left temple, as someone smashed something on her head. She dropped on her knees and saw a pair of beautiful blue women's shoes before she sank into unconsciousness. 4. Watch out for manipulators. Watch out for bureaucrats. Elaine Friedman considered Tatiana one of the most important artists of the century, and certainly one of the most essential. Tatiana was not the first to insist that true art and true evolution could only be realized when art and revolution merged, but she was the first to show how to make it happen. Tatiana Basho-Milevich was the single member of the Situationist International who lived behind the Iron Curtain. She was born in Leningrad during the 900 days' siege to an artistic and bohemian family. Her father was a great admirer of Japanese haiku, as her middle name attests. She settled in Moscow as a young woman and lived there until 1969, when she was placed, against her will, in a psychiatric hospital 60 kilometers outside of Vladivostok. A cousin of Kazimir Milevich, the Russian suprematist painter, she linked up with the French Situationists when she accompanied an exhibition of Milevich's work that toured Europe. She absorbed much from her cousin's book, World Without Objects, but grounded his rather ethereal aesthetic philosophy in a rigorous anarcho-Marxist skepticism. Her fame as an artist rests largely on the half-dozen collages she made in Moscow in 1968, during a single one-month burst of creativity, and which she managed to smuggle out of the country. Distraught over the collapse of the May Rebellion in Paris and the brutal repression of the Czechs that August, Tatiana, she preferred to be called by her first name, decided she would rewrite history. She would imagine a world where workers rose up against their overlords, and where revolution was never hijacked by bureaucrats, juntas, Leninists, or spectacle. The 6 collages in the Triumph series were the happy result of Tatiana's reverie. Triumph of the Paris Communards, 1871, was a takeoff on Goya's The Burial of the Sardine. But where Goya saw madness in carnival revelers, Tatiana saw freedom. The Situationists had long maintained that true revolution could be seen as festivity, as passionate, spontaneous play. The collage depicts a commune that has defeated the Prussians. Drunk with joy and liberty, Paris throws itself the biggest party in history. Reds predominate in the collage, the red of blood, the red of wine, the red of revolution. Tatiana gave the work to her father, who lived in Finland, and whom she apparently adored. The first collage she actually completed was Triumph of Brook Farm, Fourier Phalanx, 1843, which showed an imagined tableau of Nathaniel Hawthorne, Margaret Fuller, and Albert Brisbane cavorting naked. It is presently in the collection of a Japanese industrialist. Next, she constructed Triumph of the Peasants, Eternal Council of Mühlhausen, 1525. The collage posited that the uprising of South German peasants, led by Thomas Müntzer, was actually successful. Luther, who had opposed the rebellion and supported the princes, was shown in a stockade. The collage found its way to East Germany, which from time to time embraced the peasant uprising as an important forerunner to the communist state. Consequently, the collage was shown occasionally at the Museum für Deutsche Geschichte, until an anarchist snuck in and wrote the name Erich Honecker on Luther's dunce cap. 12 weeks went by before any of the curators noticed. Tatiana was delighted, purportedly, when word reached her in Siberia, but the collage was subsequently put back into storage. After the collapse of the German Democratic Republic, the collage was shipped to the Städtische Kunstmuseum in Bonn, where a curator declared it not worthy of exhibition. Tatiana would probably consider that a compliment, Elaine reasoned. Triumph of the Barcelona Anarchists, 1937, showed palm revelers joyfully hanging Franco, Mussolini, and Stalin by the heels. It was sent to Franco as a birthday present. Tatiana had a wonderful sense of humor, and is presumed to have been destroyed. Next, Tatiana made her most dangerous collage, the one that probably got her sent to Siberia. Triumph of the Kronstadt Sailors, 1921, showed the seamen tossing Lenin and Trotsky into the Baltic Sea. All power to the Soviets was stenciled, in Russian, underneath the collage. On top, Tatiana wrote, with her blood, some say, "Workers of all nations, unite," criticizing the Communist Party by invoking Marx, criticizing the party for not being communist enough. Well, it was simply too much of an affront. A day after the collage was first exhibited in Norway, Tatiana was hospitalized. It is undeniable that Tatiana was emotionally disturbed, plagued by visions, occasional hallucinations, and justifiable paranoia. Moreover, the events of 1968 had plunged her into a nearly psychotic depression. Still, Brezhnev called her the most dangerous woman in Moscow. See Andropov's Memoirs, and the political reasons for her hospitalization seem clear. Tatiana's own mental illness simply made it easier for the Kremlin. The last collage she made, The Triumph of the Prague Workers' Councils, 1956-1968, was actually the most important of all. The Prague and Kronstadt collages were both thought to be lost when Situationist headquarters in Oslo were set on fire by either Stalinists, neo-Nazis, or careless children. But the Kronstadt collage had recently turned up in a stall on Portobello Road in London, and Elaine and Jessica believed the Prague was extant as well. 5. Not another movie about two women on the road. Madame Lagrange, the woman who'd given her card to Eisenberg's son, had recently come back from New York, her concierge assured them, but was indisposed and wasn't seeing visitors. Jessica and Elaine needed to kill some time. Jessica wanted to see the new Godard film, so she could revile it, and Elaine wanted to go to the Beaubourg Museum, which she abhorred. The discussion grew rather heated. Elaine was angry anyway, because Jessica refused to believe someone had attacked her the night before, even though the pendant was now missing. In fact, Jessica started laughing when Elaine mentioned the beautiful pair of shoes. So Elaine called Jessica a fascist, and Jessica called Elaine a Shellapinite, with Nashist tendencies, and they both started crying, and wiped the corners of their eyes with tissues, and started laughing through their tears, and hugged each other very tight. And after that, everything was all right. Elaine the fair, Elaine the lovable, Elaine the lily-maid of Astolat, Jessica recited. My father used to say that, Elaine remembered. 6. Alphaville, a film by Jean-Luc Godard. They saw the special Compu gendarmes everywhere they went in Paris. A small boy used a slingshot against one of the CD-ROM-aided policemen, then made his escape, swinging from one building to another, using the clotheslines that connected each building to its neighbor, and that reminded Jessica of cables linking PCs into a computer network. Tarzan versus IBM, Jessica noted. The sky was as gray as in Brussels, and as the afternoon wore on, the light shortened until it seemed to Elaine as though the city were being filmed in black and white. Or perhaps, when the light slanted just so and left a pool of shadow lapping up against their feet, it reminded her of one of Goya's dark etchings, Paris, City of Pain. They walked along the Seine, and it looked like every body of water Jessica had ever seen, dirty as Lake Michigan, or the Hudson, the Hamburg Hafen, or the Mediterranean. It's always the same water, Jessica told Elaine. The Compu gendarmes patrolled every street corner, serving their master, Big Memory, as the total computer vector that dominated France had come to be called. The cops arrested anyone who refused to conform. They patrolled against difference, which Prime Minister Le Pen had outlawed. Maybe it's best that Tatiana didn't live to see this, Elaine mused. What are you talking about? She's still alive, Jessica reminded her. Elaine was embarrassed. I forgot. But it was easy to forget. Tatiana had been released only recently from the mental institution that had been her home for more than 2 decades, and now she lived quietly in Moscow, refusing to see any visitors. That night Jessica, who was pursuing a master's degree in library science in her spare time, broke into Big Memory's cavernous files with a password she'd bought on the black market in Montparnasse. She managed to find the sub-file on Situationist Subversives, and by carefully tracking down every mention of the Prague, she soon established that the collage still existed. I knew it, Elaine said. I knew it. In fact, all the evidence indicated the Prague was right there in Paris, if only they knew where to look. A warning light started blinking on the computer Jessica had rented. The Compu gendarmes, probably alerted by an internal security mechanism, were trying to track her down. Jessica turned off the machine before they could trace her. 7. Untitled. The triumph of the Prague Workers' Councils was Tatiana's most important work, for it described and invoked, possibly some mystic anarchist pagans claimed, it even summoned into being, situationist utopia. Workers, consumers would establish local councils in factories and communes around the world. The non-bureaucratic, participatory councils would confiscate the productive forces of society, and thereby the proletariat as a revolutionary class would seize history. Authority and hierarchy would simply vanish. Poof. Only a handful of people had ever seen the Prague before its disappearance. All vouched for its almost mesmeric appeal. but it was a kind of upside-down mesmerism that challenged passivity, that smashed and ruptured the spectacle. Elaine dreamt of the Prague often, but once it was found, how could she keep it from becoming just another spectacle? The long-lost Prague, just one more commodity, grist for the capitalist mill, like the Kronstadt collage, set in a little alcove in the National Gallery, garnering quaint praise from the Tatler and Time. The two women decided to go out on the town, Jessica dressed up in a short denim skirt and blue high heels. Elaine was horrified. "Your shoes!" Jessica looked down at her feet, and then back up at Elaine. "You don't really think—" "I don't know what to think. Do you swear? Do you swear you didn't do it?" "Tell me, Elaine," said Jessica very gently, "what can women such as we find to swear on? On the graves of our mothers, who loved us but mistreated us because they mistreated themselves? On the graves of our fathers, who worked too hard for too little money, and whom we can never respect, even though we're moved profoundly by their sacrifice? On the Bible? On the Torah, which we don't believe in? On Marx, who grew old and orthodox and ultimately bourgeois with his mathematics? On what, Elaine? On what?" And Elaine loved Jessica then, loved her because they were very much a pair, because Jessica was the only one who understood what Elaine's life had been all about. "Swear on the life, not the grave, of Emma Goldman," Elaine told her finally, "and Bessie Smith. Swear on cold, ripe peaches on hot August days. Swear on my Antonia." "I swear," Jessica said. "I believe you," Elaine said. 8. The plot thickens. Jessica stood there in the middle of the room with her gun. Madame Lagrange sat on the couch, calmly smoking a cigarette and wearing a beautiful blue kimono. Monsieur Roche, next to her, fidgeted nervously. Madame Lagrange's obese chauffeur, Jacques, sat quietly on an easy-chair off to the side. Elaine watched it all, and it seemed to her that she'd watched it all before. "I suppose you're wondering why I've called you all here," Jessica said. They were. "Madame Lagrange went to Belgium as soon as she heard about the pendant," Jessica began, "but the pendant had already been sold. When Madame heard it would be auctioned at Sotheby's, she flew to New York to bid on it. She arranged with a corrupt Sotheby's employee to stash the pendant in a box of worthless buttons, where Elaine chanced upon it." Madame Lagrange blew a perfect smoke ring into the air, then smiled enigmatically. Meanwhile, Madame Lagrange had encouraged the relationship between her chauffeur and Monsieur Roche, Jessica went on. Monsieur Roche began chewing on his nails. "Relationship?" Elaine asked. "Of course. They were lovers," Jessica explained. "But Jacques had a secret. Madame Lagrange had slowly and quite deliberately addicted him to heroin. Once he was addicted, he was bound to her forever. In fact, he was her slave. She knew that Monsieur Roche knew more about the collages than he let on, and she knew Jacques would come in handy one day." Jacques sat very still on the easy-chair, impassive and thoughtful. A single tear fell from his left eye and splashed on his cheek. His chauffeur's hat was perched at a rakish angle. Madame Lagrange was certain Roche held the key to the Prague. Now was the time to act. Using Jacques as her intermediary, she offered money to Monsieur Roche, a great deal of money, and Monsieur Roche, who had guarded the Prague honorably and courageously for many years, finally broke down. He needed the money for his sister's kidney transplant and to pay for Jacques' stay at a drug rehabilitation clinic. With the money in hand, Roche also treated himself to a new suit and the various parcels we saw in his apartment. "Don't forget the trellis for my orchids," Monsieur Roche reminded them. "That was very important, too." "Right. And one more thing. Madame Lagrange knew whoever had the pendant would eventually come to Roche. All she had to do was wait. When we left Monsieur Roche's apartment, Jacques tailed us. He was the heavy-set man we saw behind us." "I knew he looked familiar," Elaine said. "Madame Lagrange was the woman in the blue shoes who knocked you out, Elaine." "At first I didn't believe you," Jessica admitted. I thought you'd concocted the story so you wouldn't have to share the necklace with me. But when I saw that Madame Lagrange, my evil double, my twin, only wore blue, I realized she was the culprit." "But why?" Elaine asked, turning from Jessica to Madame Lagrange. "Why?" "I have my reasons," said Madame Lagrange, quietly, but with steely determination. "She was jealous of Tatiana," Jessica proposed. "At first I thought she wanted the collage for political reasons, or because she respected Tatiana's artistic vision, or even as an investment opportunity to hedge against inflation. But now I know it was simply jealousy. Remember Eisenberg?" "Yes, the old man who died, Tatiana's accountant." "Accountant?" Madame Lagrange spit out the word. "Perhaps you mean the greatest fiduciary mind of the century." "Yes, Eisenberg was a genius," Jessica acknowledged, "a master of oil depletion allowances, tax shelters, and depreciation. He raised inventive bookkeeping to an art, and, in fact, lectured occasionally at the Sorbonne before he retired to Brussels. Madame Lagrange loved him, but he loved Tatiana. Madame never forgave Tatiana. She swore revenge. And what was her revenge? She would deprive the world of Tatiana's work. She wanted the collage so she could annihilate it. And she visited Eisenberg's son simply to find out if there was anything else of Tatiana's she could destroy." "That's why you wanted the collage?" Monsieur Roche accused Madame Lagrange, his voice breaking with sorrow, his eyes brimming over with tears. "To ruin something so beautiful? God forgive me!" "It's not too late," Jessica said. "The collage still exists. Madame Lagrange couldn't bring herself to destroy it." "I wanted to," Madame Lagrange told them, and for the first time a hint of sadness crept into her voice. "I wanted to so badly, but it's very powerful, more powerful than I." "Thank God," Monsieur Roche muttered. "God or revolutionary Marxism," said Jessica. "You be the judge." "I have to see it, Jessica. I have to," Elaine begged. "Where is it?" "Well, I can't be sure, but I suspect it's behind those curtains." Jessica pointed to the blue damask satin that draped the windows behind Elaine. 9. Martian Time Slip. They were alone in the Bois de Boulogne, where the red and yellow irises bloomed, and where the yellow and purple lilies were just beginning to bud. They were alone with the collage, which was covered with heavy brown paper. Together they unwrapped it. Together they propped the collage against a tree. Together they stepped back. Together they looked. The collage conflated the Budapest Workers' Council of 1956 and the Prague Spring of 1968. Together, Czechoslovakia and Hungary pushed back the Soviet army. The councils were triumphant. The last capitalist was hung with the guts of the last bureaucrat. True socialism reigned. Jessica took another step back. "My God, it's beautiful! The colors!" "They're playing," Elaine said reverently. In a startling reversal, Tatiana depicted the common people, leisured and happy, gambolling like a court of aristocrats. There were masquerade balls, coquettes, archery contests, jazz ensembles, and in one corner a Los Angeles beach party and volleyball game. But the most interesting effect was the middle of the collage, where a kind of vacancy or telescoping occurred. Tatiana had cut a hole in the canvas and covered it with clear cellophane. And somehow, miraculously, Tatiana had succeeded in bending the space-time continuum so that through the center the viewer could peer into another universe, not metaphorically, actually. The other universe was actually visible. "They talk about rupturing the spectacle," Elaine reflected, "but I never knew they meant it literally. I read something somewhere that anarchism is a kind of miracle," Jessica told her, "the intrusion of another world into this one." They looked through the cellophane, and they saw the other universe, and what they saw was unspeakably beautiful. Unspeakable because there were no words to describe it. Only mathematics could describe it. Anarchism, socialism, freedom, fraternity raised to the infinite power. But they could not pass through. 10. Lieberstadt. A wind crept up and swept over them and over the flowers, and then Jessica took out her gun and pointed it at Elaine. Nervously, "Jessica, what are you doing?" "I love you, but I can't trust you." Elaine was trembling. "Of course you can." "How can an anarchist trust anyone but herself?" Jessica asked sadly. "I'd never do anything to hurt the collage," Elaine said. "I'd protect it. I would." She was desperate. "Anyone can be corrupted. I have to guard the Prague. For future generations. They'll know what to do with it." "But all we've been through—" "Exactly. All we've been through. Which means you'll understand what I have to do. You're the only one who can understand." "Yes, I see," said Elaine, after thinking for a moment. Jessica fired twice. One bullet went into Elaine's abdomen, the other hit her chest. Elaine fell to the ground. Jessica knelt by her side, and then Elaine took out a revolver and aimed, not at Jessica, at the collage. She fired 6 times, and when she stopped firing, there was nothing left. "I had to, Jessica. I couldn't trust you, either. I couldn't let it be put on display somewhere. It's safer this way." "Yes," Jessica said. "Of course." "What courage," she marveled. "What commitment?" "The expropriators are expropriated," Elaine said, with a little laugh, but the laughter turned into coughing, and the cough turned into choking. Jessica took Elaine's hand and kissed it. "I've never loved anyone as much as I love you." "Swear?" Elaine said, the blood in her throat making her gurgle. "I swear on the life, not the grave, of Emma Goldman and Bessie Smith." Jessica kissed Elaine's red lips. "I swear on cold, ripe peaches on hot August days. I swear on my Antonia." "We saw something," said Elaine, content, and then she died. Note: any portion of this short story may be reproduced, even without asking permission, even without mentioning the source. Nominated by the Iowa Review. Against Sincerity, by Louise Gluck, from American Poetry Review. Since I'm going to use inexplicit terms, I want to begin by defining the 3 most prominent of these, as they'll be used in what follows. By actuality, I mean to refer to the world of event. By truth, to the embodied vision, illumination, or enduring discovery, which is the ideal of art. And by honesty or sincerity, to telling the truth, which is not necessarily the path to illumination. V.S. Naipaul, in the pages of a national magazine, defines the aim of the novel. The ideal creation, he says, must be indistinguishable from the truth. A delicious and instructive remark. Instructive, because it postulates a gap between truth and actuality. The artist's task, then, involves the transformation of the actual to the true, and the ability to achieve such transformations, especially in art that presumes to be subjective, depends on conscious willingness to distinguish truth from honesty or sincerity. The impulse, however, is not to distinguish, but to link. In part, the tendency to connect the idea of truth with the idea of honesty is a form of anxiety. We are calmed by answerable questions, and the question, "Have I been honest?" has an answer. Honesty and sincerity refer back to the already known, against which any utterance can be tested. They constitute acknowledgment. They also assume a convergence. These terms take for granted the identification of the poet with the speaker. This is not to suggest that apparently honest poets don't object to having their creativity overlooked. For example, the work of Diane Wachowski fosters as intense an identification of poet with speaker as any body of work I can think of. But when a listener, some years ago, praised Wachowski's courage, Wachowski was indignantly dismissive. She reminded her audience that, after all, she decided what she set down. So the secret content of the poems, the extreme intimacy, was regularly transformed by acts of decision, which is to say, by assertions of power. The I on the page, the all-revealing Diane, was her creation. The secrets we choose to betray lose power over us. To recapitulate, The source of art is experience, the end product truth, and the artist, surveying the actual, constantly intervenes and manages, lies and deletes, all in the service of truth. Blackmer talks of this. The life we all live, he says, is not alone enough of a subject for the serious artist. It must be a life with a leaning, life with a tendency to shape itself only in certain forms, to afford its most lucid revelations only in certain lights. There is unfortunately no test for truth. That is, in part, why artists suffer. The love of truth is felt as chronic aspiration and chronic unease. If there is no test for truth, there is no possible security. The artist, alternating between anxiety and fierce conviction, must depend on the latter to compensate for the sacrifice of the sure. It is relatively easy to say that truth is the aim and heart of poetry, but harder to say how it is recognized or made. We know it first, as readers, by its result, by the sudden rush of wonder and awe and terror. The association of truth with terror is not new. The story of Psyche and Eros tells us that the need to know is like a hunger. It destroys peace. Psyche broke Eros's single commandment, that she not look at him, because the pressure to see was more powerful than either love or gratitude, and everything was sacrificed to it. We have to remember that Psyche, the soul, was human. The legend's resolution marries the soul to Eros, by which union it, the soul, is made immortal. But to be human is to be subject to the lure of the forbidden. Honest speech is a relief and not a discovery. When we speak of honesty in relation to poems, we mean the degree to which and the power with which the generating impulse has been transcribed. Transcribed, not transformed. Any attempt to evaluate the honesty of a text must always lead away from that text and toward intention. This may make an interesting trail, more interesting, very possibly, than the poem. The mistake, in any case, is our failure to separate poetry, which sounds like honest speech, from honest speech. The earlier mistake is in assuming that there is only one way for poetry to sound. These assumptions didn't come from nowhere. We have not so much made as absorbed them, as we digest our fathers and turn to our contemporaries. That turning is altogether natural. In the same way, children turn to other children, the dying to the dying, and so forth. We turn to those who have been dealt, as we see it, roughly the same hand. We turn to see what they're up to, feeling natural excitement in the presence of what is still unfolding or unknown. Substantial contributions to our collective inheritance were made by poets whose poems seemed blazingly personal, as though the poets had performed autopsies on their own living tissue. The presence of the speaker in these poems was overwhelming. The poems read as testaments, as records of the life. Art was redefined, all its ingenuities washed away. The impulse toward this poetry is heard in poets as unlike as Whitman and Rilke. It is heard, earlier, in the Romantics, despite Wordsworth's comment that if he had said out passions as they were, the poems could never have been published. But the idea that a body of work corresponds to and describes a soul's journey is particularly vivid in Keats. What we hear in Keats is inward listening, attentiveness of a rare order. I will say more later about the crucial difference between such qualities and the decanting of personality. Keats drew on his own life because it afforded greatest access to the materials of greatest interest. That it was his hardly concerned him. It was a life, and therefore likely, in its large shapes and major struggles, to stand as a paradigm. This is the attitude Emerson means, I think, when he says, to believe your own thought, to believe that what is true for you in your private heart is true for all men. That is genius. That is, at any rate, Keats's genius. Keats wanted a poetry that would document the soul's journey, or shed light on hidden forms. He wanted more feeling and fewer Alexandrines. But nothing in Keats' attitude toward the soul resembles the proprietor's investment. We can find limitation, but never smug limitation. A great innocence sounds in the lines, a kind of eager gratitude that passionate dedication should have been rewarded with fluency, as in this sonnet, dated 1818. When I Have Fears. When I have fears that I may cease to be, before my pen has gleaned my teeming brain, before high-piled books in carrick-tree hold like rich garners the full ripened grain, when I behold upon the night's starred face huge cloudy symbols of a high romance, and think that I may never live to trace their shadows with the magic hand of chance. And when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone, and think, till love and fame to nothingness do sink. The impression is of outcry, of haste, of turbulent immediate emotion that seems to fall, almost accidentally, into the sonnet form. That form tends to produce a sensation of repose. No matter how paradoxical the resolution, the ear detects something of the terminal thud of the judge's gavel, or the double thud, since the sensation is especially marked in sonnets following the Elizabethan style, ending, that is, in a rhymed couplet, 2 pithy lines of summary or antithesis. Think and sink make certainly a noticeable rhyme, but they manage, oddly enough, not to end the sonnet like 2 pennies falling on a plate. We require the marked rhyme, the single repeated sound, to put an end to all the poem's surging longing, to show us the I, the speaker, at a standstill, just as the dash in the 12th line makes the necessary abyss that separates the speaker from all the richness of the world. Consider now another sonnet, akin to this in subject and rational shape, though the when and then are here more subtle. The sonnet is Milton's, its occasion the fact of blindness, its date of composition 1652. When I Consider How My Light is Spent. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied? I fondly ask. But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. When I say the resemblance here is sufficient to make obvious the debt, what I mean is that I cannot read Keats's poem and not hear Milton's. Someone else would hear Shakespeare. Neither echo is surprising. If Shakespeare was Keats's enduring love, Milton was his measuring rod. Keats carried a portrait of Shakespeare everywhere, even on the walking tours, as a kind of totem. When there was a desk, the portrait hung over it. Work, there was work at a shrine. Milton was the dilemma. Toward Milton's achievement, Keats vacillated in his responses, and responses to Keats were verdicts. Such vacillation, combined with inner pressure to decide, can be called obsession. The purpose of comparison was, finally, displacement. In Keats's mind, Wordsworth stood as the contender, the alternative. Keats felt Wordsworth's genius to lie in his ability to think into the human heart. Milton, for all his brilliance, showed, Keats thought, less anxiety about humanity. Wordsworth was exploring those hidden reaches of the mind where, as Keats saw it, the intellectual problems of their time lay. And these problems seemed more difficult, more complex than the theological questions with which Milton was absorbed. So Wordsworth was deeper than Milton, though more because of the general and gregarious advance of intellect than individual greatness of mind. All this was a way for Keats of clarifying purpose. I said earlier that these sonnets were like in their occasions. This statement needs some amplification. The tradition of sincerity grows out of the blurring of distinction between theme and occasion. There is a greater emphasis, after the Romantics, on choice of occasion. The poet is less and less the artisan who makes, out of an occasion tossed him, something of interest. The poet less and less resembles the debating team, lithe, adept of many minds. In the poems at hand, both poets have taken up the question of loss. Of course, Keats was talking about death, which remains, as long as one is talking, imminent. But pressingly imminent for Keats, even in 1818. He had already nursed a mother through her dying, and had watched her symptoms reappear in his brother Tom. Consumption was the family disease. Keats's medical training equipped him to recognize its symptoms. The death imminent to Keats was a forfeit of the physical world, the world of the senses. That world, this world, was heaven. In the other he could not believe, nor could he see his life as a ritual preparation. So he immersed himself in the momentary splendor of the material world, which led always to the idea of loss. That is, if we recognize movement and change, but no longer believe in anything beyond death, then all evolution is perceived as movement away, the stable element, the referent, being what was, not what will be, a world as stationary and alive as the scenes on the Grecian urn. In 1652, Milton's blindness was probably complete. Loss makes his starting place. If blindness is, unlike death, a partial sacrifice, it is hardly a propitiation. Milton's calm is not the calm of bought time. I say Milton's calm, but in fact we don't feel quite so readily the right to that familiarity. For one thing, the sonnet is a dialogue, the octet ending in the speaker's question, which Patience answers in its 6 sublime lines. In a whole so fluent, the technical finesse of this division is masterfully inconspicuous. It is interesting to remark, of a poem so masterful, so majestic in its composure, the extreme simplicity of vocabulary. One-syllable words predominate. The impression of mastery derives not from elaborate vocabulary, but from the astonishing variety of syntax within flexible, suspended sentences, an instance of matchless organizational ability. People do not ordinarily speak this way, and I think it is generally true that imitations of speech, with its false starts, its lively inelegance, its sense of being arranged as it goes along, will not produce an impression of perfect control. And yet there is, in Milton's poem, no absence of anguish. As readers, we register the anguish and drama here almost entirely subliminally, following the cues of rhythm. This is the great advantage of formal verse. Metrical variation provides a subtext. It does what we now rely on tone to do. I should add that I think we really do have to rely on tone, since the advantage disappears when these conventions cease to be the norm of poetic expression. Education in metrical forms is not, however, essential to the reader here. The sonnet's opening lines summon and establish the iambic tradition, with a certain flutter at consider. No ear can miss the measured regularity of those first lines. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide. The end of the second line, though, is trebled. Dark world makes a kind of aural knot. We hear menace not simply because the world is described as dark, alluding both to the permanently altered world of the blind and also to a world metaphorically dark, in which right paths cannot be detected. The menace felt here comes about, and comes about chiefly because the line that has been so fluid is suddenly stalled. A block is thrown up, the language itself coagulates into the immobile, impassable dark world. Then we escape, the line turns graceful again, but the dread introduced is not dissolved, and in the fourth line we hear it again with terrible force, so that we experience physically, in sound, the unmanageable sorrow. And that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless. Lodged is like a blow, and the next words make a kind of lame reeling, a dwindling. As I hear the line, only less receives less emphasis than me. In these 4 words we hear personal torment, the wreckage of order and hope. We are carried to a place as isolated as Keats's shore ever was, but a place of fewer options. All this happens early. Milton's sonnet is not a description of agony. But loss must be vividly felt for Patience's answer to properly reverberate. The most likely transformation of loss is into task or test. This conversion introduces the idea of gain, if not reward. It fortifies the animal commitment to staying alive by promising to respond to the human need for purpose. So Patience, in Milton's sonnet, stills the petulant questioner and provides a glimpse of insight, a directive, at the very least corrects a presumption. Great value is placed here on endurance, and endurance is not required in the absence of pain. The poem, therefore, must convince us of pain, though its concerns lie elsewhere. Specifically, it proposes a lesson, which must be unearthed from the circumstantial. In the presence of lessons, the possibility of mastery can displace the animal plea for alleviation. In Milton's sonnet, 2 actions are ascribed to the speaker. He considers, and when he considers, he asks. I have made a particular case for anguish, because we are accustomed to thinking the cerebral contradictory to the felt, and the actions of the speaker are clearly the elevated actions of mind. The disposition to reflect or consider presumes developed intelligence, as well as temperamental inclination. It further presumes adequate time. The I that considers is very different from the I that has fears. To have fears, to have, specifically, the fears on which Keats dwells, is to be immersed in acute sensation. The fear that one will cease to be is unlike the state of chronic fearfulness we call timidity. This fear halts and overtakes. It carries intimations of change or closure or collapse. It threatens to cancel the future. It is primal, unwilled, democratic, urgent. In its presence, all other function is suspended. What we see in Keats is not indifference to thought. What we see is another species of thought than Milton's, thought resistant to government by mind. Keats claims for the responsive animal nature its ancient right to speech. Where Milton will project an impression of mastery, Keats projects a succumbing. In terms of tone, the impression of mastery and the impression of abandon cannot coexist. Our present addiction to sincerity grows out of a preference for abandon, for the subjective I, whose impassioned partiality carries the implication of flaw, whose speech sounds individual and human and fallible. The elements of coldness to which Keats objected in Milton, the insufficient anxiety about humanity, correspond to the overt projection of mastery. Keats was given to describing his methods of composition in terms implying a giving in. The poet was to be passive, responsive, available to all sensation. His desire was to reveal the soul, but soul to Keats had no spiritual draperies. Spirituality manifests the mind's intimidating claim to independent life. It was this invention Keats rejected. To Keats the soul was corporeal and vital and frail. It had no life outside the body. Keats refused to value what he did not believe, and he did not believe what he could not feel. Because he saw no choice, Keats was bound to prefer the moral to the divine, as he was bound to gravitate toward Shakespeare, who wrote plays where Milton made masks, who wrote, that is, with an expressed debt to life. It follows that Keats's poems feel immediate, personal, exposed. They sound, in other words, exactly like honesty, following Wordsworth's notion that poetry should seem the utterance of a man talking to men. If Milton wrote in momentous chords, Keats preferred the rush of isolated notes, preferred the penetrating to the commanding. The idea of a man talking to men, the premise of honesty, depends on a delineated speaker. And it is precisely on this point that confusion arises, since the success of such a poetry creates in its readers a firm belief in the reality of that speaker, which is expressed as the identification of the speaker with the poet. This belief is what the poet means to engender. Difficulty comes when he begins to participate in the audience's mistake. And on this point we should listen to Keats, who intended so plainly that his poems seem personal, and who drew, so regularly and so unmistakably, on autobiographical materials. At the center of Keats's thinking is the problem of self, and it is on the subject of the poet's self that he speaks with greatest feeling and insight. Those men of talent, he felt, who impose their proper selves on what they create, should be called men of power, in contrast to the true men of genius, those men who, in Keats's view, were great as certain ethereal chemicals, operating on the mass of neutral intellect, but they have not any individuality, any determined character. Toward the composition of poems that would seem a man speaking to men, he advocated the opposite of egotistical self-awareness and self-cultivation. He recommended, rather, the negative capability he felt in Shakespeare, a capacity for suspending judgment in order to report faithfully, a capability of submission, a willingness to annul the self. The self, in other words, was like a lightning rod. It attracted experience, but the poet's obligation was to divest himself of personal characteristics. Existing beliefs, therefore, were not a touchstone, but a disadvantage. I referred, some time ago, to our immediate inheritance. I had in mind poets like Lowell and Plath and Berryman, along with many less impressive others. With reference to the notion of sincerity, it is especially interesting to look at Berryman. Berryman was, from the first, technically proficient, though the early poems are not memorable. When he found what we like to call himself, he demonstrated what is, to my mind, the best ear since Pound. The self he found was mordant, voluble, opinionated, and profoundly withheld, as demonically manipulative as Frost. In 1970, after the Dream Songs had made him famous, Berryman published a curious book, which took its title from the Keats sonnet. The book, Love and Fame, was dedicated to the memory of the suffering lover and young Breton master who called himself Tristan Corbière. To this dedication, Berryman added a parenthetical comment, "I wish I versed with his bite." We have, therefore, by the time we reach the first poem, a great deal of information. We have a subject, youth's twin dreams, a reference, and an ideal. But this is as nothing compared to the information we get in the poems. We get in them the kind of instantly gratifying data usually associated with drunken camaraderie and not with art. We get actual names, places, positions, and, while Berryman is at it, confessions of failure, pride, ambition, and lust, all in characteristic shorthand, arrogance without apology. It can be said of Berryman that when he found his voice, he found his voices. By voice I mean natural distinction, and by distinction I mean to refer to thought, which is to say, you do not find your voice by inserting a single adjective into 20 poems. Distinctive voice is inseparable from distinctive substance. It cannot be grafted on. Berryman began to sound like Berryman when he invented Mr. Bones, and so was able to project two ideas simultaneously. Presumably, in Love and Fame, we have a single speaker. Commentator might be a better word, but the feel of the poems is very like that of the dream songs. Mr. Bones survives in an arsenal of sinister devices, particularly in the stinging, undermining taglines. The poems pretend to be straight gossip, straight from the source. Like gossip, they divert and entertain, but the source deals in mixed messages. Midway through, the reader is recalled from the invited error. Message. Amplitude. Voltage. The one friend calls for the one, the other for the other, in my work, in verse and prose. Well, hell, I am not writing an autobiography in verse, my friends. Impressions, structures, tales, from Columbia in the 30s, and the Michaelmas term at Cambridge in 36, followed by some later. It's not my life. That's occluded and lost. On the page, autobiography in verse is a single ladylike word, held together by malicious hyphens. What's real in the passage is despair, which owes, in part, to the bitter notion that invention is wasted. The advantage of poetry over life is that poetry, if it is sharp enough, may last. We are unnerved, I suppose, by the thought that authenticity, in the poem, is not produced by sincerity. We incline, in our anxiety for formulas, to be literal. We scan Frost's face compulsively for hidden kindness, having found the poems to be, by all reports, so much better than the man. This assumes our poems are our fingerprints, which they are not, and the processes by which experience is changed, heightened, distilled, made memorable, have nothing to do with sincerity. The truth on the page need not have been lived. It is, instead, all that can be envisioned. I want to say, finally, something more about truth, or about that art which is indistinguishable from it. Keats's theory of negative capability is an articulation of a habit of mind more commonly ascribed to the scientist, in whose thought the absence of bias is actively cultivated. It is the absence of bias that convinces, that encourages confidence, the premise being that certain materials arranged in certain ways will always yield the same result, which is to say, something inherent in the combination has been perceived. I think the great poets work this way. That is, I think the materials are subjective, but the methods are not. I think this is so, whether or not detachment is evident in the finished work. At the heart of that work will be a question, a problem, and we will feel, as we read, a sense that the poet was not wed to any one outcome. The poems themselves are like experiments, which the reader is freely invited to recreate in his own mind. Those poets who claustrophobically oversee, or bully, or dictate response, prematurely advertise the deficiencies of the chosen particulars, as though, without strenuous guidance, the reader might not reach an intended conclusion. Such work suffers from the excision of doubt. Milton may have written proofs, but his poems compel because they dramatize questions. The only illuminations are like Psyche's, who did not know what she'd find. The truth has about it an air of mystery or inexplicability. This mystery is an attribute of the elemental. Art of the kind I mean to describe will seem the furthest concentration, or reduction, or clarification of its substance. It cannot be further refined without being changed in its nature. It is essenced, or wholly unique, and therefore comparable to nothing. No it will have existed before. What will have existed are other instances of like authenticity. The true in poetry is felt as insight. It is very rare, but beside it other poems will seem merely intelligent comment. Nominated by Jack Marshall, Arthur Smith. Capitalism by Mark Levine, from Colorado Review. It's a kind of reflex, taking the fall. If you listen closely, you can hear me. The flyer says, "Put your ear to the page. Get let in on a secret." Giselle has wires looped round her ankles and wrists. It's me who is her choreographer. It's me working the cranks. I learned from playing with wind-up toy soldiers on the edge of the table. Rat-a-tat. I learned from the wind-up soldier. I've sat in the kitchen too long. My eyes get hot and wet, and I start making up reasons, such as indifferent nature, or 30 days hath September. I'm not ready to go. Time's up, and I want to stay. I'm stamping my feet, pasting bread in my ears. The buzzer continues. Giselle has forgot what it's like to move. She just hangs there, getting fed, her joints swelling some, but not bad. Giselle, I say. I am rubbing her with a butterfly net. The train needs its coal, and coal is a lot like diamonds. Bending my knees when I speak, more a shovel than a lover. Giselle invokes the 19th century. She thinks her wires are invisible wires. She thinks her wires are wings. She will not be compared to a summer's day. But Giselle, does the war machine not love you? Are you not crammed with things that the war machine needs? Are your people not a hungry people? Do officers not bang their heels on the dining-car table? Is the name of this dance not Giselle? Stay as you are, Giselle, thinking of nature, thinking of God. Forget that it's me that winds you up. The Industrial Revolution is dreaming, Giselle. There are more of you where I come from. Nominated by Colorado Review. Lost Brilliance by Rita Dove, from Black Warrior Review. I miss that corridor drenched in shadow, sweat of centuries steeped into stone. After the plunge, after my shrieks had diminished, and his oars sighed up to the smoking shore, the bulwark's grey pallor soothed me. Even the columns seemed kind, their murky sheen like the lustrous skin of a roving eye. I used to stand at the top of the stair, where the carpet flung down its extravagant heart. Flames teased the lake into glimmering licks. I could pretend to be above the earth rather than underground, a Venetian palazzo or misty chalet tucked into an Alp, that mixture of comfort and gloom. Nothing was simpler to imagine, but it was more difficult each evening to descend. All that marble, flayed with the red plush of privilege, I travelled on, slow Nautilus unwinding in terrified splendor, to where he knew to meet me. My consort, my match, though much older and sadder. In time, I lost the capacity for resolve. It was as if I had been travelling all these years without a body, until his hands found me. And then there was just the two of us forever, one who wounded and one who served. Nominated by Brenda Hillman. Moriches, fiction by Dean Shabner, from Witness. The night my parents met, and according to my father, the night I was conceived, 2 black men were lynched a mile outside Pinton, Mississippi. My father was in Pinton trying to get a man to sell him a dog, a Jack Russell Terrier. My father was a 21-year-old blonde guy from New York. He had some money from his great-aunt. He was spending it. That was 1957, and he had a little English sports car that broke down a lot. He was driving it around the country, and he was in Pinton, because a man in Hattiesburg told him about these dogs and this Pinton guy who bred them. My mother was a tall black woman. She sang in the church. She wanted to be a singer. My father saw her in the street after he'd finally convinced the man to sell him one of the dogs. He was sitting on a bench with a puppy between his feet, and she walked by. This is what he told me. She looked at the dog, then at him, and he stood up and almost bowed. He had to stop himself. He had curly yellow hair and a band of freckles across his nose and cheeks. He said, "Do you know a mechanic?" She looked at his face. I got all this from my father. It was a story he loved to tell, how she rolled her eyes away from him, how her lower lip pushed her mouth up, and then how she rolled the words off her lips and laid them out in front of him. "You got a problem?" My father nodded at the car, and she looked at it a minute. "I got my brother works on cars," she said. "You don't want to take your car to him." "Why not?" my father said. "Isn't he any good?" She looked at him a minute, standing almost perfectly still. Then she told him how to get there. He asked her to go with him, but she wouldn't, so he followed her directions. The car fought every bit of the way down the dusty, narrow roads between the scrub pines. The dog slept in his lap. It was tiny and warm between his legs. Her brother was a lot older than she was. His hair thinned back off his forehead, and he listened to my father like he was speaking a foreign language, like not a word of it, hardly even the sound of it, meant anything to him. He was my uncle, I guess, but I never met the man. When my mother showed up, my father was working under the hood of the car in front of her brother's shop. She watched my father put the motor back together. He'd taken off his shirt. It was hot as hell there, he told me, and the sweat ran off him. When he finished, it was sunset. He turned the switch, and it lit up, the engine's buzz, hot in the yard. She'd listened to him talk. My father told me he never knew what all he said. He ran his mouth. He always did when he was doing something. So I could hear him cursing the car some, talking to it, coaxing it, and talking, too, to whoever was around him, about the sky, the weather, launching into a story about some exploit, something silly you never got to hear, because it was all broken up by the curses and coaxes and moving on to something else. She listened to it, holding the puppy, playing with it, and when he started the car up, when it sat there quivering like a dog ready to hunt, she stood up, the terrier in her hands. "You want to take a ride?" he said. She went, and I was conceived out in some field outside Pineton, my mother sitting on my father's lap on the trunk of the car, and the stars sharp in the hot, still night. My mother was 20 and wanted to get out. She wasn't going to wait for a second chance. It might sound bad, but I know my father never thought of it that way. She left with him that night, and he cut short his cross-country trip to come back to New York. She tried to find work singing until she got too big with me. My father went to NYU and worked part-time jobs. My mother stayed home with me until I was big enough to take 2 rehearsals or leave with somebody. She got to be pretty well known for a while, but by then my father had taken me out to the Moriches on Long Island, where he went to work doing research on ducks. I grew up out there, in the little house between 2 duck farms. I heard those birds day and night, wanking at each other. I smelled their shit so much I almost didn't notice it anymore. The stink of it probably got in my hair, which was kinky, like my mother's, but some weird, dusty yellow. I let it grow in a bush on my head. At first my father took me around with him to the farms. He'd walk around the coops, now and then picking up a duck, looking into its eyes, ruffling its feather, pinching a quill or 2 between his fingers. They all looked sick to me. Wozniak, Olchitsky. The men would follow him, watching him. My father was thin, and though his clothes were just as worn as theirs, he had a sharpness about him the farmers didn't. I knew he was in control. They looked all the same to me. Big men, fleshy, with round, pasty faces, their hairlines lost to the top of their heads, at least from my angle, and slow-moving. I was always glad to get back in the car with my father, to have it be just us. In 1974, when I was a junior, I started seeing Claudette Roux. She was in choir, too. Her skin was white, and her hair was a brown you might not notice on another girl, but when she pushed it back out of her face, or gathered it up quickly in her hands to braid it, her arms in a jagged halo around her head, it seemed like the only hair she could have. Late that fall, she'd been hit by a car when she was riding her bicycle. She wasn't hurt bad, but she busted up her mouth and chipped a tooth. After she got the stitches out, she guarded her smile. I saw her one night, around Christmas, at a party. I started talking to her. We were teasing each other, but even when she laughed, she tried to keep her lips closed. A couple of times she put her hand up to cover her open mouth. I said, "What, you got a cat you're keeping in there?" For a minute she had this queer look, then she smiled her smile. Her lips opened, and I saw the tooth. That was when I went off for her. Not that I hadn't been looking at her in chorus, listening for her voice, pulling it out of the other sopranos, but that night her face was so pretty, and there was that chipped tooth. It was winter, and we used to hang out in the barn in back of Wally Krzyzewski's. That was where it started between us. A bunch of kids hung out there. It had been Wally's father's shop, but his father died. His tools were still there, dusty, some of them rusting out, and Wally liked to throw them around, tear the place up. It was somewhere to go to hang out and get high where it was warm. There was a bunch of us there, and she came in with a friend of hers. She had an old fur coat on. The longer we were there, the more we kept looking at each other. When I finally smiled at her, she smiled back, showing me that broken tooth between her pretty lips. I felt like she'd given me something. I walked her home through the fields behind Wally's, and the bay muck scent hung in the air with the duck shit. But close to her I smelled lemon, like she'd just torn one open with her fingers. I never knew what people thought about my father and me then. We lived in that little house as long as I can remember, and whenever we saw my mother, it was in the city. We'd go hear her sing, and then maybe go out with her. I was blonde, my eyes were brown. I had my father's color, but my mother's features, like she was hiding under my skin. What I'm talking about is my mother. That she's black. None of the white kids called me nigger, though they did the other black kids. My father cured duck diseases, and that made him pretty popular in the Mauritius. I went wherever I wanted to, and nobody turned me away. That winter there had been riots up west, in Bellport and CI. I remember the guys in our school looking at each other, but nothing happened. Claudette and I fucked for the first time on our back porch while my father was off at work. It had been cold that morning, but rain started to fall toward noon, and fog rose off the creek at the back of our yard. The dampness held the duck smell down. It was a week after we'd really started going together. We cut out at lunch and went to my house and the musty old couch on the porch. I understood my father being able to tell his story over and over. That day with Claudette Roux, I see her smile. I taste the gum she spit out as we went up the 2 wooden steps. I hear the ducks and the creak of the couch. It doesn't matter what anything's been like since. There was no coaxing, no fooling, no faking this to get that between us. She spat out that gum into the dirt beside the stairs, and when I kissed her, standing there, she moved me, just a lean, towards the couch. I didn't need anything more than that. Even though I thought about her all the time, everything else fell in place. My grades went through the roof. My history teacher talked to me about colleges. My science teacher talked to me about marine biology. I thought about those things too, and it all seemed to have weight. I felt like I had weight, and the strength to carry it. Claudette and I talked about the duck farms closing, the houses being built everywhere up west, the grubby little shopping centers that straddled the road in Shirley and were spreading out to us. I started feeling like I loved everything that was going to be gone. My father had given up the research stuff by then. He taught school in Riverhead, biology. Everybody thought he was young to be my dad. He was steady with another teacher up there, Sally. She was a redhead in her late 20s. Later on he married her. One night the 4 of us, Claudette and I and the two of them ate dinner together. Afterwards we sat and talked, or listened to my father talk. We drank beer, and Claudette and I held hands under the table. My father put on the records of my mother singing. The albums of blues tunes and spirituals, just her, a sax and a piano, were his favorites, and he winked at me. That was all. He didn't tell the story, just the wink. I didn't know what Sally knew. That wink was the way he and I had always lived. The night Martin Luther King was shot, we were sitting, my father and I and his friend Darrell Brown, in my father's VW, listening to the news to get the baseball scores. We had the windows open. Darrell Brown was smoking a cigar, hanging his arm out the window and puffing the smoke out into the cool night. My father was talking about St. Louis and how good he thought they could be. He kept turning his head around to me. What was I, 10? Then it came on, and we sat there, the three of us, listening. "Well, that just about fucks things," my father said. "What do you think?" he said to me. "Doesn't that just fuck things no goddamn end?" We went back to our house, and the two of them got drunk on dark rum. It tasted like tar to me, but I took it when my father pushed his glass towards me. He told the story of my mother that night, though Darrell Brown knew it, I'm sure. The Jack Russell was still alive then, and he watched the three of us sitting around the kitchen table from the couch where he liked to sleep. "That dog," my father said, pointing to him, "that dog is who you have to thank. Without him, everything would be different." He said it over and over. Whenever Claudette asked me about my mother, I told her she was a singer, and she didn't live with us, but that my dad and she were friends, and that they'd never been married. All that was true. I never heard him badmouth her. That night we were sitting around, and when it got late, my father and Sally went to his room. Before I knew it, I had Claudette on my lap, her skirt around her waist, and my pants undone. I was up inside her, rocking her on the edge of the seat, when the door opened, and my father came out. His hair was messed up, and his shirt was half unbuttoned and out of his pants. He looked confused, and he kind of waved at us as he went to the bathroom. He kept his face turned away, squinting his eyes like we were alight and he had just woken up. Claudette didn't move away. If anything, she let herself down on me a little more, and she held me in there. We stayed still while he was in the bathroom, just looking at each other. Her cheeks were red, and her lips looked dark and big, like I'd smeared them a little. When my father closed the door to his room, she took in a deep breath and hugged me. I felt like that was what I wanted from life, to be inside her and have her head on my shoulder, her lips on my neck, and have my father a little embarrassed, closing the door behind him. One week, when the weather was starting to get nice, we skipped out and went into the city. It was Claudette's idea. She wanted to see the North and South American Indian Museum that had just opened. We slept on the train in. Maybe none of this means anything to you. When I started going out with Claudette, I was 16. I'd been living with my father, alone with him, for more than 10 years. It was me and him, like we were brothers or something. He had his job, I had school. I didn't really know what it was like to be looked at the way other kids' parents looked at them, that fear and confusion and anger about losing control over this life they had made. When my father talked to me, it was just to talk. We went to the Indian Museum and looked at oars and weapons, pipes and fabulous ceremonial clothes, hats made of animal heads and cloaks covered with feathers and beads. In one room were pale buffalo skins with paintings on them that told stories. The horses and men were awkward, but they were individuals, too. You could tell them apart, and they told a story that must have said something about the people who lived inside. Claudette held my hand. We hugged and kissed. I stole a grasp of her bare side under her sweater, or I touched her cheek, her hair. The museum was quiet. Guards stood around together, talking, joking. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but their deep laughs rose to the high ceilings and echoed up there like thunder in the hills. When we got to the shrunken heads, she let go of my hands. She leaned close to the glass, then put her hands on the case. There were a dozen of them, and they looked like rotten pears or apples. The eyes were closed, the noses and mouths wrinkled into the rest of the brownness. Most of them had long dark hair knotted up on their heads. Claudette's breath steamed the glass, and one of the guards clapped his hands twice. We both looked at him, and he shook his head. Claudette stepped away from the case. "You look at these guys, they could be looking back at you," she said. "What would make you want to—" She shook her head. "Why would you want to take somebody and shrink up their head, then hang it around and look at it all the time?" "I don't think they looked at them all the time," I said. She looked at the case, then at me. "Could you?" "They thought it was medicine," I said. "Power or something." "I'll bet it is. Something like that," she said. She stepped back close to the heads. "This one," she said, pointing at one on the top row. There was a pattern of scars on the cheek, and the eyelids seemed about to open, like the eyes had just rolled up, like the guy heard something and wanted to see it. We stood there a while, but he didn't open up. "Their world must be so different," she said, and she put her arm around me. We rode a bus downtown. The streets were lighting up, and the sky was going black. She sat close to me. I remember kissing her for minutes, holding her under her coat, and then looking around the bus like I'd come up from under water. I felt like a seal. I felt on that bus like I knew what life was about and had it in my hand. And those guys sitting around us, looking away, hurrying even as they sat in their seats, reading the papers about scandals and shit. It looked to me like they'd forgotten they were alive. We walked around the village, looking at menus posted in the windows of restaurants. There were students from the university, and bums and old hippie types. But then there were other people who seemed to be looking around, like it was all there for them to see. We ate Indian food. She said we might as well stick with it, right? I started to say it wasn't the same Indian, but she rolled her eyes and gave a quick grab at my side to tickle me. We had no idea what to eat, but we piled it on. Big puffs of bread, little rolls of potato and peas, and strange-shaped fried things we could only guess at. We ate everything they put in front of us. A dish of meat and potatoes, stewed in hot, thick green sauce. Bright red chicken. Little bowls of red onions, lentil sauce, some brown Swedish stuff. I didn't know what the hell it was then, but she and I gobbled it all up and then sat stunned with the food in our bellies. We blew our noses. My tongue felt like it was swelled twice its size. I could hardly get a word out around it. There was nobody else in the place but an old couple by the door. The waiters stood together at the window to the kitchen in the back. They talked to each other, soft, in their own language. After a while, one brought over a pot of tea and 2 cups. He said tea, putting the word out delicately between us, the way he put out the cups and the blue china pot. When we went outside, she took my arm and said, "Now what?" I didn't know, and that was when I saw my mother across the street. She had her collar turned up, but she didn't walk like she was cold. She was talking to a man, looking around. She saw me, too, then, and said my name and laughed. "You don't call me when you come in any more," she said as she crossed the street. The man stood on the curb a moment, then followed her across the street. Claudette was looking at her, and she edged away from me. My mother gave me a kiss, holding my hand in hers as she did. She introduced the man she was with as Charles Turner, her bass player, and she said, "This is my son." Claudette slipped her arm out of mine. I looked at her, and she was staring at my mother. Her mouth was just open, and her tongue was at that chipped tooth. I touched, and she jerked her head at me. I said, "Mom, this is Claudette." "Hi, honey. I hear you've got a voice in you," my mom said, and she put out her hand. Claudette took it, but she glanced at me as she did. Even though she's my mom, I can say this. She was a very beautiful woman when she was young. In the picture on her first record, I thought of her that way. A gown off her shoulders, a black and white shot, the light on her cheeks, her eyes, her shoulders, the skin across her chest. She's holding the microphone, her lips forward in a soft kiss as she sings. Her voice is naturally deep, but her range is high and strong. Like I said, she was famous. Then she started singing with some different people, avant-garde. She didn't sing the standards anymore. That night, when Claudette Rue slipped her hand out from my arm, I saw the age coming in my mother's face, and the way she was spreading into her shoulders and her hips. She said she was singing that night. We were coming to hear her, of course. We went. She got us a table on one side of the room where we could see everything. It was a little club, in a basement, a V-shaped room with the stage at the point and the bar across the back. In between was jammed with little tables, waitresses in black dodging around them, balancing trays of drinks over their heads. Everybody in the place was talking, but us. We weren't saying a word. When I looked at Claudette, I was scared. I was just hoping my mom would come out and sing soon. Claudette was as tough as I'd ever seen her then. She was looking that place in the eye, like everybody who was paying no attention to her was actually facing her down. She was ready for it. I touched her arm, and it was cold. Fucking stone, I thought. She was as white as that, and the club light just made her more pale. The band came out, a sax, piano, Turner on bass, and a drummer. They wore bright-colored clothes, African stuff. The sax player had a pointed face, and his afro grew back off his head like there was wind blowing at him. The first song started out pretty, a melody that sang a lullaby. Then the sax player started soloing, and he tore it all apart, like a kid too hungry to go to sleep. I'd grown up with it, and I love it. I really did, but when I looked at Claudette, she was braced against it like the same wind that was blowing the sax player's hair back was hitting her. When they stopped, I said, "It's like getting knocked around the ocean." She just looked at me, and I smiled. She turned to the band again, then back at me. The sax player flipped the mic up and introduced my mother, who came out through the crowd. Everybody was clapping, turning around to see her. She was serious, and she bowed her head when she got on stage. The piano and bass started, a slow beat that rocked in and out of rhythm. The drums came in, steadying it out, but when the sax started up, it seemed to tug the rhythm out again. There was this beat, but everything was going against it. The sax was raw, edgy. He heard the beat, and he was fucking with it, like a street tough fucking with some guy. When my mother started to sing, Claudette put her hand on my leg. Her voice was as deep as the horns, but it was full and smooth. She didn't sing words, and everything made sense. She rose out of the tune and pulled the rest of them into the air with her. After the set, she sat with us and talked to Claudette about singers, then paid for our cab to the station. Claudette took my mother's kiss as she put us in the taxi, but she didn't sit close to me. That back seat was huge and slick as ice. "You played her records for me and never told me," she said somewhere on that ride. "You told her about me, and you couldn't tell me about her. She could have been punching me. I felt the bruises swelling and watched the city going by." She slept most of the ride out, curled up in the seat. I guess I must have slept, too. I don't know. Claudette didn't go to school the next day. When I called her, there was no answer, and later her mother told me she was in bed. When my father fell asleep that night, I went to the back porch and smoked a joint, listening to the ducks muttering in their sleep. For a change, the salt from the creek smelled stronger than their shit. I tried to think of Claudette coming around the side of the house. I'd be able to see her white skin. I'd hear her sneakers in the grass, on the gravel of the walk to the steps. She'd say, "Hey," at the screen door, and she'd come in. I wouldn't have to move or say anything until she sat down beside me. Then we'd talk low to each other, wrapped up together. Until then, when I thought about myself, it all seemed a piece. Maybe it was a secret between my father and me, something that made us separate. Maybe that was how I thought of it. On our trips to see my mother, the whole world seemed different, busy, full, the street lights, clubs, and faces, the kind of hipsters who only glanced at our life in the Mauritius on their dash out of the Hamptons. There was no way to talk about it to the people I knew out there. I didn't have a name for what I was, black or white, and I guess I'd let myself think, because of that, that nobody else did either. Even now, talking about it, I lose the words, the simple, direct words that everybody else thought of it in, and that I'd kept out of my head. I watched the moon, big and yellow, as it settled into the branches of the trees across the creek. The phone rang in the kitchen. I let it ring some, then went in and answered it. She said, "Are you all right?" "Claudette," I said, "are you coming back to school?" "Yeah, I'm coming back." There was a fuss from next door, feathers rustling, wanking, clattering of duckbills. Then it quieted down. "Can I come around?" I said. "What do you think?" I rested my forehead against the window. It was cool and slightly damp. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, the moon was down in the black branches across the water, and as I watched, it slipped away behind one of the duck houses over there. "I don't know why I called you," she said. "I'm thinking about you, and it hurts. It's keeping me up. Every time you looked at me, you lied." I heard her breath against the phone. "I'll see you in school," she said, and she hung up. When I woke up, it was late enough that the sun was starting to burn off the mists and dew from the night before. It wasn't hot, really, but there was something about it that wrapped around me. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't think I knew then, either. I walked through the fields up to Main Street, then along east to school. I didn't have my books or anything with me. I know I didn't think about that. The halls were crowded. It was fourth period. I went straight to the music room. Most of the kids were already there. Claudette was standing by herself at the piano, looking at some sheet music. Then she tore a little piece of paper out of her notebook and spit her gum into it. She crumpled the paper up in her hand, and as she turned to throw it out, she saw me, standing just inside the door. I nodded at her, and she threw the gum out. Mr. Melanie came out of his office at the back of the room and told us we were going to start with the Bach. She went to her place, and I found mine. I looked on with Alfred Kane, who I'd sung next to since second grade. Melanie hit a couple of chords to give us the notes. Claudette was hitting them to herself. I could see her feeling the vibrations in her throat, listening inside her head. Then she looked at me all of a sudden, like I had just touched her. I couldn't look away. For a minute I was standing next to her. I smelled the lemon and the beat-up fur coat, and I could hear the notes in her throat. Melanie said, "Let's begin," and counted out the beat. They all started, Alfred Kane beside me, his voice hitting the notes as though there were piano keys inside him. But Melanie heard something and stopped it. He ranted a minute, then said, "Now again, and can we have everyone this time, Miss Rue?" She flushed and looked at him, away from me, for the first time. Alfred Kane nudged me, stuck the music at me. I read it through quick, and when we started again I sang, and I heard Claudette's voice, full and dark in the center of the sopranos. I didn't see her again, and I didn't try to. I went to my classes. At lunch I went outside, walked to the deli, and got a sandwich, which I wolfed down, sitting on the steps outside the store. I didn't go back to school. I just didn't want to hear the teachers carrying on. When my father came home, I told him I'd cut out. I don't know what I expected from him. He said, "So what happened?" I told him it was no big deal, and he let it go at that. He said something about the basketball playoffs, the game that night, and whether we'd be able to get it on the TV. We were watching that game when Claudette came around. I knew when I heard the knock at the back door that it was her. She'd come inside the porch when I got out there. I opened the door, but she stayed out in the darkness. "What are you doing?" she said. "Watching the game," I said. I stood a minute, then I just felt stupid. I went out into the darkness with her. The night was warmer than I thought it would be. Except for the TV, it was quiet. She sat down on the couch, and I sat there too, but not up close to her. Then I moved a little. "You sounded good today," I said. "Is Melanie going to give you that solo in Bach?" "He had me in after school to hear me on it," she said. "He kept correcting me, making me go back." Her head was down, but she was looking at me. She kept her voice low, and I leaned closer to her. "He'll give it to you," I said, keeping my voice just as low as hers. I wanted to feel it touch her. I wanted it to go get her for me, to put me back inside her. I said, "He wouldn't work with you if he was going to give it to somebody else. You know, I can hear you out of all of them. I can hear them following you. Melanie can hear that too. Anybody can. I'm supposed to blend in," she said. "Not if they're not hitting it," I said. I put my hand on her thigh, her shoulder, then her neck. I felt the few loose strands from her braid, and with my thumb I touched her cheek. She lifted her face a little and turned out of my hand, but she caught it in her own and held it there, in mid-air. "I've got to think about this," she said. "Nothing's changed," I said. She stood up and walked to the screen. She put her face up close to it, then she came back to me. She knelt and put her hands on my thighs. "I feel like I've been lied to, like you thought you couldn't trust me." She started to get up, but I put my hands on her shoulders. I brought her closer to me and leaned forward to her. "She's just my mother," I whispered. "I'm no different." "That's not what I'm talking about." She was crying, not hard. She was fighting it, holding it tight in her eyes, her cheeks, and her lips. It hit me, the salt smell of her tears, like seasickness. She wiped one eye, then the other with the back of her hand. "I've got to go home," she said. "I'll walk you." She let me. We woke the ducks cutting through the field and along the creek behind my house. The moon was high and small, white as a tooth. I took her hand for a ways. At her house I took it again. Then she went in. My father had fallen asleep on the couch. The game was over, the news done. Some old movie had started. I shut it off, and my father opened his eyes. He looked at me and sat up. He rubbed his cheeks, then looked at me again. His face was queer, pasty, his hair rumpled, and his eyes red. "Who won?" I asked. He looked at the black screen. "I fell asleep at halftime," he said. I started to go out to my room, but my father, still sitting on the couch, started to talk, and I stopped in the door to listen. He didn't look at me, but I guess he knew I was still there. He could talk softly, but he kept his voice solid. He caught you by the arm and held you, pulled you close to him where you could smell his breath. "When I looked at your mother the first time, I didn't think anything but what a beautiful girl she was," he said. "There was an instant there when she wasn't anything but beautiful. I think about that when I see her again after a while, or when I listen to her sing. It's just beauty for an instant. Then everything else comes in, and I don't know which is right." He rubbed at his hair. "I hope you can figure it out," he said. "I always thought you came out of that moment when I didn't see anything but." He looked at me, and it was like I was inside his dream with him. We were both young, and the world was beauty. "I guess I didn't see anything but what I wanted to see," he said. "Why'd you leave Mom?" I said. "I didn't ever leave her," he said. "She was doing one thing, and I was doing another." "What if she wanted to come back?" "It's not like that," he said. "Your mother and I, we weren't ever like married. We weren't ever the way you see people here. We loved each other, but a lot of it went through you. Did she ever want me? She always wanted you. She still does. I thought you knew all this." "Yeah, I guess I do," I said. "I'm just thinking about it." "With Claudette?" "With her and everything." My father stood up, picking up his shoes as he did. He stopped by me on his way to his room. "You want to know what I say? Think about her, and forget all that everything. Good night." I didn't turn on the light in my room. I opened the window an inch or two. The ducks were restless in the warm night. I could hear them rustling their feathers, shifting their feet in the sand and feed and shit they stood around in. I heard my father in his room undress and get into bed. I slipped off my shoes and went back into the living room. I found that first album my mother put out. I put the thick, heavy disc on the turntable and turned the volume on so low it was barely louder than the muttering of the ducks in their sleep. All I needed was the hint of it. I felt Claudette's hand on my thigh, that night when we saw her, and I thought, there's no line between Claudette and everything else, the way my father said. My mother's voice was whispering in my ear. I thought, the only line is the one I've drawn myself. Now it was a circle around me that I wanted to step out of. There was no world of beauty, just one where ducks chattered in their sleep, and on warm nights you breathed the thick air off the stinking salty creeks. Nominated by witness. Good and Bad, fiction by Lucia Berlin, from So Long, Black Sparrow Press. Nuns tried hard to teach me to be good. In high school it was Miss Dawson, Santiago College, 1952. 6 of us in the school were going on to American colleges. We had to take American history and civics from the new teacher, Ethel Dawson. She was the only American teacher. The others were Chilean or European. We were all bad to her. I was the worst. If there was to be a test and none of us had studied, I could distract her with questions about the Gadsden Purchase for the whole period, or get her started on segregation or American imperialism if we were really in trouble. We mocked her, imitated her nasal Boston whine. She had a tall lift on one shoe because of polio, wore thick wire-rimmed glasses, splayed gap teeth, a horrible voice. It seemed she deliberately made herself look worse by wearing mannish, mismatched colors, wrinkles, soup-spotted slacks, garish scarves on her badly cut hair. She got very red-faced when she lectured, and she smelled of sweat. It was not simply that she flaunted poverty. Madame Tournier wore the same shabby black skirt and blouse day after day, but the skirt was cut on the bias. The black blouse, green and frayed with age, was of fine silk. Style, cachet were all important to us then. She showed us movies and slides about the condition of the Chilean miners and dock workers, all of it the USA's fault. The ambassador's daughter was in the class, a few admirals' daughters. My father was a mining engineer, worked with the CIA. I knew he truly believed Chile needed the United States. Miss Dawson thought that she was reaching impressionable young minds, whereas she was talking to spoiled American brats. Each one of us had a rich, handsome, powerful American daddy. Girls feel about their fathers at that age like they do about horses. It is a passion. She implied that they were villains. Because I did most of the talking, I was the one she zeroed in on, keeping me after class, and one day even walked with me in the rose garden, complaining about the elitism of the school. I lost patience with her. "What are you doing here, then? Why don't you go teach the poor if you're so worried about them? Why have anything to do with us snobs at all?" She told me that this was where she was given work, because she taught American history. She didn't speak Spanish yet, but all her spare time was spent working with the poor and volunteering in revolutionary groups. She said it wasn't a waste of time working with us. If she could change the thinking of one mind, it would be worthwhile. "Perhaps you are that one mind," she said. We sat on a stone bench. Recess was almost over. Scent of roses and the mildew of her sweater. "Tell me, what do you do with your weekends?" she asked. It wasn't hard to sound utterly frivolous, but I exaggerated it anyway. Hairdresser, manicurist, dressmaker, lunch at the Charles, polo, rugby or cricket, thé dansant, dinners, parties until dawn, mass at El Bosque at 7 on Sunday morning, still wearing evening clothes. The country club, then, for breakfast, golf or swimming, or maybe the day in Algarrobo at the sea, skiing in winter, movies, of course, but mostly we danced all night. "And this life is satisfying to you?" she asked. "Yes, it is." "What if I asked you to give me your Saturdays for 1 month? Would you do it? See a part of Santiago that you don't know?" "Why do you want me?" "Because basically I think you are a good person. I think you could learn from it." She clasped both my hands. "Give it a try." Good person. But she had caught me earlier with the word revolutionary. I did want to meet revolutionaries because they were bad. Everyone seemed a lot more upset than necessary about my Saturdays with Miss Dawson, which then made me really want to do it. I told my mother I was going to help the poor. She was disgusted, afraid of disease, toilet seats. I even knew that the poor in Chile had no toilet seats. My friends were shocked that I was going with Miss Dawson at all. They said she was a loony, a fanatic, and a lesbian. Was I crazy or what? The first day I spent with her was ghastly, but I stuck with it out of bravado. Every Saturday morning we went to the city dump in a pickup truck filled with huge pots of food, beans, porridge, biscuits, milk. We set up a big table in a field next to miles of shacks made from flattened tin cans. A bent water faucet about 3 blocks away served the entire shack community. There were open fires in front of the squalid lean-tos, burning scraps of wood, cardboard, shoes to cook on. At first the place seemed to be deserted, miles and miles of dunes. dunes of stinking, smoldering garbage. After a while, through the dust and smoke, you could see that there were people all over the dunes, but they were the color of the dung, their rags just like the refuse they crawled in. No one stood up. They scurried on all fours like wet rats, tossing things into burlap bags that gave them humped animal backs, circling on, darting, meeting each other, touching noses, slithering away, disappearing like iguanas over the ridges of the dunes. But once the food was set up, scores of women and children appeared, sooty and wet, smelling of decay and rotted food. They were glad for the breakfast, squatted, eating with bony elbows out like praying mantis on the garbage hills. After they had eaten, the children crowded around me. Still crawling or sprawled in the dirt, they patted my shoes, ran their hands up and down my stockings. "See, they like you," Miss Dawson said. "Doesn't that make you feel good?" I knew that they liked my shoes and stockings, my red Chanel jacket. Miss Dawson and her friends were exhilarated as we drove away, chatting happily. I was sickened and depressed. "What good does it do to feed them once a week? It doesn't make a dent in their lives. They need more than biscuits once a week, for Lord's sake." Right. But until the revolution came and everything was shared, you had to do whatever helped at all. "They need to know somebody realizes they live out here. We tell them that soon things will change. Hope. It's about hope," Miss Dawson said. We had lunch in a tenement in the south of the city, 6 flights up. One window that looked onto an air shaft. A hot plate, no running water. Any water they used had to be carried up those stairs. The table was set with 4 bowls and 4 spoons, a pile of bread in the center. There were many people, talking in small groups. I spoke Spanish, but they spoke in a heavy caló with almost no consonants, and were hard for me to understand. They ignored us, looked at us with amused tolerance or complete disdain. I didn't hear revolutionary talk, but talk about work, money, filthy jokes. We all took turns eating lentils, drinking chicha, a raw wine, using the same bowls and glass as the person before. "Nice you don't seem to mind about dirt," beamed Miss Dawson. "I grew up in mining towns, lots of dirt. But the cabins of Finnish and Basque miners were pretty, with flowers and candles, sweet-faced virgins." This was an ugly, filthy place, with misspelled slogans on the walls, communist pamphlets stuck up with chewing gum. There was a newspaper photograph of my father and the Minister of Mines, splattered with blood. "Hey!" I said. Miss Dawson took my hand, stroked it. "Shh!" she said in English. "We're on first-name basis here. Don't for heaven's sake say who you are. Now, Adele, don't be uncomfortable. To grow up you need to face all the realities of your father's personae. Not with blood on them. Precisely that way. It is a strong possibility, and you should be aware of it." She squeezed both my hands then. After lunch, she took me to El Niño Perdido, an orphanage in an old stone, ivy-covered building in the foothills of the Andes. It was run by French nuns, lovely old nuns, with fleur-de-lis coiffes and blue-gray habits. They floated through the dark rooms, above the stone floors, flew down the passages by the flowered courtyard, popped open wooden shutters, calling out in bird-like voices. They brushed away insane children who were biting their legs, dragging them by their little feet. They washed 10 faces in a row, all the eyes blind. They fed 6 mongoloid giants, reaching up with spoons of oatmeal. These orphans all had something the matter. Some were insane, others had no legs or were mute, some had been burned over their entire bodies. No noses or ears, syphilitic babies and mongoloids in their teens. The assorted afflictions spilled together from room to room, out into the courtyard, into the lovely unkempt garden. "There are many things needed to do," Miss Dawson said. "I like feeding and changing babies. You might read to the blind children. They all seem particularly intelligent and bored." There were few books. La Fontaine in Spanish. They sat in a circle staring at me, really blankly. Nervous, I began a game, clapping and stomping kind of game like musical chairs. They liked that, and so did some other children. I hated the dump on Saturdays, but I liked going to the orphanage. I even liked Miss Dawson when we were there. She spent her time bathing and rocking babies and singing to them, while I made up games for the older children. Some things worked and others didn't. Relay races didn't because nobody would let go of the stick. Jump rope was great because 2 boys with Down syndrome would turn the rope for hours on end without stopping, while everybody, especially the blind girls, took turns. Even nuns jumped. Jump, jump. They hovered blue in the air. Farmer in the Dell, Button, Button, Hide and Go Seek didn't work because nobody came home. The orphans were glad to see me. I loved going there, not because I was good, but because I liked to play. Saturday nights we went to Revolutionary Theater or poetry readings. We heard the greatest Latin American poets of our century. These were poets whose work I would later love, whom I would study and teach. But then I did not listen. I suffered an agony of self-consciousness and confusion. We were the only Americans there. All I heard were the attacks against the United States. Many people asked questions about American policy that I couldn't answer. I referred them to Miss Dawson and translated her answers, ashamed and baffled by what I told them about segregation, anaconda. She didn't realize how much the people scorned us, how they mocked her banal communist cliches about their reality. They laughed at me with my Yosef haircut and nails, my expensive casual clothes. At one theater group they put me on stage, and the director hollered, "Okay, gringa, tell me why you are in my country." I froze and sat down, to hooting and laughter. Finally I told Miss Dawson I couldn't go out on Saturday nights any more. Dinner and dancing at Marcelo Errázuriz. Martinis, consommé in little cups on the terrace, fragrant gardens beyond us. A 6-course dinner that began at 11. Everyone teased me about my days with Miss Dawson, begged me to tell them where I went. I couldn't talk about it, not with my friends nor my parents. I remember someone making a joke about me and my rotos. Broken meant poor people then. I felt ashamed, aware that there were almost as many servants in the room as guests. I joined Miss Dawson in a workers' protest outside the United States Embassy. I had only walked about a block when a friend of my father's, Frank Weiss, grabbed me out of the crowd, took me to the Crillon Hotel. He was furious. "What in God's name do you think you are doing?" He soon understood what Miss Dawson didn't, that I had not the faintest idea of politics, of what any of this was about. He told me that it would be terrible for my father if the press found out what I was doing. I understood that. On another Saturday afternoon I agreed to stand downtown and collect money for the orphanage. I stood on one corner and Miss Dawson on another. In only a few minutes dozens of people had insulted and cursed me. I didn't understand, shifted my sign for "Give to El Niño Perdido," and rattled the cup. Tito and Pepe, 2 friends, were on their way to the Waldorf for coffee. They whisked me away, forced me to go with them to coffee. "This is not done here. Poor people beg. You are insulting the poor. For a woman to solicit anything gives a shocking image. You will destroy your reputation. Also, no one would believe you are not keeping the money. A girl simply can't stand on the street unescorted. You can go to charity balls or luncheons, but physical contact with other classes is simply vulgar and patronizing to them. Also, you absolutely cannot afford to be seen with someone of her sexual persuasion in public. My dear, you are too young. You don't understand." We drank Jamaican coffee, and I listened to them. I told them I saw what they were saying, but I couldn't just leave Miss Dawson alone on the corner. They said they would speak to her. The 3 of us went down Ahumada, where she stood, proudly, while passers-by muttered "gringa loca" or "puta coja," crippled whore, at her. "It is not appropriate in Santiago for a young girl to do this, and we are taking her home," was all Tito said to her. She looked at him with disdain, and later that week, in the hallway at school, she told me it was wrong to let men dictate my actions. I told her that I felt everybody dictated my actions, that I had gone with her on Saturdays a month longer than I had first promised, that I wasn't going any more. It is wrong for you to return to a totally selfish existence. To fight for a better world is the only reason for living. Have you learned nothing?" "I learned a lot. I see that many things need to change, but it's their struggle, not mine." "I can't believe you can say that. Don't you see, that's what is wrong with the world, that attitude." She limped, crying, to the bathroom, was late to class, where she told us there would be no class that day. The 6 of us went out and lay on the grass in the gardens, away from the windows, so no one could see that we weren't in class. The girls teased me, said that I was breaking Miss Dawson's heart. She was obviously in love with me. Did she try to kiss me? This really made me confused and mad. In spite of everything, I was beginning to like her dogged, naive commitment, her hopefulness. She was like a little kid, like one of the blind children when they gasped with pleasure, playing in the water sprinkler. Miss Dawson never flirted with me or tried to touch me all the time like boys did, but she wanted me to do things I didn't want to do, and I felt like a bad person for not wanting to, for not caring more about the injustice in the world. The girls got mad at me because I wouldn't talk about her. They called me Miss Dawson's mistress. There was nobody I could talk to about any of this, nobody to ask what was right or wrong, so I just felt wrong. It was windy my last day at the dump. Sand sifted into the porridge in glistening waves. When the figures rose on the hills, it was with a swirl of dirt, so they looked like silver ghosts, dervishes. None of them had shoes, and their feet crept silently over the soggy mounds. They didn't speak or shout to each other, like most people do who work together, and they never spoke to us. Beyond the steaming dunghills was the city, and above us all the white Andes. They ate. Miss Dawson didn't say a word, gathering up the pots and utensils in the sigh of wind. We had agreed to go to a farm workers' rally outside of town that afternoon. We ate churrascos on the street, stopped by her apartment for her to change. Her apartment was dingy and airless. The fact that her hot plate for cooking was on the toilet tank made me feel ill, as did the odor of old wool and sweat and hair. She changed in front of me, which I found shocking and frightening, her naked, distorted blue-white body. She put on a sleeveless sundress with no brassiere. Miss Dawson, that would be all right at night, in someone's home, or at the beach, but you just can't go around bare like that in Chile. I pity you. All your life you are going to be paralyzed by what is done, by what people tell you you should think or do. I do not dress to please others. It is a very hot day, and I feel comfortable in this dress. Well, it makes me not comfortable. People will say rude things to us. It is different here from the United States. The best thing that could happen to you would be for you to be uncomfortable once in a while. We took several crowded buses to get to the fundo, where the rally was, waiting in the hot sun and standing on the buses. We got down and walked down a beautiful lane lined with eucalyptus, stopped to cool off in the stream by the lane. We had arrived too late for the speeches. There was an empty platform, a banner with "Land Back to the People" hanging askew behind the mic. There was a small group of men in suits, obviously the organizers, but most of the people were farm laborers. Guitars were playing, and there was a crowd around a couple dancing la cueca in a desultory fashion, languidly waving handkerchiefs as they circled one another. People were pouring wine from huge vats or standing in line for spit-roasted beef and beans. Miss Dawson told me to find a place at one of the tables, that she would bring our food. I squeezed into a spot at the end of a table crowded with families. Nobody was talking politics. It seemed that these were just country people who had come to a free barbecue. Everyone was very, very drunk. I could see Miss Dawson chattering away in line. She was drinking wine, too, gesticulating and talking very loud so people would understand her. "Isn't this great?" she asked, bringing 2 huge plates of food. "Let's introduce ourselves. Try to talk to the people more. That's how you learn and help." The 2 farm workers we sat by decided, with gales of laughter, that we were from another planet. As I had feared, they were amazed by her bare shoulders and visible nipples, couldn't figure out what she was. I realized that not only did she not speak Spanish, she was nearly blind. She would squint through her inch-thick glasses, smiling, but she couldn't see that these men were laughing at us, didn't like us, whatever we were. What were we doing here? She tried to explain that she was in the Communist Party, but instead of partido, she kept toasting the fiesta, which is a festive party, so they kept toasting her back, La fiesta. We've got to leave, I said, but she only looked at me slack-jawed and drunk. The man next to me was half-heartedly flirting with me, but I was more worried about the big drunk man next to Miss Dawson. He was stroking her shoulders with one hand while he ate a rib with the other. She was laughing away until he started grabbing her and kissing her. Then she began to scream. Miss Dawson ended up on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone had rushed over at first, but they soon left, muttering, "Nothing but some drunken gringa." The men we had sat by now ignored us totally. She got up and began to run toward the road. I followed her. When she got to the stream, she tried to wash herself off, her mouth and her chest. She just got muddy and wet. She sat on the bank crying, her nose running. I gave her my handkerchief. "Miss Perfect, an ironed linen handkerchief," she sneered. "Yes," I said, fed up with her and only concerned now with getting home. Still crying, she staggered down the path toward the main road, where she started to hail down cars. I pulled her back into the trees. "Look, Miss Dawson, you can't hitchhike here. They don't understand. It could get us in trouble, 2 women hitchhiking. Listen to me." But a farmer in an old truck had stopped, the engine ticking on the dusty road. I offered him money to take us to the outskirts of town. He was going all the way to downtown, could take us all the way to her house, easy, for 20 pesos. We climbed into the bed of the truck. She put her arms around me in the wind. I could feel her wet dress, her sticky armpit hairs as she clung to me. "You can't go back to your frivolous life. Don't leave me," she kept saying until at last we got to her block. "Goodbye," I said. "Thanks for everything," or something dumb like that. I left her on the curb, blinking at my cab until it turned the corner. The maids were leaning on the gate talking to the neighborhood carabinero, so I didn't think anyone was home. But my father was there, changing to go play golf. "You're back early. Where have you been?" he asked. "To a picnic, with my history teacher." "Oh, yes. What is she like?" "Okay. She's a communist." I just blurted that out. It had been a miserable day. I was fed up with Miss Dawson. But that's all it took. 3 words to my father. She was fired sometime that weekend, and we never saw her again. No one else knew what had happened. The other girls were happy she was gone. We had a free period now, even though we would have to make up American history when we got to college. There was nobody to speak to say I was sorry. Nominated by Molly Giles. Alfred Chester, Goodbye to Christendom, by Edward Field, from Exquisite Corpse. Except for some juvenilia from his early Paris years, most of Alfred Chester's reviews and literary essays were written between 1962 and 1964, a period when he was one of the most sought-after and talked-about writers on the New York literary scene. This was in sharp contrast to the neglect a few years later, after he had rejected writing criticism as a betrayal of his talents, and then had progressively withdrawn when his book of short stories, Behold Goliath, 1964, and his novel, The Exquisite Corpse, 1967, failed to get more than cursory critical attention. In the early 50s in Paris, he had served briefly as book review editor for a little magazine called Merlin, edited by Alexander Trocchi. But a projected essay on James Baldwin and Ralph Ellison for Merlin never materialized. In 1953, an essay on Jon Barnes, Watchman, What of the Day, appeared in the Dutch magazine Literair Paspoort, No. 8, along with an interview. Both have only survived in the Dutch translation, and therefore the versions, retranslated into English and included in the volume of his essays Looking for Gent, Literary Essays and Reviews, Black Sparrow Press, 1992, are twice removed from the language of the original and necessarily mere approximations. Even allowing for this double distortion, the Jon Barnes piece is clearly juvenilia, and even might be a clever term paper, one that perhaps had received praise from the teacher, and that Chester had brought to Paris with him when he dropped out of Columbia Graduate School in 1951. But the interview with Hans de Waal, a young Dutch writer he met in Paris, is a more interesting document. It has clearly been worked over, for Chester's answers are too long and elaborate to be spontaneous. But as an expression of the young Alfred Chester's ideas and enthusiasms, it has special significance in light of later developments. For instance, he speaks of Countess Elizabeth de Breza, the disciple of Chopin and piano teacher, whom he is to write about so vividly in his story, Head of a Sad Angel. Furthermore, it is startling to see the beginning of his fascination with Paul Bowles, who led him to Morocco and madness 10 years later. And The Exquisite Corpse, the novel that he is to write there, will be a vivid demonstration of the very ideas he discusses with de Waal in this interview, where he speaks about the novel as a continually changing entity. He even defines for de Waal the Pirandellian ideas about madness and identity that obsessed him throughout his life and were so crucial to his thinking. The Dutch, an extraordinarily open-hearted people, if somewhat over-idealistic and naive, even innocent to our eyes, are always the first to accept everything new from America. And here we see the interviewer taking the young author as seriously as he took himself. But the interviewer's pomposity is clearly a game, for going out for coffee at the end of the interview seems as important to him as the discussion of literature. Ah, the Dutch, how charming and civilized they are! When Alfred Chester died in 1971, I first learned of it when someone sent me a clipping from a Dutch newspaper. He was remembered there, even after years of silence, whereas in his own country the death of an important writer was ignored in the press. Locating a copy of this early publication in Amsterdam was for me a small adventure of literary sleuthing, though nothing special, I am assured by academic friends, in the life of a research scholar. For over a decade I've made it a project to collect and type out Alfred Chester's marvelous letters for future publication. In transcribing the correspondence with Theodora Bloom, McKee, I came across several mentions of an essay and interview to come out in Holland in a literary magazine. Alfred was terribly broke at the time, and reported to her on March 3, 1953, that he was being paid 2,500 francs for an article on Knightwood. In old francs, this sum translated into about $7. Again, on April 17, 1953, he wrote, "Literaire Paspoort came out with my photo and 5 large pages all about me." Reference was also made in a letter of November 22, 1953, of a recent story in Elsevier's Weekblad, a more popular Dutch magazine, about the literary expatriates in Paris. There, on page 25, you will see a picture of me among many thousand other American writers, and here the fledgling author lists the literary people he knew in Paris that year. I am the queer-looking bit, standing between a North Korean Don Juan and Austin Wainwright. Sitting below me is Jean Garrigue, and to her right is Miss Alice Jane Longhi of Limerick, Maine, the backer of Merlin. At the extreme right is C. Logue, the human diphthong. Above him is Miss Mobile, Alabama, Eugene Walters, and above her is George Plimpton. To GP's left is William Penn Dubois, partly obscured by James Broughton, whose film opens soon in London, and to Broughton's right is William Gardner Smith, who they tell me publishes in Pocket Books. As you can see, I have arrived. This was only a year after Alfred Chester's first publication, an essay, Silence in Heaven, in Bottega Oscure, but he was already making enough of a name for himself among the expatriate literati in Paris to merit inclusion in the photo. The mention of the publication in Holland was a slim enough clue, but a year or two later, when I was visiting my sister, who lives in The Hague, I made a trip into Amsterdam, less than an hour by train, to inquire at one of the libraries about Literaire Paspoort, in which the interview and essay had reportedly appeared. But I was not overly hopeful of locating an obscure little magazine that had probably only existed for a few issues nearly 40 years before. I was not encouraged by my first attempts. The libraries I visited either did not have the magazine in their collections or were closed for remodeling. Finally, I was directed to the main library of the University of Amsterdam, a bland, modern building which lay in the heart of the tourist belt with its merchant houses on picturesque canals, and which I had passed many times before on the No. 2 tram from Central Station to Leidseplein, and never noticed. I doubted that they would allow someone with no academic credentials to simply go in and use the facilities. New York University only allows me, even as an alumnus, to use its library if I pay a fee. But the Dutch were extraordinarily civilized about this, too, and treated me as seriously as they would a visiting scholar, instead of a crazy American with a wild idea. And, predictably helpless, I was unable to read the instructions in Dutch on the computerized file catalogues, but a librarian patiently punched in the request for me. Research librarians are a remarkable breed. When the file of Literaire Paspoort glowed on the screen, and under issue No. 8 of 1953, the name of Alfred Chester in the table of contents, I will confess my hair stood on end and my heart beat as if I had gotten a communication from the beyond. In a few minutes the issue itself was delivered across the counter into my hands. I looked at it for a long time, this magazine the size of Harper's or Encounter, with a photo I had never seen of a young Alfred Chester, before spreading it face down on the glass table of the photocopying machine, feeding my kvoitja into the slot, and pressing the print button. Until the early 60s in New York, the only critical prose Alfred Chester had written, after the Barnes piece, were readers' reports for the Book of the Month Club, on whose legal-size forums he also wrote long letters to friends. But this latter job was simply one of his desperate freelance devices to earn some money, just as he had once written a dirty novel for a few $100 for Olympia Press in Paris. He had never seriously considered turning pro, for in spite of his delight in appearing in the literary group photograph, like many in his generation, he was an extremist about literature and a believer in art as redemption. It may sound strange to today's generation that one should write for posterity rather than immediate recognition, but in that not-so-long-ago time, before it became perfectly acceptable to aim at celebrity, we all shared a general contempt for writers who sold out, and expected a true artist to reject fame even if it pursued, as, later in Morocco, Alfred Chester rebuffed a Time magazine reporter and photographer who persisted in trying to interview and photograph him. Yet afterward, how bitterly he resented his book not getting attention. Occasionally, though, his scorn of writers of his generation who wrote for television and the movies seemed less idealism than jealousy, as he wrote from Paris in February 8, 1954, to Theodora Bloom, "It is kind of unpleasant to be getting nowhere, what with Eugene, Walters, who had had a short story done on television, and Manny, Reuben, an old classmate who was writing movie and TV scripts, and James Baldwin, to Hollywood yet for 25 Gs, rolling it in hand over fist." Generally, after 30, one can't help beginning to feel like this, especially if you're still living in poverty, struggling to pay the rent, while around you your peers are advancing their careers, or at least settling down to the serious adult business of raising a family. In 1959, 30-year-old Alfred Chester returned to New York after nearly a decade in Paris to face reality, deal with unfinished business, to grab for the gold ring of success. His novel, I, etc., after years of work, was still an enormous, shapeless manuscript, from which he rescued various chapters to reshape as short stories. He was still, in 1959, committed only to fiction, and continued to write startling stories, among them From the Phoenix, about the recent breakup with his longtime boyfriend, who had left him and gotten married. Though he had had no problem producing his first novel, Jamie is My Heart's Desire, published in 1956, but written several years earlier, he had struggled for years since then, agonizing over his inability to complete another. But, as if fiction wasn't enough, or he was trying to expand his horizons, he also dabbled at playwriting, and wrote 4 one-actors of a projected series. One of these has survived, and has been issued as a pamphlet by Kent State University. The irony was that the minute he turned to criticism, editors started telephoning him, and he was faced with the shocking but undeniable fact that as a critic he was a rising star on the scene. Though flattering, this was very hard for him to swallow, but understandable. Alfred's critical prose was high-powered, racy, and iconoclastic. He was called a sport in the critical field for his original, off-center, ruthless, and devastating analyses. To a certain extent, one could call this approach to reviewing literary criticism as entertainment, just as Tom Wolfe, a few years later, invented the essay of social criticism as entertainment. Editors soon expected from him more than book reviews. They wanted controversial reassessments of major literary figures that they could feature. He was willing to oblige them, and produced, one after another in the next 2 years, essays on Updike, a famous roasting, Nabokov, Burroughs, Reishi, Albee, Salinger, Genet, and others. He worked with great intensity, laboring for long hours through draft after draft, often resorting to decimils, a then easily obtainable version of speed that gave him Sitzfleisch at the typewriter. Whether it was Norman Podhoretz, editor of Commentary, or William Phillips of Partisan Review, who first enlisted him in the criticism racket, is hard to establish. It was probably partisan, though the essay on Updike appeared first in Commentary, which came out monthly, and only later that year was the Henry Miller piece published in the quarterly Partisan Review. I ought to emphasize that Commentary at that time was not the stodgy, parochial journal it is today, but, like Partisan Review, was one of the hippest possible organs on the New York intellectual scene. But Partisan was not so hip as to allow some of Alfred's more outré remarks on Miller. Deleted by the editors after Miller's line, "Having taken on his, Miller's, 6-incher, she will now be able to take on stallions, bulls, drakes, St. Bernards," was Alfred's reaction that ran, 6 inches? Eek! Ooh, ooh, help! Or something close to that. I was laughing so hard when he read it to me in manuscript I may not have got the exact words. That summer Partisan further demonstrated its prissy Puritanism by rejecting his Genet-like story in praise of Vespasian. Our objection is not to the subject or its detail, but rather to the rhapsodic treatment. The piece is very well written, but the writing is more celebratory than analytical or just plain fictional prosaic, they wrote. This is so obvious an evasion it doesn't need any analysis. Perhaps it was just typical of the hypocrisy of the time, even in the highest intellectual circles. Thank God for gay liberation is all I can say. His attacks on and ridicule of some of these major authors was not expedient. He continued to express doubts about them in his correspondence. A year after the essay on Salinger had appeared, he wrote that his spiritual quest leads nowhere, and his put-down of Burroughs, whom he had gotten to know in Tangier, was confirmed in a letter to Norman Glass on May 3, 1964. My review of Naked Lunch is true. I looked through the book at Paul's, Bowles, the other day. I also listened to some taped cut-ups. Boring. I don't like his easy assimilation of the vocabulary of industry and Wall Street. Remember, he is the borough's adding machine. With them, of them, against them, he is the world of science and mechanics. He obviously believes in assimilating the machine and using it to personal advantage. Of course, with criticism taking over Alfred's life, his fiction had to suffer, and it was with a feeling of loathing for the literary marketplace that he turned his back on his New York success and left for Morocco in the summer of 1963. But even there he had to eat, and was forced to continue to write reviews, though less frequently. Besides the study of Jean Genet for commentary, he reviewed Candy by Terry Southern and Mason Hoffenberg, and a last but enthusiastic piece on Truman Capote's In Cold Blood for Book Week, at that time a supplement of the New York Herald Tribune. Richard Kluger, the editor, also offered him $100 a throw for a monthly column, a significant sum in Morocco at that time, enough to live on for a month. A vivid picture of Alfred Chester at work on the Genet essay during the holy month of Ramadan is given in letters he wrote from Morocco. January 20th, 1964. My Genet essay tears everything down, the whole of Western civilization. It must be there by the 1st, and my column is due today for the Trib, and I haven't even begun it. I want to write about Mailer as a postscript to the Genet. The Genet says that when Christ died in the 19th century, Europe woke from a sweet dream with a bloody knife in its hand. It couldn't face its guilt, 2,000 years of godless murder, so it had to go on believing in dead institutions. Freud comes briefly to Europe's rescue with his brilliant diversion. He makes guilt personal. Though he too denies God, he fouls from the target by making it possible for a man to ignore history in favor of his childhood. We pay attention to our mouths and anuses. Translation: assholes. What a relief to be guilty of nothing worse than coveting Mama, and what a perfect totalitarian weapon psychoanalysis potentially, if not actually, is. It reduces all opposition to expressions of personal and misdirected hostility. It makes all protest infantile. On and on goes my inexorable logic, until the coup. Hitler had the genius to turn Christianity inside out, to make that of which the Christians were most guilty into the ideals of a new order. Conquest, murder, betrayal, all the crimes of man that had been for 20 centuries blessed by God, again received the blessing, and along with it the blessing of bread. The fascinating thing about this and the following quotes from the piece he is writing, and my justification for reproducing them in full, is that all this material was deleted by the editors of commentary from the essay as published. Unfortunately, the original manuscript, which Alfred said was 3 times as long, 30 pages, has disappeared. Knowing him, I'm sure he would have rewritten all these pieces for his collected essays, and put back much of the deleted material, as well as adding to it, if he were alive. Later in the same letter, in his eternal identity crisis, he writes, I just have never faced myself, really. That probably sounds so boring to you, but it is causing me gigantic anguish. Even my criticism. All I ever do in it is try to show the writers up. I am campier than Reishi, beater than Blytoes, more brainy than Nabokov, more zen than Salinger, etc., etc. All you have to do is turn the dial, and I'm it. Even all this is just because of Genet, probably. I'm Genet now. Is there any hope of ever being Alfred? It is nevertheless true that if his stories sometimes seem to be written by different authors, as critics have noted, in his essays we hear a single, unmistakable, authoritative voice. But after the lapse into self-pity, he returns sure-footedly to the Genet essay. When one looks back at the slaughtered of Christendom, the American Indians, the Negroes, the Moslems, the Christians themselves, the Asiatics, and Africans, 6 million Jews are a drop in the bloody bucket. Hitler was no uncouth accident in the ladylike history of Europe. He was the history of Europe. He was Europe, merciless up to its very last gasp. And if we don't know of the crimes of the humanists, it is probably only because the humanists won the war. To a melody by Mozart, enter Jean Genet, whom Francois Mauriac has accused of being in league with the devil. And later, I finally ran out of decimils, and to my surprise I went right on working. Just as many hours, and just as clear-minded. Lots of coffee, though. I don't need liquor either, though I might if I started on a novel. I can't write at all with Kiff, except analytical horrors. Tuesday. Strange you mention the golden chalice. I use it in the Genet. I say, he holds the golden chalice in his hands, but he knows the holy water has dried out of it, leaving a crust of blood around the edges. I thought I was making up the expression as an image of the cup, the Holy Grail, but I guess I wasn't. Yes, I think it is the cup of the tarot, since I've always assumed, or was told, that the tarot cup is the Grail. But no one can be thrown out of civilization, because each man contains the whole, and tells the truth about the whole. The state executes in order to disavow everyone's guilt. The execution of Eichmann, for example, makes all the rest of us seem innocent, when in fact the only honorable and honest thing would be to have the whole human race hanged in Jerusalem. Do you think commentary will be amused by that? And on January 29th, 1964. It is 8 p.m., and I've been at the Genet since 8 in the morning, and yesterday and forever, and it is supposed to be there this week, and I'm exhausted. It gets more and more brilliant, but I hate it more and more. And the letter comes from Irving Rosenthal in Marrakesh, saying money is absolutely the only justification for writing essays and book reviews, in which case you don't tell your friends about it. So I've written him a letter, Hitler being his favorite hate, beginning Mein lieber Adolf, and telling him I didn't know the law, and that if he was cold there was a surplus of fuel at Auschwitz. But it's made me depressed because it's true, and I'm working like a dog. What I say in the Genet is just telling the truth. He, Genet, is making the real Christian ideals, murder, pillage, treachery, and robbery, into his own ideals. As he's in jail, he has nothing to lose. It takes me 30 pages to say it, but that's a good sign. I'm beginning to get my wind back. I don't come out in farts now, but in streams of shit. Note how long my letters are. From last part of essay. America is Europe's knight in shining armor, but the love-starved maiden needs something a lot warmer in her arms than a coffer of jewels. Beauties have been known to fall in love with beasts before, or, as Confucius said, a hot dragon is more fun in bed than a cold dollar bill. I really need a rest after this. Dries woke me at 5 this morning, and I finished the Genet in time to get it to the post office before noon when it closed for the weekend. The Genet is called Goodbye to Christendom. It was published as Looking for Genet. I do hope they print it. It will bring me $300 and cause a little stir. It is easy to see why he called it Goodbye to Christendom, and why commentary had to rename it when they threw out that whole aspect of the essay. Besides the unlikelihood of a Jewish magazine publishing an attack on Christianity, they probably did not appreciate that he was writing from outside the Christian world, from the liberating vantage point, for a Jew, of a Moslem country. I read it over this morning and could hardly believe how good it was, though it reads like I'm in the middle of a nervous breakdown. It must be the dexedrines I use to keep going. I alternated between Dex and Librium, as you can't get Dexamils here. At night I had gin and Kiff to unwind with. The Genet is really an apologia per mia vita. It tries to explain my D-book. The essay is really such a vicious attack on everything except Genet, you, God, and myself, that I don't even know whether they'll have the nerve to print it. By the way, my Genet ends up talking about Kennedy. I quote Mailer's passage about the subterranean river of American life. It was out of this river that the assassin's bullet came, regardless of who pulled the trigger or why. We accept, with the authorities, the guilt of the lonely psychopath because it tells a truth, if not a fact. It dramatizes the refusal of unreason to be silenced any longer by man's Europe's idea that he, reason, rules the world. Humanism, however pretty, isn't for us because nature isn't human, and man willy-nilly is of nature. Nature is unreason and God. It is the madness that runs through our lives and connects us to the stars in a way no rocket ship can ever duplicate. It connects us to all living things and to ourselves. To name this madness holy doesn't promise peace or prosperity. It promises only a reason for being, a reinvestment of life into the dead matter of which the universe is now composed. Nice, yes? But in a later letter he adds, I feel as if Mama's going to slap me hard for writing such mean things. Writing a column for the New York Herald Tribune aimed at a mass readership was at variance with Alfred's image of himself as a writer for the literary few, but he could not ignore the fact that he was being widely read for the first time. It disturbed him, and he wrote me in February 19th, 1964, Edward, am I going mad, or is it possible that people do actually write nasty things about me in newspapers? Someone called Jimmy Breslin writes, Bean at least tries to write for the entertainment of the reader. He is not some outlandish homosexual trying to sound off on human destiny between paragraphs about his boyfriends. I just read that, and I thought that man is talking about me. I keep thinking I am mad. Suddenly I think, how can I write about being poor and Dries in the Herald Tribune? But the columns brought him some diverting correspondence. A theater group in Washington, D.C. asked for permission to stage one of them, paying him $5 per performance, and a psychiatrist wrote, Dear scabrous fungus collector, I'd order you to douse the glim of your horrible light in darkness if I had the power, and if I didn't like the twisted, macabre stuff. But with the upheavals of his life in Tangier, encompassing stormy relations with his boyfriend, feuds with the Bowleses and others of the literary colony, bouts of near starvation, breakdowns, and strange ailments, the monthly Book Week column came out only sporadically. And as he started to concentrate on writing a new novel, which eventually became The Exquisite Corpse, he devoted less and less time to criticism and the column, dropping this kind of work entirely after he suffered a final psychotic attack. When he returned from Morocco to New York in the winter of 65-66, he began his novel The Foot, much of which has been lost, and as his mental state deteriorated and he embarked on desperate voyages, his literary production became sporadic. There is firm evidence that he wrote a story called Trois Corsages about his three friends, Harriet Somers Zwerling, Susan Sontag, and Irene Fornitz, but this too has been lost, along with most of his unfinished and unpublished works. In his madness, I believe, he destroyed much correspondence and many manuscripts himself, but some things were in the hands of his agent, Ted Chichak, of the Scott Meredith Agency, who now denies any knowledge of their whereabouts. After much erratic wandering, Alfred Chester settled in Israel sometime in 1970, where he wrote a final essay, Letter from the Wandering Jew, that was never published. It exists thanks to Theodore Solotaroff, who photocopied it when it was submitted to him at Harper & Row by the same Ted Chichak who refuses to search his files for surviving manuscripts. If Alfred Chester's charm has disappeared, along with his sense of humor, either due to a state of mental deterioration or on his way to death, this final essay reveals a new identity, no longer worried about who he was, whether he had an eye or not. To paraphrase his early mock formulation, "Oh mon cul, donc je suis," he now suffered, therefore he was. Unexpectedly, for such a previously elegant, often humorous writer, he let out, at the end of his life, a hurt, angry bellow of rage and despair at a world he couldn't stand, almost Céline-like, not caring what anyone thought, and mixing large complaints with petty gripes. It was all the same to him by now. With a sour, don't-give-a-shit tone, he did not try to pretty up his feelings, and snarled and snapped unreasonably at his imagined persecutors. And the fact that he sent this piece to his agent meant he wanted the world to listen. As a record of his last lonely years, when he rejected his friends, as well as the literary world he was part of, it is unique testimony. In a commentary in the New York Review of Books that could apply just as well to all of Alfred Chester's critical work, Gore Vidal wrote that he was a glorious writer, tough as nails, with an exquisite ear for the false note. His review of Reishi's City of Night is murderously funny, absolutely unfair, and totally true, a trick that only a high critic knows how to pull off. Nominated by Exquisite Corpse. Lilacs on Brattle Street, by Gail Mazur, from Partisan Review. On the brick sidewalk, pale clusters of purple stars, picked carelessly from 19th-century yards by rootless, flirtatious students, tossed away, darkening, after a brief fling with nature and the city's literary past. Brattle Street, Tory Row. This afternoon I could almost think nothing's changed. Clouds of May cherry blossoms, pink dogwood, the mellow-blown tulips. So peaceful Longfellow himself might be strolling here, lost in Dante, nel mezzo del cammin, or Margaret Fuller, her father's only son, breaking from studies in Greek and Latin, not yet awakened to love, not yet drowned. A small boy tears past me, his arms full of lavender plunder, lilacs he's bringing home for his mother. I like his face, on which little but joy is written, yet I have to invent a darkness in it, as if moments ago he was dragging his sneakered feet, desperate to forget what his teacher said, something about Chernobyl. She'd pointed to it on the rolled-down Hammond map. He was swept for the first time by the question, what if nothing lasts? I make this innocent boy, this thief, think my thoughts about nuclear ash blowing across Kiev, across our ancestors. I see him in the stunned classroom, terror that passes when the bell rings, but we know it will return now, over and over. The too bright light, eye widening, what if? What if everything in his world that matters were colorless, empty, gone, like the wooden synagogues of Poland? Everything. The Victorian schoolhouse, its airy, unfair cage of gerbils, the 5 and 10 where he buys his models, his sister waiting for him now on the front steps, the houseplant his mother named for him yesterday while she watered it, begonia, its pink flowers in the front window beside the gray cat, watching for him too, planted there, we think, since morning, since he left for school, reliable, wily. And his room upstairs, his Marvel comics, his painted bookcase, the plastic dinosaurs lined up on its shelves, like disguised lead soldiers. The fierce triceratops, the mastodon, the inchling woolly mammoth, replicas he loves, from the set his grandfather, may his soul rest in peace, sent him last year. Nominated by Robert Pinsky, Lloyd Schwartz. Birmingham, 1962, by Diane Blakely Schoaf, from the Louisville Review. Barely affluent, we always had maids. One worked a few months, then left for Detroit, the next for a husband's hometown. Another took her children and returned to an elderly mother living beneath a rural tin roof, having found cities and their men no good. I was a good girl, they all told me so, when I'd stand by their ironing boards, dipping my fingers in a bowl of water to sprinkle on my father's shirts, my mother's lace-wristed blouses, the pale dresses I wore to church. The TV murmured with husky-voiced women in negligées. I was admonished to listen to what preachers told me, to remember that Jesus was watching always. I watched, black hands guiding roasts out of ovens, turning pieces of chicken in skillets of sizzling oil, noticed the rough pink of blisters and scars. These hands dressed me each morning. I imagined they loved me. One August afternoon, my mother home late, back from a bridge party, shopping. Dolores had missed the last bus. We drove for miles through heat-steaming streets to a part of town I'd never been to. The houses grew smaller and closer together, peeling paint. No real driveways or yards. Then nothing but rows of small brick apartments, projects as if someone had named them for school. Heat shimmered from rooftops as we pulled to the curb. My mother locked both our doors. I heard a kitchen radio playing hymns and saw in the red sun boys my own age, stripped to their briefs, alarmingly white against their skin, laughing while pummeled by water from the corner hydrant they'd opened. Nominated by Andrew Hudgens, Roger Weingarten. Mask Series by Carol Snow from Denver Quarterly. 1. The hills and I would exchange qualities in my need. Which frank, which masked? If I were over there by the boats. 2. If I were over there by the boats, displaced, withdrawn, or drawn to memory by a vague memory of walking to the front of a crowded room to receive a laurel leaf stapled to a postcard, my prize in the contest of naming a series of natural objects placed in a box, a closed box, by touch alone, day after day in camp, pine cone, chestnut, burr. Question. Deep in the blindness of the inside of the box, apart, in a kind of listening, the glaring, the dusty world, displaced, withdrawn, tethered, by touch, to the level of form, the fingers stubbed at form, all attention at the edges, to recognize, by touch, by a likeness of form, which is not to remember. Where the eyes were looking was for. Bereshith, in the beginning, God wanted to behold God, and turned to fragments. A card I found at the back of a drawer, the leaf then dry, yet fragrant. 3. Which frank, which masked? Facing as hills, engrossed, the expression of looking at, beautiful, available. Beatrice gazing upward, and I on her. Beatrice in susso, ed io in lei guardava. Passing men, the woman does more than look down or aside. She looks away, and also changes the shape of her mouth. Dearest, the thought of you looking away, and fear rose in me, as shame rises, as into lack, and trees seemed hollow then, all glory, all attention drained out, drained suddenly as though violently poured. Rabbi Isaac said, the light created by the Blessed Holy One in the act of creation flared from one end of the world to the other and was hidden away. Rabbi Judah said, if it were completely hidden, the world would not exist for even a moment. Rather, it is hidden and sown like a seed that gives birth to seeds and fruit. Since the first day it has never been fully revealed. David, having climbed the stairs to bed, his breathing a little pronounced, recognizably his breath. David, pulling the fabric of the nightdress down over the curve of my thigh he loves, and stroking the soft flannel. 4. The hills and I would exchange qualities in my need. But assume, not exchange, I would assume qualities of the hills. Solidity, glory, repose in my need, but not qualities, rather attributes. Nominated by Brenda Hillman. Jacinta, fiction by Charles D'Ambrosio, from Story. They were married in a small white church upon a hill. That was true, a fact, but it was also a phrase Dorothy often repeated to herself, a phrase that gave her a sense of fairy-tale beginnings. The church was in Laconer, Washington. Below the hill, in all directions, low fields filled with tulips, a sea of red and yellow and purple flowers, washed in waves by the coastal wind. Dorothy had timed the date of their wedding to coincide with the first blossoming of the tulips, a quilt of color stitched together by a network of dikes that held the emerald water of the Skagit River in check. Dorothy wore a simple white dress with a sweetheart neckline and an illusion veil fastened over her eyes by a coronet of pearls, an intricately woven baby's breath. She felt herself hover, weightless as a high white cloud, as she swept down the aisle on the arm of her father. He was a PR man for Weyerhaeuser, and it was through him, at a Logging Days festival in Raymond, that she'd met Bill. They said the traditional vows, straight from the Catholic ceremony. A quiet, plain-spoken man, Bill must have found the cadence of the ceremonial language frilly and ornate, unfamiliar. He seemed almost embarrassed by the language, and there was something tentative, unsure, in his delivery. This didn't worry Dorothy, although she'd just found out she was pregnant. Bill didn't know he was a father when he said, "I do." She told him on the way down Old Highway 99. When he didn't respond immediately, Dorothy cracked her window and let the air blow her veil back. It lifted from her face, fluttering through the cab. "Say something," she said. Bill lifted a hand from the steering wheel and gestured helplessly. That hand worked like a conductor's baton, a silent thing whose smallest movements orchestrated emotion, and Dorothy often misread him. "Are you disappointed?" she asked. "No," Bill said, "not at all." "Her name's Jacinta." "Who?" Dorothy patted her stomach. "The baby." "It might be a boy," Bill said. "I don't feel that it is," Dorothy said. "I have a sense." "Jacinta." Bill rolled the word over in his mouth. "It's a stone," Dorothy said. "Also a flower, the hyacinth." It had all happened so quickly. She was married, she was pregnant. Only yesterday, it seemed, she was meeting Bill in Raymond. That was a year ago, September, and the summer light was sweet and lingering. Across the field there was a refreshment stand where the Kiwanis was selling blue slushies and corn dogs on sticks and fat wedges of watermelon. Bill and Dorothy were wandering away, out toward the edge of the fairgrounds, past the big, billowing, striped tents and the rickety Ferris wheel, past the straw and dung smell of the paddock, out to where Bill's truck was parked in the gravel lot. Night was coming, and the arc lights above pearled the darkening sky with blue halos, and her father's voice was floating over the public address, faint and sad, so far away. She was slouching down in the truck, and Bill was talking. He was chewing gum, and his jaw tensed. He was rolling the sleeves of his flannel shirt into tight doughnuts around his upper arms. Soon the distant lights were shutting off, and people were wandering into the lot. She was closing her eyes and leaning forward in the cab, offering her lips to the dark. Afterward, she'd found her father in the front seat of his car with a can of Oli and a cigarette, the long dead ash curling down. When she opened the door, it fell into his lap. They sat silently in the empty lot, and Dorothy listened to a man laughing happily and to the ring of coins falling as someone counted change. Her father remained silent and withdrawn all the way back to Annie Wright, a girls' prep school in Tacoma. The school had a certain cachet in her mother's mind, because Mary McCarthy had spent some time there. Her mother hoped Dorothy would pursue Mary McCarthy one step further and attend Vassar. Her mother worshipped culture and things back east, and gave everyone the impression that she was suffering some kind of terrible exile. In the circular drive, her father shifted into park and let the car idle. He sipped his beer, and in the dim light his lips stood out, moist and red in a face otherwise old and gray. Dorothy could see the dark silhouettes of her dorm mates drifting across the curtained windows. "You know, dear," her father said, "I don't love your mother." He finished his beer and then pried 2 triangular holes in the top of another. "Isn't that a hell of a thing?" She had waited for an explanation, but there was none. All that year Bill left work early on Fridays and drove north from Hood River to visit Dorothy in Tacoma. There was a small state park on the tip of Vashon Island, where he pitched a tent and slept after he'd returned Dorothy to the dorm just in time to make her midnight curfew. In his hair and the rough wool of his Pendleton shirts was always the smell of wood smoke and salt water. Her friends knew of the affair and envied Dorothy. The thought of a man camped out on a wooded island across the water struck them as deeply, incredibly romantic. They all had the idea, at any rate, that they'd been locked away in a tower to languish unloved forever. Bill and Dorothy moved to a small white house at the end of a dusty access road that wound through an apple orchard owned by Homer Jorgensen, a man Bill had known all his life. Homer had built the house for his parents, built it himself during the war, requisitioning the wood with a lie, telling the government he needed the lumber to rebuild a barn blown over by a storm that had howled up the Columbia Gorge that spring. Homer, who'd never married, had given Bill a job as an overseer, running the orchard. Homer was 60 years old, an angular man who looked as though he'd been carved into his current hard shape by a constant wind, by slow erosion, by long resistance. When he stood still, his body leaned forward slightly, like a scrub pine perched on a sea cliff. His solitary life had not made him fussy, the way some men get. He'd lived on the same 800 acres of apple orchard all his life, and so had his father and grandfather before him, and there was something in that continuity that sat contentedly in Homer's bones. Deep down he knew exactly what he had to do. Laying out and lighting smudge pots all night to ward off a sudden frost, tracking and killing a cougar that had come down the mountains and attacked the few head of cattle he kept. As a wedding gift, Homer had fixed up the little house. He'd rolled a fresh coat of thick white paint over the interior walls. He'd installed a new gas stove and reglazed the front windows and cleared the chimney of a bird's nest. When Bill and Dorothy entered their new home for the first time, the nest, as neatly woven as a wicker basket, sat alone on the dinner table, and in the hollowed center were 2 keys twisted together by a blue ribbon. One key worked the front door, and the other opened the gun cabinet. In the cabinet they'd found a bottle of champagne floating in a bucket of lukewarm water. It was a nice gesture. They'd just arrived late. Dorothy loved the little house, but something about it felt boxy and austere, the idea of a man who lived alone. She immediately set about cluttering the walls with pictures and mirrors, and in the kitchen window she arranged her collection of Japanese fishing floats, globes of colored glass used to buoy drift nets. For a few hours every day, late in the afternoon, when the sun slanted over Mount Hood in a fan of cloud-broken light, God's light, as it was called, the floats lifted the plain white room out of itself, into another realm, giving it the bright swimming color of a church, awash with the blues and reds and greens of stained-glass windows. Early one morning, not long after they'd settled in, Bill was sitting on the porch with a cup of black coffee and his Freedom Arms .454, a sidearm with enough stopping power to drop a bear at 30 yards. Dorothy heard the report in her dreams as Bill, between sips of steaming coffee, shot a yearling not 20 feet from their doorstep. He'd winched the doe upside down from the branch of the single apple tree in their yard and was gutting it when she came out onto the porch. Close by, the trees were black and shadowy, but far off the leaves shimmered a dewy silver in the sunlight. The apples were still green on the branch. Bill slit the doe's throat, and the blood spilled to the ground as if from a spigot. The knife he used shone in the morning sun, a knife, it seemed to Dorothy, from some kind of ancient lore, the silver blade, a shaft of light as Bill plunged it hilt deep into the doe's dark belly and opened the interior to the sun, pulling the gut wide open and allowing the light to pour in as if that were his only intention all along. Then the entrails fell out, hot and steaming, on the wet green grass. Homer had heard the shot echo and walked up through the trees from his place. He looked at the doe and the bloody grass, and then scratched his head, running his fingers through his thick white hair. Dorothy had noticed about Homer that he always combed his hair, that it always smelled of some pomade, and stood stiffly and neatly in place, no matter what hour of the day. It suggested to Dorothy a childhood habit. She imagined that his bed was made each morning, too. "Young," Homer said. "Year or more," Bill said. Sunlight caught the glistening fat, and for an instant the doe looked like tallow hanging from the tree, a burning candle twisting gently in the wind. Bill wrapped the soft heart in a scrap of newspaper. "Like to clear the drag-line ditch out front," Homer said. "Drainage is bad." "Be right on it," Bill said. "Soon as I'm done here." Dorothy's breasts and the swelling curve of her belly showed through her thin, gauzy robe. She saw Homer staring, and the exposure gave her a pleasant sensation. Bill looked too. A light wind blew, and in the quiet, for a moment, it was as if her presence were somehow at issue. Dorothy crossed her arms in front of her, almost to break the spell and help the men resume their discussion. Homer looked across the orchard in the direction of Mount Hood, a white cone of snow carved like a cameo against the clearing blue sky. Bill said, "How about some coffee?" When Dorothy ducked inside, Homer said, "This wasn't really necessary." Bill squinted. "It was there. Snuck up on me." "That's no reason." "Well," Bill said, "it's done." Dorothy came out of the house with 2 cups. Her feet were bare, and the blades of grass, tender spring growth, soft and damp, felt pleasant against her skin. She had lately been feeling bloated and dull, a heavy, waddling thing, but the grass, brushing beneath her feet, momentarily relieved her of that, and lifted her spirits. "Your husband here's getting a nesting urge, some kind of sympathetic deal. Happens to men." Bill said, "This'll come in handy when you're laid up, Dot." "Are you promising to cook?" Dorothy asked. He wiped his hands on his trousers. "I don't know that I'm saying that." "I'll cook," Homer said. A lifelong bachelor, he'd acquired a kind of domestic felicity that made him, at times, seem feminine. Dorothy had borrowed cups of sugar and flour from Homer and traded recipes with him, walking back and forth along the worn dirt path between the 2 houses. He didn't seem at all out of place when he wrapped the strings of an apron around his waist and stood before a kitchen stove, crowded with simmering pots, a smudge of baking soda on his forehead. But it was more than this, more than a man with a whisk in his hand, more than a man bent over the counter to pick a piece of shell from a cup of egg whites. Alone for so long, he had taken up the role because there was no one to assign it to. "I make a good venison stew," he said. "We can freeze up a batch." "That'd be nice," Dorothy said. "I'd have rather married you," Bill said, "had I known your secret talents." "What's that supposed to mean?" Dorothy asked. Bill said, "Hell, I don't know." The doe turned a slow circle, winding and unwinding in the wind. "There's more coffee on. You want it?" Dorothy said. When she walked away, she felt the men watching her. She was intensely aware of how wide she'd gotten, how heavy and overripe. Their scrutiny made each footstep awkward and calculated. She thought she might stumble. She wanted to feel weightless, and walked immediately to the back of the house, where she began filling the claw-footed tub. With the water running, she went back to the kitchen for a cup of tea. A trail of blood marked her path, perfect red prints of her big toe and the wide, flat pad of her foot, like a strange animal, moving across the linoleum, the pine planks, the carpet, the tiles in the bathroom. The bright oxygenated blood had seeped through the wet grass. She grabbed a washcloth from the kitchen sink, scrubbed the stains away as best she could, and when the tub was full, she lowered herself into the water, briefly felt buoyant and free of burden, and then, awkwardly, she reached forward and washed her feet. Jacinta was born in August, and she died a year later without ever speaking a word. She had learned to walk, she had learned to climb the couch and scale the kitchen chairs, with Bill teaching her, praising her handholds, urging her on, taking delight in her wordless joy. A few days after her first birthday, she drowned in a shallow tin trough full of rainwater. Early in the afternoon she climbed over the lip of the trough, and when Bill found her, she was floating face down, her short blonde hair curling away from her head like weeds in the clear water. Dorothy was frosting an apple spice cake when Bill ran across the yard holding Jacinta in his arms like a bundle of dripping rags. He set her on the dining table and unzipped her pink jumpsuit. He bent down. He plugged her nose and placed his mouth over hers and breathed into her. Jacinta's stomach inflated with every entering breath and then flattened again. A slight sound of exhaling, a secret whisper, could be heard in the quiet room as Bill's breath flowed back out through her lifeless mouth. He rose up and drew breath, then went back down, as if to place a kiss on her lips. Festoons of limp party streamers twirled lazily above Bill, streamers from several days ago, and a small celebration they'd had. Dorothy gripped the back of Bill's shirt as he tried to breathe life into Jacinta. He began pounding his fist against her baby's heart. A gurgle of water spilled from her lips. Dorothy called Homer. Homer called for an ambulance. Bill kept at it for half an hour, breathing, pounding, pumping her stomach to clear her windpipe, when at last the ambulance arrived from town. Even then Bill wouldn't stop. Finally, Homer put a hand on his shoulder, then pulled hard. Bill looked up. He seemed surprised to see anyone else standing there. "There's nothing you can do," Homer said. "She's dead." Bill glanced back at Jacinta, and for a moment he seemed like a brave man, the kind of man who would walk away and never look back again. And then he looked directly at Dorothy. "Who the hell are you staring at?" he said. His hands were trembling, and he clutched the seams of his pant legs to calm them. Dorothy went out the door, shocked into silence. It had rained hard the night before, but now the sun was out, and a strong, steady wind blew through the trees. Shadows shifted like living things on the grass. With a house in the middle of an orchard, it was difficult to know where the yard ended and the world began. Rows and rows of apple trees angled away into a shimmering, sunlit infinity. She stopped at the trough. It was no bigger than a washtub. A few green leaves floated on the surface, and when she looked in, Dorothy saw her face, reflected on the still surface and framed in white clouds. She believed then, or later, maybe, that Jacinta had seen her own reflection floating on the surface, too, a round face drifting with the mirrored blue and white of the sky, and that she had tried to follow her image up into the heaven, and instead went down into the darkness, where she drowned. Dorothy walked to the barn and found an awl. She punched a single small hole in the trough, a hole the size of a star. She watched the blue sky and the white shifting clouds pour out onto the lawn. The water drained slowly. She bent down and cupped her hand under the tiny flow and drank from the water as it dribbled away between her fingers. She stayed until the trough was empty. The ambulance had pulled away on the road toward town, moving slowly, its lights off. Dorothy returned to the house. Homer leaned against the kitchen counter, his hands folded. Bill sat on the couch, gazing at the white wall in front of him. He had not spoken since the paramedic lifted Jacinta's perfect and lifeless form from a puddle of water on the table and carried her, still dripping, to the ambulance. "If it hadn't rained," Dorothy said. "It did rain," Bill said. His voice was calm. "It rained all fucking night." Dorothy stuck a leftover birthday candle in the center of the cake and held a match to the wick. The tiny flame rose around the black wick in the shape of two hands folded in prayer. She felt pitiful. "God," she said. Bill looked up at her as if he were blind, and had only heard a slight movement in the corner of the room. Dorothy would have preferred anger, outrage, anything but this calm that came from some heartless place Bill had discovered in himself. "Let's sing," Dorothy said. The kitchen was flooded with a wash of red and blue and green light from the floats lined along the sill. "Okay, we don't have to sing. Maybe singing's not a good idea." She started to cry. "I don't know why not, though." Bill left the house, kicking the screen door off its hinge. Homer held Dorothy by the shoulders, then hugged her. The candle still burned in the cake. Homer rocked Dorothy in his arms, and she could feel the spare, necessary arrangement of him, the bone, the muscle, the rough skin where his face scraped against her temple. She saw over his shoulder the alarm clock, and the time blinked off and on, a green insult. A clean wind pushed at the curtains, and she could smell Scotch broom in the air. She heard a train whistle echoing in the gorge. A dog barked, and then there was a long silence. Dorothy listened. It was quiet for a long time, but she imagined new sounds already out there, moving toward her, crossing that wide space. "That candle's going to go out," Homer said. He wet his fingers with spittle and pinched the flame. He eased Dorothy down on the couch and then went to work in the kitchen. He started 2 new potatoes in a pan of boiling water and chopped fresh parsley and shaved slivers of garlic. He set 2 stick matches in his mouth and sliced open an onion. "Keeps the tears away," he said, chewing on the matchsticks. He fried a chunk of bacon and dipped 2 small rainbow trout in the fat and rolled them in cornmeal and cooked them quickly in an iron skillet alive with the sizzle of grease. "You want to talk? Go ahead," Homer said. "I'm listening." The garlic and onion went with a thick pat of butter into another pan, and when they were ready, Homer cut up the potatoes and put them in. Dorothy absently traced the molded ear of Jacinta's favorite doll, one that wept when you filled a little reservoir in its head with water. Her daughter was gone, but here was the dumb doll. Here was the kitchen sink with the brown splotch of mineral stain. Here was the wide plank floor of soft pine that still had the same pocked surface it had yesterday and the day before, making of it a map of rearranged sofas and chairs, of the places people had sat and talked and eaten and loved and fought in the 40 years since the house was built. Homer set a plate in front of Dorothy. He put a white paper napkin on her lap and a fork in her hand. He said, "Eat." "What about Bill?" she asked. "Just eat. He'll come back." Dorothy ate. It was enough to move her mouth over something solid. Later that night, Dorothy went into the barn. She unhooked a wool blanket from a nail on the wall and sat beside Bill. He was curled up. A bottle of vodka lay tipped over and empty at his side. His hair was matted with dirt and straw and white molted feathers, and from his mouth, pressed against the ground, a dark drool stain spread in the dirt. He kicked the hard-packed earth with the toe of his boots, as if he were trying to prod an answer from it. Dorothy bent down to him and turned his face. His nose was bleeding. His lips were caked with crumbs of dirt. She brushed them clean and kissed them. His breath was a damp, sour wind rising from within the cavern of his mouth. In the weeks following the funeral, Dorothy began attending daily mass. She wasn't so much religious as spiritual, and with the church she shopped her way through the dogma, tossing out what she considered old and rotten, keeping what was ripe and beautiful. She didn't need rules written in stone. She was there for the slant of light through the lofty row of windows, the blue hush of votive candles in the quiet moments before the first mournful intonations of the Latin High Mass began. There was something about a dead tongue speaking that she loved, and the words, loosed from the weight of meaning, floated free, a music in which she could drift forever. Bill mended section fences, roofed the barn, and drank in the early evenings with the migrants. He'd start with them in the afternoon, and come home and continue drinking in his chair, balancing his glass on the arm, and watching Dorothy, silently, as she cooked dinner. He kept his liquor in the unlocked gun cabinet, and when he was finished for the night, he returned his glass and the spoon he used as a swizzle, both unwashed, to the shelf next to his bottle. Once, when Dorothy had washed the glass and spoon, Bill blew up at her, angry in the calm way that had become his manner. He squeezed her arm so tightly that a bruise, in the shape of his thumbprint, showed purple and yellow just below her shoulder. His eyes held some kind of unfocused enormity, but all he said was, "Don't, don't, don't." Now, when he watched her work over the stove, his blank eyes bearing down, Dorothy was afraid, and in her fear she became forgetful, letting things burn to black, or boil limply in the pan until the water was nearly gone. Upstairs, in bed, with the wind whistling through the chinking in the walls, or the windows rattling, or the hazy light of town hovering above the trees, or a sliver of gold moon slipped into a corner pane, or the slow red blinking of a jet from Portland passing up and out of her view, Dorothy would lay still, alert. She was uncomfortably aware of her body, keeping it frozen in a single position until, heavy and numb, time itself seemed to stop. Nightly, for several weeks, Bill took her. No kisses, no real touching, no tentative exploration. He'd turn her over and enter her with a quick stab from behind, and jerk hastily above her buttocks, and when done, withdraw immediately and fall asleep. Dorothy would remain awake. She began spending most nights awake on a wicker love-seat beneath the window. She'd look at her husband, buried in the quilt. He'd be smiling, as if there'd been a joke. He often smiled in his sleep, in the silent hours when she watched. Toward dawn, she'd fall asleep, and there would be dreams, dreams of sun and sand, and the shadow of something, a fox or a coyote, but in the morning there was always nothing. One morning she stayed after Mass to visit with the parish priest, Father McGill. Grains of rice from a wedding had settled into the black gummy tar that lined the seams of the sidewalk, and Dorothy stood outside, after the blessing, as the parishioners filed away, each placing a hand still wet with holy water in Father's pink palm. There were always a few men who attended daily Mass, but only, it seemed, out of some lack of vigor, jobless, retired, crippled, lonely. Mostly it was a congregation of women who wore old shabby clothes that dated from the last days of their happiness, women who wore black and mourned losses that were lost irrevocably years ago. As Dorothy watched them, she worried about becoming one of those crazed, wounded women who always wore hats in the old manner and arrived before Mass to kneel in a long wooden pew and pray solemnly, muttering aloud, with a bowed head, alone in their lunatic sorrow. When they were by themselves, Dorothy said, "Can I talk with you, Father?" "Of course," he said. He touched her elbow and guided her back into the church, into the cool, dark air, and together they walked up the aisle, genuflecting before the altar. To Dorothy it seemed strange to do this when no one was around, to kneel and cross herself in the empty church, like a kind of mime show. Father McGill led her across the sanctuary, through a door. He offered her a card chair, and they sat together in the sacristy. "Would you like to make a confession?" Father asked. "No," Dorothy said. "That's not why I've come. I'm not here about me." She knew the church from her seat in the nave, and had never stood in the sanctuary, and certainly had never entered the vestry, this back room where the priest slipped on his soutane and knotted tight his cincture. She looked around. A frayed Veronica hung from the wall, a replica, obviously. It was from one of the Stations of the Cross, but Dorothy couldn't remember which. Cases of novitiate wine were stacked in a corner. A plastic bag lay on the counter, white wafers with a blue twist tie pinching the neck of the sack closed. Father McGill waited patiently. "You know our daughter died," Dorothy said. "Yes," Father said. "Since then our marriage has been difficult." She knew she needed to talk about her body, needed to talk about the relationship Bill had with it. He had stopped his nightly taking of her, no longer touched her at all, but the fear she felt had not gone away. Father fingered the tasseled tip of his cincture. How so? I'm afraid that I will have to leave him. Dorothy had not considered the possibility until the words were spoken aloud. Looking at Father McGill, the words sounded cruel and harsh, and she wanted them back immediately. A marriage is not a thing to abandon lightly. Every breath is a crisis, she said. When he's around, I can't breathe. Your daughter's death has placed a terrible strain on your relationship, Father said. He looked at her benevolently. His hands were folded in his lap. Is it possible that time itself will mend it? I don't know, Dorothy said. She died in August, if I remember. It's now March, 8 months. It feels longer. Tragedy always does. The Mass itself is 2,000 years old. Dorothy realized she did not want to speak about this in religious terms. She wanted practical advice. She looked at Father McGill and then at the counter with the bag of wafers. Crystal cruets of wine and water rested in a silver tray. Behind Father was a door that led outside. I suppose you're right, Dorothy said. Of course, Father said. He stood and opened the door. Light poured in and lit up the green walls of the sacristy. It was an ugly, small room. Dorothy had only once in her life entered the home of a blind person, and it, too, had been painted this same unpleasant green. Stay with him, Father said. He needs you. Every morning Bill drove the rutted two-track through the orchard in an old Ford flatbed loaded with migrants and day-pickers, and before coming home he stopped nightly at the row of dirty white shacks and bet on the cockfights. Through the kitchen window, in the fading light of early evening, Dorothy would see the trail of bleached white dust rising from the road, and know Bill was headed for the fights. El Blanco, the Mexicans called him. They'd cordoned off a patch of packed dirt with chicken wire and stakes of light-gauge rebar, and the men sat around the ring on old barrels and wooden boxes and car seats. The cocks fought until one of them sliced open the other's throat with tiny razor blades attached to their feet. When it grew dark, someone would pull a car or two up to the ring and turn on the headlights, and the men would sprawl on the hoods, and their drunken shouts and cries would rise in a plume of dust and echo across the orchard for Dorothy to hear. Bill had started an affair with a young Mexican girl, and told Dorothy. His confession seemed calculated to drive her away. Dorothy had visited the girl once and come away with nothing. She had not gone to threaten the girl, or warn her, or cause a scene. She had gone because she loved her husband, with a love that had never been in question, and she wanted to know about him, about his secret life, his Mexican girl and the cockfights, and what it was, possibly, that he had found in the dusty compound of white shacks, that world of clotheslines, fluttering and alive with hand-washed shirts and dungarees, of trikes tipped over in the dirt, a bent front wheel turning slowly in the wind. The girl hardly spoke English, but Dorothy got the impression, as she listened to the mangled sentences, that this girl had dreams of a lasting relationship with Bill. There was a cloudy hint of covetousness in her words, a hint of washing machines, of running cars, of a charmed life in the house of the gringo foreman. It all sounded proud and bitter and aggressive to Dorothy. Later that night, when Bill got home and took up his seat, he began to cry. He didn't make a sound. His shoulders didn't heave. His lips didn't quiver. Tears fell slowly from his clear blue eyes, drop by drop, as though ice were melting, and then dried on his face. He did not wipe the tears away. Dorothy knelt at the foot of his chair. "Bill?" He stared past her, unmoved. Dorothy reached for Bill's shoulder. He slapped her hand down. "Don't touch me," he said. "I want to talk," Dorothy said. "Talk," he said. "I don't want to just talk to nothing," she said. "This can't go on." "Sure it can," Bill said. "It can go on forever." She went back to the stove and stirred a pot of squash. "You're always watching me. You're always looking at me," she said. He was looking right at her. His steady stare bore down, but Dorothy had the impression he wasn't listening. She continued anyway. "I'm starting to feel crazy a lot. I don't feel like anything I do is free. Everything, every move is wrong. I'm afraid of you." His silence belittled and dismissed her words. From the shelf above the sink she took one of her floats, a green float with a flawed seam, a float her sister had sent her from Seattle, and pitched it at the wall behind Bill. The glass shattered and rained to the floor. Bill sipped from his drink. "Your aim is off." She sat up with Homer and Bill that night. When Homer came around, things were better. He drank heavily, but only seemed to mellow, to grow gentle as the night wore on, sinking into himself and settling there comfortably. When Bill ranted, dropping into his private shorthand, Homer was always careful to nod knowingly and sympathetically to Dorothy, letting her understand she was not entirely alone. She was grateful. Homer had kept Bill busy around the orchard, and when work fell slack, they went to the mountains. He got Bill involved with the Mount Hood search and rescue team, and together they had climbed Mount Adams and Mount Rainier. Bill always came home calmed after one of their climbs, as if the mountain were still in him, a high peak on which he stood, looking down from that distance at the daily life he lived. Bill and Homer talked, dreamily, of a trip to Nepal. Together they seemed to know every mountain in the world, and when they talked, growing excited, there seemed to be a freedom in the planning of things that would never be. Himalaya, Bill said, meant the home of snow. "Why go so far?" Dorothy asked. Quoting Mallory, Bill said, "Because it's there." Dorothy frowned. "That's dumb," she said. "There's no other reason," Bill said. "You go because they're there. If they weren't there, where would you go? What if everything was flat? Where would you go then? You'd go nowhere, right? Because every place would be the same." "You're not making sense, Bill." "Maybe not to you," he said, but decided to try again. "If everything was flat and the same, you'd never have to go anywhere because nothing anywhere else would be different. You'd be like God, everywhere and fucking nowhere in particular." "Sounds like hell," Dorothy said. She got up and fixed another drink. She realized she didn't really care what Bill said as long as he kept talking. "That's right," Bill said. "Me?" Homer said. "I've got to go because I'm getting old. I'm on my next to last switchback." He smiled at his own corniness. He bit an ice cube. "You live alone, you don't notice life passing by so much." Dorothy sat down, crossing her legs, her shorts hitched up along her thigh. She did not find it unpleasant to be exposed, to be looked at. When she met Homer's eye, he averted his face. He shifted his feet. "Home of snow," he repeated. "A piper cub crashed on the summit of Mount Hood about 10 years ago. It got lost in a cloud cap. Don't know what it was doing up there." "Trying to see the summit?" Dorothy offered. "Can't see anything in a cloud," Homer said. "They crashed, going about 90, I guess. The plane flipped, and when they released their seat belts, they fell on their heads. These guys were businessmen. They had on business suits." Homer poured out 2 fingers of scotch. "It snowed every day for a week. No one could get to them. 5 feet of snow covered the airplane, and that was their good luck. The snow kept them warm inside their buried plane. They survived." "Thank God for snow," Bill said. "That plane's still up there, right?" "Yeah," Bill said. "Still." He stared into his glass. That night was like other nights, nights when he would talk of mountains, mountains that he'd never seen, but knew were out there just as men once knew the edge of the world waited beyond the horizon. Bill came alive when he talked of mountains, of climbs, of snow, especially snow. He would talk about powder snow, corn snow, rotten snow, of sun crust and wind crust and rime and hoarfrost, of Fearn mirror and the way slope angle and sunlight will create a brilliant sheen of glacier fire. He'd seen this once, a bright golden ribbon of fire showing a path right up the mountain to the summit. And he spoke of sun cups and fields of nieves penitentes on higher elevations, columns of snow, like nuns in a church, slanting with a slight forward bow toward the midday sun. He talked of spindrift, of cornices, of silver thaw, when an inch of ice coats everything, so that rocks seem to be made of glass and trees are encased in crystal. "Nothing moves," he said. "If anything moves, it cracks. You can hear the crashing, like breaking glass. Everything shatters." "Time holds still in the higher elevations," he would say. "That high, that cold, things don't change. They're preserved. Even the body, when it drops to 90 degrees, 2-3 heartbeats a minute, that's all. You can't know if a man's alive then. Time is visible, you can see it," he would insist, as wind currents pass over the snow and leave their shape behind in the form of drifts and cornices, like waves that curl and never break. "Snow ghosts," Homer said. "They look like people," Bill said. He went to the gun cabinet and poured another drink. He looked at Homer and said, "Me and her, we don't sleep together any more." "Please, Bill," Dorothy said. "You want my wife." He sipped his drink. "I see you looking. I've seen you before." Bill swallowed his drink, set the spoon in the glass, and placed the works in his cabinet. "I'm tired," he said. "Good night." When he'd gone upstairs, Dorothy said, "He doesn't mean it." "You sleep together?" Homer said. "No," Dorothy said, embarrassed. "He makes a show of driving me away, when that isn't what he means. He wants me around, to witness everything." A while later, Dorothy said good night to Homer. He bent forward to kiss her, an awkward, dry kiss, and then instantly vanished into the stand of cedar between their homes. Dorothy went upstairs. She walked in front of Bill, crossing the path of his stare. Slowly she undressed herself. She unbuttoned her blouse and let it slough to the floor. She let her breasts fall from the cups of her bra, and then stood there, holding them. The nipples hardened under her fingers. She felt her own touch and caress travel the length of her body. She stepped out of her shorts and faced Bill. "You didn't go with him?" he said. She sat on the edge of the bed. After Jacinta was buried, Bill had gone through the house, removing her clothes, her toys, her crib. He'd taken down all the pictures from the walls, and the snapshots pinned with magnets to the fridge. He'd torn them up in a monstrous frenzy. There had been one large, framed studio portrait of Jacinta on the wall above Dorothy's dresser. It was a portrait that Dorothy remembered from long, lazy afternoon naps, when she and Jacinta would lie in the bed, and a shaft of light, solid with drifting dust, would cut through the window. When Bill destroyed the picture, a clean white space remained on the wall, and the blank so unnerved Dorothy that she had taken a bucket and sponge and scrubbed the entire surface. Still, now it seemed to float there for a moment. She dismissed the apparition as an optical trick. Dorothy had purchased an open bus ticket to Seattle, where her sister lived, and twice in the past month she'd gone to the station. It was a small, dingy station, little more than a ticket window and a wooden bench with an ashtray at one end, full of gum wrappers and cigarette butts and chewed toothpicks. Behind the bench was a row of rental lockers. She had folded her ticket and slipped it into a small travel bag she kept stowed in one of the lockers. At certain moments in her day she would think of the depot, of her locker, and her ticket to Seattle. But in the 2 times she'd gone to town, the reality of the dingy station frightened her away. The second time she stood outside the door, frozen. Inside, a soldier sat slumped on the bench, his green duffel on the floor, a pair of headphones in his ears. A little girl with stringy blonde hair fingered the coin slot of the candy machine, looking for change. Her mother stood by a large window that fronted the street, looking out, her face freckled by the light pouring through the dirty pane. At her feet rested 2 suitcases, a naked doll, and a hairdryer. Dorothy walked away from the station through town. Daylilies bloomed along the borders of driveways and sidewalks in little islands on the lawns. The better houses had clipped square hedges. A good clearing breeze tossed the chestnut trees, shaking the bird fruit into the street, scratching dryly in the gutters. Children were getting out of school now, and running in ragged circles, their coats flapping, their hands waving hectic finger-paint pictures of bunnies and Easter eggs. Mothers in pairs strolled along behind. Dorothy slipped past them with her head down. She walked toward the park above town. Now and then, winded, She looked over her shoulder, taking in more and more of the view as she climbed. Lights came on slowly in the shops and bars. The lowering sun hit Mount Hood on its western slope, and a shadow spread, cold and blue, over the eastern face. In a sandbox down the hill, some children played tag, spun, dipped, fell, shouted, trying to catch one another. A mother shouted for them to come home. A gang of older kids had set a bonfire in one of the grates. They drank beer and joked, their voices echoing crisply in the cold. The clear evening air had a nip to it. If it got cold enough tonight, Bill and Homer would fill the smudge pots with oil, and the fires would smolder and burn in the orchards, glowing orange and blue in the hills that sloped to the gorge, keeping the early buds alive. A train whistled in the gorge, across the Washington side of the river. At this distance the river looked still. The Columbia was wide, more like a lake than a river, flowing toward the Pacific. A yellow beacon flashed in the shipping lane, marking a safe depth for the boats from Japan, Venezuela, Greece. Voices from town carried up to the park. Dorothy heard a thick ring of keys jangling against a lock. A stoplight changed, green. A container ship edged out into the lane, its bulky black hull visible only in outline now, a darker thing than the night. The decks were lit, the men moving around, small and shadowy, but it was the hull Dorothy watched, down below, black, cutting the water. Hood River wasn't a port, exactly, but it was only 40 miles through the gorge to Astoria, and then there was open sea, the Pacific, just over the rough Columbia bar. When she returned home that night, she heard Bill's voice upstairs. She knew instantly what was going on, but it was too late for betrayal, too late for hurt, too late for scenes. She set her purse on the counter and slipped off her coat. She tied an apron around her waist and inspected the fridge. 2 thick steaks thawed in a metal pan, the white butcher paper stained with pink juice. She took them out, placed them on the slotted broiler pan, and set the temperature. She could hear the soft pad of bare feet upstairs, the toilet flushing, the water washing down through the pipes. She understood vaguely that she was broken, and could offer no resistance, that her life was a dream, and that whatever happened was perfectly all right. She stabbed the steaks with a fork, and salted them, and slipped them in the oven, setting the timer on the stove. Bill came downstairs. "You were gone." "Town," she said. He sat at the table. She placed a fork and knife and napkin in front of him. "She can't stay up there all night," Dorothy said. "No, I guess not." Bill was turning shy, soft. It was an old comic routine, a bedroom farce, and the familiarity drained him, momentarily, of his ferocity. "Yolanda!" he called upstairs. She came down. She'd combed her hair, and in the hall light it shone raven and dark, almost blue. She hesitated in the kitchen, looking around, and then touched Bill's shoulder on the way out. Dorothy served dinner. She ate in silence, cutting the meat into small, precise pieces, listening to the tines of her fork scrape the plate, to the serrated edge of the knife saw the steak, watching the shadow of Bill's hand rise and fall across the table. When they had finished, she cleared their plates and began to clean up. Bill fixed a drink and hovered behind her, leaning against the counter. He sipped from his glass, and the ice clinked, and Dorothy felt the sound at the base of her neck. It traveled down her spine. "What were you doing in town?" A fleck of pepper, she noticed, floated in the rinse water. She pinched it out with her finger. "You done talking forever?" She worked a wash rag over a fork, even though it was already clean. "Funny," Bill said. But he didn't say what he found funny. Dorothy had the vague impression that if she kept washing, if she kept reaching into the sink and turning on the faucet and scrubbing the knives and forks, then Bill would recognize her. He would see in her something old and familiar, and she would be saved. "What the hell?" Bill said. He bit down on an ice cube. It cracked loudly in his open mouth. She imagined herself mixing batters, spooning blueberries in muffin tins, baking breads and rolls, roasting a chicken, a stew simmering on the stove. She imagined lining the cupboards with fresh paper and ironing Bill's good shirts and fanning magazines out across the coffee table. She imagined running the vacuum, picking up shirt pins, paper clips, buttons, bending over to pocket a penny, which, after all, might be the lucky one. She lifted a plate from the sink and then braced herself. She felt his anger coming before it arrived, a sudden stillness. His fist landed on the side of her face, near the eye. The plate sank back through the suds into the water. She turned from the force of the blow. His fist was still clenched, and he raised it to his mouth, biting into a whitened knuckle. He dropped his hands to his sides and began to shudder convulsively in a pained mimicry of someone crying. There were no tears in his eyes. They were dry, drier than stone. "Hold me," he begged. The embrace was only the memory of an embrace, a lesson learned and repeated rote-like. He had hit her, but it was too late for them to touch. Bill sat down in his chair, and Dorothy walked out the door. Spiderwebs spread across the path, holding in their threads some of the light rain that had begun to fall. Dorothy broke through them blindly. When Homer answered his door, immediately he asked, "What happened?" But he knew. He sat Dorothy down in an old rocking-chair that had been his grandfather's. He pushed the chair back and forth and said, "You can stay here if you want." "I'm leaving. I wish that wasn't so. I can't remember anything any more. Nothing, you know." Homer disappeared into his kitchen and brought back a damp cloth. He'd slipped 2 ice cubes in the center, and now he held the bundle to her swelling eye. "I wish there was some revelation," Dorothy said. "Something you could tell me about Bill that I don't already know." "There's no excuse." "It's not just the baby." Dorothy had never been above the first floor of the house, but she had been right. Homer's bed was neatly made. A thick blanket, bought from the Umpquas, was spread crisply over the mattress, and 2 pillows with bright green cases lay beneath the headboard, strangely waiting. Homer had been so long alone that Dorothy had half imagined he might have dispensed with one of the pillows, gotten rid of it as unnecessary, an extravagance, a charade. But he had 2 pillows, and he also had nightstands with identical shaded lamps flanking either side of the bed. She went to the bathroom. A black comb rested on the lip of the sink. 2 clean towels were stacked on top of a silver radiator. On the wall, next to the bathtub, hung a picture of Jacinta. Homer was holding her aloft, above his head, in the backyard beside the apple tree. That apple tree, Homer had said, was the first in the orchard, planted by his grandfather, a sapling ordered from a catalogue. Beside the picture of Jacinta was an old tintype, from the days when the whole world was recorded in a mild golden hue. Homer's grandfather stood over the sapling, proudly pointing at its tiny, bare, twig-like branches. Behind him, the far background was vague, but closer in there was a clear-cut field of stumps. The shadow of the photographer crept into a corner of the picture, a dark hooded shape that gave the scene a feeling of silence. In the bedroom, the windows were open. "Don't cry," Homer said. "Everything's going to be fine." He clasped her waist and bent to kiss her at the open throat of her blouse. When he folded back the fabric and ran a finger under the lacy fringe of her bra, her chest heaved in a sudden stutter. She trembled from the cold and the simple exposure. The curtains lifted. A brown and white feather floated across a small writing desk and sailed to the floor. Homer shut the windows, and Dorothy continued undressing. When she was naked, her skin seemed incredibly white, like something long buried. Homer eased her down on the edge of the bed and asked, "Are you sure?" It wasn't really a question she could answer. Homer undressed, hanging his shirt in the closet, draping his slacks over the back of a chair. A quarter fell from the pocket and rolled in circles and wobbled to a stop beneath the bed. Dorothy had returned home and was waiting for daybreak when the call came. A party was lost in a freak spring snowstorm that had wrapped around the western face of the mountain. While Bill dressed upstairs, Dorothy started coffee. In a sort of ritual trance, scrubbing dishes in a slow, circular motion, she continued where she left off the night before. Islands of cold grease whitened on the plates. She ran them under the scalding water and watched the islands thaw and loosen and slide away. She wiped a rag over a plate and was aware, suddenly, that she always cleaned in a counterclockwise motion, as if cleaning were the reverse of time, an action against it. Beyond the kitchen window, a fringe of morning glory clung to the window frame. Beyond that, Dorothy saw nothing but a murky gray light. Her reflection was still solid in the window, the mess of red hair, the white slope of her throat as it curved from sight. A gray bruise shut her left eye. Dorothy caught herself staring, and with a dull shock of recognition, turned away, reaching into the warm water for another dish. As he dressed, Bill ran through the next 24 hours in his mind, visualizing the operation, seeing it all, down to the moment of triumph and success. He had done this countless times before, often in search of people he knew, but mostly looking for strangers, which was worse, since he couldn't anticipate how they thought or what they might know about survival. The members of the lost party were Christians from a Bible camp in Portland, and because it was spring, Bill guessed, they had foolishly relied on a sense of the season's benevolence, climbing the mountain in lightweight gear, praising God as they went, and perhaps this snow, on Easter weekend, had reminded them of the resurrection, or the Lamb, or the wings of angels in flight. Bill Hughes had seen enough trail-side cairns. He'd built a few himself, from scree and talus and 2 crossed sticks, to know how futile it was to address a personal God in such situations. For Bill, there was no such thing as being lost. There were only varying degrees of uncertainty. The party had left base camp 2 days ago. That meant 7,000 feet, maybe 8.5. A margin of 1,000 feet, 2,000 at the most. The rule was stay put. People driven on by hysterical hope weren't found until the summer thaw. Bones, a jackknife or compass, or years later, frozen in their final attitude, hunched like fetuses in a womb of ice. Or they were never found, a dream, a thing to wonder about forever. He'd made the ascent before, had stopped counting his climbs after 100, and he'd seen people, damn fools, do it in tennis shoes and shorts late in the summer. Hardly thinking, a scenario took shape. Heavy spring snow would have a lot of creep. New wet snow contained little air, and he thought of breathing space, of chest compression, of snow rising up and then closing around the ribs like a vice. Above Bill's nightstand, worked in crochet, hung a framed quote from Ben Franklin. "Some are weather-wise," it read. "Some are otherwise." Dorothy had been through this before, too, depending on the situation, and there were so many variables of experience and age, faith and determination, sudden shifts in weather. Dorothy knew that hope lasted undiminished for 24 hours. She had learned this from Bill. Everyone had 24 hours. After that time, hypothermia was the big killer. Falling body heat, slurred speech, memory lapses, uncontrollable shivering that slowly settled into a stunned numbness, loss of consciousness. "At a body temperature of 90 degrees, Bill had told her, the heart only beats 3 times a minute. 24 hours. Beyond that time, hope and optimism were loans, borrowed notes that were often repaid in disappointment and regret long after. She knew about this, too. The letdown after a failed rescue was unbearable. All the women, the wives and members of the church guild, would gather in one house or another, preparing food for the men, aware of the helplessness, the poverty of their effort, brewing coffee, baking, fixing stew and sandwiches, answering phones, praying, waiting. The women did what they knew how to do, and none of it really mattered. They felt this, and the air was always charged with avoidance. The women spoke of garage sales, TV soaps, canning. Talking, they were like explorers searching for a low pass, some way around the mountain, which rose among them, looming in their midst like a kind of silence. Dorothy wiped her hands on her apron and flicked on the radio. Their bedroom door shut. Bill pounded across the floor above. Dorothy listened as he lurched down the stairs, her heart synced to each descending step. Bill stood in the doorway, filling the frame. "Can I fix you something to eat?" Dorothy asked. "I've got to go, Dot," Bill said. He was defending himself against her objections. He expected resistance. Dorothy didn't offer any. Bill kicked open the screen door and let it slap shut. "There's no choice about it," he said. "I understand," she said, and reached in the sink and scrubbed another dish. She placed it to dry in the rack. Robins sang in the old gnarled apple tree, a gray shadow in the backyard. Other things were becoming visible: the wheelbarrow on its side, the yellow webbing of a chaise, the blue rim of a plastic bucket. Silver pools had formed in the shallows after last night's heavy rain. Bill turned his wife toward him and saw that she was crying. Her pain was 1,000,000 miles away. He smudged a tear from her face with his thumb. Then he held his thumb to Dorothy's mouth, and Dorothy sucked the tear away, tasting the salt, feeling Bill's rough skin rasp her wet lip. Bill lifted his hands and looked at them, as though he were vividly picturing something he was holding. He dropped his empty hands. The scent of cold, wet cedars swept into the kitchen as he slammed the door shut. He gunned the truck in the driveway. Clouds of blue exhaust spewed from the tailpipe, and the rumbling engine rocked the chassis like a cradle. While the engine warmed, Bill hurled logs from the woodpile into the bed, weighting it for traction. Lilac branches whipped his windshield as he sped away, turning onto the road toward town. Dorothy leaned against the sink. She plunged her hands through the surface of graying suds and felt for another dish, but she was finished. She pulled the plug and watched the water suck down and vanish. Then she cleaned the drain trap. Late in the afternoon, she caught a ride into town with Homer. All the storefronts had been decorated with Easter scenes: rabbits hopping through fields of green grass, a Jesus hovering above an empty tomb, ascending through the clouds. She felt the slight pressure of Homer's palm in the curve of her hip as he guided her across the street. The windows of the bar were blackened at sidewalk level, except for a peephole in the shape of a diamond. Homer held the door for her. A few old men turned to the sudden light, squinting, then bending back down to their beers. Behind the bar the grill spattered, thick smoke curling beneath the clogged vent. Dorothy had met the bartender once. Talbot? She didn't think so. A cousin, a nephew. He flipped a burger, then shuffled down along the bar, wiping a rag in the well. He said hello to Homer and looked at Dorothy. "I'm Dorothy Hughes," she said. "Dot Hughes, Bill's wife. We met once." "Dottie," he said, remembering. "Got some kids up there?" The other men looked up, but turned away on contact. The bar had a drowsy, wartime feel. Shame, lethargy, as only the unfit remained behind, isolated, knowing why. "You heard anything?" Homer asked. "Just the radio and the paper," the bartender said. "No calls, not so far." He squeezed the rag dry, a trickle of rust-brown water. Dorothy ordered a hamburger. The bartender returned to the grill, flipped a burger, pressed grease from it. Over his shoulder he said, "I'd expect something soon." He flattened 2 buns on sizzling pads of butter, speaking to himself now, into the weak updraft as the gray smoke fanned in lazy arabesques. Homer went to the phone and made a call. Dorothy's plate came. "On the house," the bartender said. It felt good to eat. She ate slowly. The afternoon Oregonian was delivered, and she examined a copy, the front page, the facts. She searched for familiar names among the list of the missing, but found none. Her eyes scanned the bold black headline words, then sank between them into the white spaces. She drew a picture of the mountain, gouged it out with a pencil. Inside it she wrote, "Dot, Dottie." Dorothy. She ordered another beer and looked for Homer. He was still on the phone. This was where Bill would come, where the rescue team would come after. If they failed, the men would stay on the mountain longer, 2, 3, sometimes 4 days, way beyond what was reasonable. They would be afraid to admit the truth, so they would remain up there, searching, grimly silent, determined, alone in their world. No one wanted to be the first to give in, and when they finally returned, past all delusions, they would keep together at a back table. "I don't want you to go," Homer said. "You?" Dorothy said. "It's impossible." He nodded. "I'll send along what you need." "I'll be fine." She had only what was in her travel bag, in the locker. Her floats she'd left behind, and she knew Bill would take them down, begin dismantling her presence, as he had Jacinta's, until there was no trace left of either of them. The kitchen, without the floats, would be a plain white room, a little shabby and small. Her very first float, a sea-worn shade of blue, she'd found nestled in a tangle of seaweed on the beach at Cape Alvarez. Over the years she'd picked up the floats in junk stores and flea markets and rummage sales, and she could still remember for each the day of discovery. Often she wondered what calamity had cut the float loose, what accident had torn the net, half a world away, so that the float would break free and drift in the current across the Pacific and finally wash ashore, a jewel found on the beach, saved at someone's home, treasured for a while, and cast off again. She had always romanticized high seas and sharks and capsized trawlers. The light outside the bar was shocking in its whiteness, and Dorothy stood for a moment, stunned and shielding her eyes. She crossed the street. In the waiting room she found her travel bag. People were going places this weekend. It was Easter. A few little girls were dressed in frilly outfits, with white cotton tights and puffy skirts and dainty gloves, the fingertips of which were already smudged with diesel black dirt from everything they touched in the dingy station. "I might come visit you," Homer said. "Please." Dorothy lifted her travel bag. "Bill's going to ask where you are. He'll want to know. Tell him whatever you think's right." She boarded the bus and waved to Homer from her window. The bus pulled away from the curb, and she held a headrest to steady herself. As the bus rose out of the gorge, toward the highway and north, Dorothy watched the mountain. She knew little about what the men actually did up there. Often at lower elevations they used dogs, but in that high white country, swept by blizzard winds and blanketed in snow, trails of scent or sight were hard, if not impossible, to pick up, and when they were, they didn't last and were easily lost. She knew the men used long aluminum poles and ran them into the snow, plunged them down deep through the soft layers, hoping for contact, hoping to reach into something solid. Resistance gave them energy, kindled hope, often only to find a buried rock, cracked ice, earth. As time wore on, the slightest evidence gave life to the most outlandish expectations. Ruts and hollows appeared as footsteps wandering across the blank white fields, and clouds, shifting in the sky, threw down swift dark shadows that seemed moving and alive. Drifts in the snow took on the shape of huddled bodies, and the wind whistling over a rock outcropping was heard as a faint cry for help. Or, in those sudden, muffled silences that sometimes close over a mountain, when the wind dies and everything is held in a crystal quiet, a man might hear his own pulse and mistake it for the heartbeat of another. Nominated by Karen Bender.